Chapter 1. Prologue. It was nighttime in Konoha, though one could be forgiven if you had said it was a warm summer's day. Konohagakure no Sato, the village hidden in the leaves, was under attack. The attacker was not the army of an enemy village. The attacker was not even human. It was a blood-red fox of monstrous proportions. The fox was by all definitions a demon, and as such had a fitting title, Kyuubi no Yuko. The attack left the village in flames, burning so bright, creating that illusion that night was day. The heat from these flames so intense that it could be felt all throughout the village. The fox had appeared 15 weeks ago for some unknown reason. It had been roaming the countryside, apparently in search of something. Then one fell night it started on a rampage, killing all who stood in its way. The ninja of Konoha were not simply going to let this demon destroy their home. Everything that they had worked so hard to rebuild after the war with Iwagakure would be for naught if the fox penetrated their line of defense. They fought with all the power they could muster, trying everything they knew to subdue the beast, but it was not enough. The monster was powerful, outrageously so. Nothing seemed to work. They soon realized that if anyone could bring the monster down, it would be the strongest in their village, the fourth Hokage. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, even had his own doubts about whether he could defeat the fox. He had discussed with his wife Kushina about his plan of attack when intelligence reports came through that the fox was on a rampaging path towards Konoha. Flashback. Minato-kun, what will you do? A worried Kushina asked her beloved. There was no immediate reply. A long silence followed as he thought his answer through carefully. Kushina waited patiently, a trait most uncharacteristic of her. I'm thinking that I may have to seal it. There doesn't seem to be any other way. The response, while definite, was not without pain. The sealing process was such that it required his life. Seal? She inquired through narrowed eyes. Into what? This is the Kyuubi no Yuko that we are talking about here, not the Nibi, which is sealed into an iron ball, or the Ichibi, sealed into a kettle. It will simply break free if the prison does not have a will of its own to hold it at bay. The fox is simply too powerful. While mostly curious, she was slightly suspicious. What did her husband know of sealing methods that would allow him to be able to seal the most powerful of bijou? Minato drew a long breath before answering. Kushina-chan, I must seal it into a newborn baby 3 days old at the most. It is the only way. Kushina looked at the man she loved. Though this look held no love, it was the one that she reserved for her most hated enemies. It was one that spoke of knowing unforgivable atrocities were committed by the soon-to-be dead. You cannot be serious. You would be damning that child to a life of misery, she asked with a rather sharp edge to her voice, currently thinking about her unborn baby and what would happen if that fate was thrust upon it. I have no choice. One sacrifice his or her life to save the rest. There was no anger in his voice, only regret and disappointment for the current course of action. She softened her gaze and then asked quietly, what if you and I? Minato interrupted. No, we are only mortal. There is nothing we can do. The sealing is the only method. Very well. What if aren't any babies born in the 3 days prior to the attack? Then what? Seeing the apologetic look on Minato's face, a sudden wave of realization swept over her. No, you will not use our child. I will not subject our own flesh and blood to that. I'm nowhere near giving birth yet anyway. Kushina stood firm. We can induce the pregnancy. As it stands, we will be leaving behind an orphan, and I would trust no one else with such a burden. She was in shock. Orphan? What do you mean, orphan? The sealing. He hesitated lightly. The sealing will require my life. I must summon the Shinigami to consummate the sealing. She realized what he was saying. The bond that they shared was beyond the legal status of husband and wife. It was such that when one pair of the couple died, the other would die as well, so they would be united in the afterlife, and the remaining person would not be left lonely. It took many days of arguing between Kushina and Minato before her resolve was finally broken, and she agreed to have the sealing performed on their unborn baby. End flashback. That brings us back to the present. The Konoha ninja were no longer trying to kill the beast, merely slow it down, waiting for the fourth Hokage to arrive. Minato was in the hospital, holding his unconscious wife's hand as their child. a healthy young boy, was removed through cesarean section. After the procedure, the jinjutsu used to place her in an unconscious state was removed, allowing her to hold her child for the first and only time. She was enthralled by his little hand grasping around her finger as she nursed him. She was brought out of her reverie by a deep voice. Kushinaheim, it's time. I must go and perform the sealing before any more lives are lost, came Minato's voice, breaking into her thoughts. Then he leaned over and said in a voice so low that only she could hear. I'll see you on the other side, Minato Koi, was Kushina's simple reply. In a streak yellow that had earned him the title of Konoha's Yellow Flash, the Yondaime Hokage had disappeared to the battlefield, knowing that his death would be the price for the victory he was about to achieve. When he got to the battlegrounds, then was a unanimous cry from the ninja that their leader had arrived, that their shining hope had come to save the day, cheering him to victory. Minato heard none of this. When he arrived, he was in shock. Never had he imagined the scale of destruction he was viewing. He was a man that had killed an enemy army on his own, and yet to him, this was even worse. Every sense was informing him of the tragedy that had occurred. The feeling of a blood-soaked ground squelching as he walked, the sound of dying comrades that were not granted the mercy of a swift and painless death, the smell of burning flesh, the taste of the smoke thick in the air from all of the fires, and the sight of hundreds upon hundreds of lifeless bodies, ripped into shreds, burnt, flattened by the fox's great paws, all dyed red with blood. A man that appeared much too old to be on the battlefield approached him. Minato-kun, are you sure that this is for the best? You could teach me the hand signs for the jutsu and allow me to take your place. Sarutobi, the previous Hokage, had asked. No, old man. This is my responsibility. I will not shirk from my duties as Hokage. The tone of his voice indicated a will of steel that would likely never be changed. Jiraiya-sensei, Kakashi-kun, please watch over him, and if possible teach him a trick or two, he said as he addressed two men that appeared with the previous Hokage. Jiraiya, a man in his mid-40s with a flowing mane of white hair, and Kakashi, a boy in his mid-late teens with a cloth mask over the bottom half of his face and a mop of silver hair. After they both gave their solemn promise to do all that they could for the boy, Minato summoned Gambunta, the Toad Boss. Minato, if I'm not much mistaken, that's the Kyuubi. Don't tell me you seriously intend on taking on the most powerful of the Bijou? Gambunta's deep rumbling voice was heard all throughout the battlefield. Afraid so, boss. I need you to keep him busy and me out of his reach while I make the final preparations for the sealing, was the reply and request by Minato. I will do what I can, was the only reply that Minato received, for Gambunta had already jumped into the fray to occupy the fox, ninjato drawn. The fox turned to be more than a tough adversary for the Toad Boss. Every time the fox was open and Gambunta had a clear shot at it, it would simply swing its tails in defense, tails said to be able to cause tsunamis and crush mountains. While there was no large body of water to test this out on, and the nearest mountain was Hokage Monument. Miles away in Konoha, the widespread destruction seen in the forest trees was more than enough reason to make Gambunta try to dodge the blows instead of block. Then Minato's voice rang through the sound of battle. It's ready. Kyuubi no Yuko. I can't kill you, but I can still seal you soul. Goodbye, you pitiful creature. Shiki Fuin, he screamed. Visible to only Minato and the Kyuubi, a spectral entity appeared behind Minato, the Shinigami. It plunged its hand into the Kyuubi and tore out its soul, placing it into the stomach of the newly born Naruto, where an intricate pattern appeared on his stomach. As his last words, he spoke to Naruto. Naruto, please forgive your father for the burden I have placed on you. I'm sorry for preventing you from meeting either of your parents, but this had to be done. Goodbye, my son. The surrounding ninja couldn't see what was happening. All they knew was that the Kyuubi had disappeared. They started to rejoice, the crisis finally over. The rejoicing was brought to an abrupt end when their Hokage voice screamed out in pain. Sarutobi, Jiraiya, and Kakashi all knew what was happening and tried as best they could to hold back their tears, but it was in vain. They could not, and they finally allowed their tears to freely fall down their face. Just as suddenly as the screaming had started, the screaming ended. Minato, falling off of Gambunta's head, was caught in Jiraiya's arms as the little bundle of cloth that was Naruto, was caught in Kakashi's arms. Sarutobi had the responsibility of holding the crowd at bay, telling them that this was neither the time nor the place to answer all of their questions. Gambunta was able to shed a single tear before he dispelled to the summoning realm, as there was no human to anchor him to this realm. It had already been decided that Sarutobi would once again take up the reins and become the Hokage after Minato had died from the ceiling. He had clearly stated that questions could be asked later and any that were not of a classified nature would be answered. He was glad he had made that decision, as he realized that, overcome with grief, he could hardly answer the questions that would have been asked even if he wanted to. Chapter 2. Deal of Destiny. Today is October 10th. It has been 5 years since the battle for the survival of the Hidden Leaf Village. Kill the demon. In this once place of paradise is a boy that has just turned 5. Leave me alone. I'm not a demon. The boy is said to house the fabled Kyuubi no Kitsune, the nine-tailed fox demon. Get him. Being that this child was born on the same date as the sealing of the demon, today is the worst day to be outside of his small apartment. And no, leave me alone. Today is the day of the Kyuubi festival, celebrating the defeat of the Kyuubi at the hands of the village's fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Look, the demon went into a dead end. We'll surely kill him now, said a partially drunk villager. Now facing a wall and scared beyond relief, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, he doesn't know yet, but neither do the villagers, huddles up into a ball in a corner to accept his fate. Just then out of the corner came the mob of villagers and some ninja. Looky here, the demon is trying to huddle up to keep itself from being killed. We can't have that now, can we? Said a crazily looking insane man said. Yeah, said the mob as they rushed to beat the helpless child to the brink of death. Naruto just sat there and get beaten to a bloody pulp that was getting harder and harder to recognize. What the hell do you people think you're doing? Boomed a mighty and powerful voice. The people turned around to see a man that they never wanted to see as of right now. The third Hokage, aka the professor, in his red and white robe with his hat with the kanji of Fire Shadow, was pretty much one of the most powerful ninja in the whole world, and he was seriously ticked off. We were just finishing off what the fourth started. Hokage-sama, said a trembling Chunin, as the Ki coming off the Hokage was extremely terrifying. It made the Kyuubi look like a kit in comparison. Glaring even harder, what you're doing is hurting an innocent child, yelling at the end. The mob was on the ground from the lack of air due to the Ki sucking all the air out of them. But he is a demon, said a villager, and just costed the whole mob their lives. Sarutobi yelled out to nothing. A group of about 7 to 9 men and women clad in uniforms appeared out of nowhere. These weren't regular ones. Oh no. These were Sarutobi's personal guard, which means they are probably part of the top 20 of the village. The Hokage first, the Sannin second to fourth, Kakashi no Sharingan fifth, Itachi Uchiha the Uchiha prodigy being sixth, and these being seventh on. Hi Hokage-sama. Take these lawbreakers to Ibiki and say no holding back. Hi. Sarutobi, acting fast, picked the beaten Naruto up and shunshine to the hospital so fast it would have made Minato look slow. Now in a special room meant for whenever Naruto is beaten, Sasuke sets Naruto down on the bed, and 2 of the Hokage's most loyal doctors came in and started to diagnose Naruto. The 2 were Ashika Moritoa and Kalaka Moritoa, both husband and wife and very good friends to Minato and Kushina before they died. They were some of the few doctors that respected Naruto for his sacrifice. Sasuke-san, it seems he is fine thanks to the Kyuubi healing most of the wounds, but his mental state is at risk of a breakdown, stated Ashika. Damn those deranged villagers, cursed Sasuke, but right now he was too worried to care about the villagers right now. It's best to let him rest for now and wait for the result in the morning. In a soft and a sad tone, says Kalaka. Thank you both for doing all that you can for him, bowing to them both in true respect. It's our duty as medics to heal and treat, also no need to be so thankful, Sasuke-san, Ashika says with a small smile and bows with his wife, then turns to leave. Kemi-sama, please help Naruto from his troubles. Praise Sasuke, then he turns to leave and see to it that Naruto gets better protection. In Naruto's mindscape after he passed out. Laying down on a cool and wet floor of a sewer-like area, we find Naruto waking up. What happened? Where am I? Says while looking around seeing that he is in a dark, damp, and cold sewer. The next thing Naruto hears is a low but powerful growl coming from a passageway a couple hundred feet away. Not really caring about his well-being, Naruto walks to where the growl came from and comes across a sight that will forever change his life and his destiny. In the back of the passageway is a giant pair of prison-like barred doors with a slip of paper on the area that looks to be where the lock should be with the kanji seal on it. Two large and ferocious-looking red eyes opened beyond those gates, and from everywhere came a low and strong voice. Who dares enter my domain? Staring as if he looked dead. I have. Kyuubi no Kitsune. Startled. So you know who I am and that I am within you? It doesn't take an idiot to figure out that with all the beatings, insults, and also that I have whisker marks that I am the alleged container of the mighty Kyuubi no Kitsune. Says with an almost dead and soulless tone that even sent a shiver down the fox's spine from the lack of emotion. Well, I guess you are correct, Ninjen. But also I must ask a question. Seeing that Naruto was listening, my question is for what do I have the honor of for you to enter my domain? Though he didn't know it, the fox demon would regret the answer immensely. I am here because not a few minutes ago, I was almost beaten to death by the villagers for having you in my body, and since they couldn't hurt you, they thought by hurting me, they could make you suffer as well. Still in his emotionless state. After feeling great regret from what the being has done to the poor Ninjin, he comes up with a plan that will be beneficial to both parties. Hey kid. Look, I may be a demon, but what those villagers have done is nothing more than worse than what I have ever done, so I propose that we strike a deal of sorts. And might I ask, are the stipulations of this alleged deal, Kyuubi-sama? Starting to get his emotions back little by little, Naruto finds interest in the deal the demon has proposed. The deal composes mainly a benefit to you in general, but to me as well. I can summon 3 of the 5 elemental spirits into you, and with them you will be able to control those individual elements with nothing but ease. Being that they are the spirits themselves, they have the knowledge of all the known jutsus for their respective element. So say if you chose fire, then every known fire jutsu will be at your disposal, so to speak, because the spirits will listen to you and will pass the information on to you while you train in their element. Pausing to let the information to sink, he continues. And also over time, if new jutsu were created into the world, then the respective spirit instantly knows it and can teach it to you as well. Okay, then tell what is the catch of gaining this power, and also what will you want in return? Naruto says, really interested now in the deal. The catch is that each spirit has their own test of sorts for you to pass for you to gain power over them. And what I want is that you allow me the ability to see, smell, and hear the outside world, since it has been so long since I have seen or smelled fresh air in the past 5 years, stated the immense demon fox. All right, but first tell me how I will be able to allow you those senses. All you need to do is rip at least 1/8 of the seal off of the cage, but before you react negatively, I have to say that the seal was empowered by the Shinigami himself, so it would be impossible for me to escape. Also, with the seal being ripped, you gain some more bonuses as in increased senses, stamina, mental capacity, and reflexes, and also the ability to talk to foxes in a way like the Inuzuka clan can with dogs, stated the demon lord. Well, it seems we have ourselves a deal, Kyuubi-sama dash, says Naruto, only to be interrupted by Kyuubi. Rei Kisaki, said the fox. What? Slightly puzzled, said Naruto. My true name is Rei Kisaki. Kyuubi is just the title for my 9-tailed fox form. What do you mean by form, Rei-sama? I have a human form as well. Saying that, the demon started to change size rapidly. The demon shrunk to the size of a 5 feet 11 inches woman with a dark red kimono that hugged her figure greatly. She has luminescent silky skin that is tanned. Fiery red upper back length hair with some bangs falling in front of her seemingly flawless face, with her half-dark red eyes that look to be able to pierce the soul. She has at least a borderline between C and D cup breasts. In all, there is only a few words Naruto could muster as he watched the transformation. Perfectly beautiful, staring wide-eyed and drinking in Rei's entire figure, and trying to rid of the onslaught of perverted thoughts which were pretty much projected on a wall of the cage unbeknownst to Naruto, but not to Rei as she giggled and blushed at some of the images and the compliment Naruto gave her just seconds ago. Well, Naruto-kun, in a slight seductive voice which sent a shiver through Naruto's body, and he regained his composure to listen to Rei. Before you go and think that way, maybe you should take the portion on the seal off and do your test from the spirits before you have to wake. Now in a slightly commanding tone that made Naruto move to rip the January 8th part off. When he did so, he wasn't prepared for the rush of pain of Rei's chakra rushing into his system and into his senses. Also, it seems the water that was about knee-high in the sewer seems to be slowly lowering. Regaining his bearing from the pain, he speaks up in a weakened voice. Damn it, that fucking hurt like hell. Ops, sorry Naruto-kun, I forgot about the pain that was going to come, but don't worry, your body got used to the extra chakra fast. And also, may I ask which 3 spirits you wish to have, so I can do my part of the deal, stated Rei. Taking a weak thinking pose. Wind because it sort of calls to me in a way. Fire because both wind and fire will power each other. And water for the ability to combine with wind to create ice. And also if I combine water and fire, I can create steam, which is very powerful and deadly to enemies. Naruto stated wisely. I must say you chose very wisely, and also have what you could do with the elements in mind which could benefit if you could actually create the spirit of ice in your mind, adding in the 3 it'll give you. But steam isn't actually an element, but another form of water to which you could make your own jutsu to use the steam to your advantage, stated Rei. So in other words, I could pretty much make a spirit in my own mind. Getting a nod from Rei, he continues, a light Rei-chan, I am ready. Blushes from the chan suffix, she shuts her ends and said 3 words in an ancient and hard to recognize language. In English, Aries, Ifrit, Valina. Just then 3 pillars of wind, water, and fire emerged from the ground, showing 3 beings in all their glory. Aries, spirit of wind, is a 5 feet 10 inches blonde woman that wears a pearl white kimono that allowed some hugging of her figure. She has Ino's kind of blonde hair and reaches down to her lower back in a ponytail. Emerald green eyes that show true kindness and gentleness. Her face almost rivals that of Rei's, and her breasts seem to be mid-C cup. Valina, spirit of water, 5 feet 8 inches ocean blue-haired woman that wears the same kimono style as Aries, but is sky blue, almost as blue as Naruto's eyes. Her hair reaches her upper back and is let loose like Rei's hair. Her dark blue eyes are almost like the depths of the ocean, and her face is a close third with Aries in second and Rei in first of beauty. She has low C-cup breasts. Ifrit, I do not own his name, spirit of fire, looked like a devil with horns sticking out of his head. His hellish-looking skin was bronze-colored. He wore nothing but a pair of tattered shorts that seemed to blow in an invisible wind. His whole body was that of a demon that has been bodybuilding its entire life, but also to keep a swimmer kind of body. His amethyst-colored eyes looked menacing and fear-invoking. These 3 are the spirits of wind, water, and fire. Aries, spirit of wind. Aries bows. Valina, spirit of water. Valina bows also. And then Ifrit, spirit of fire. Ifrit just stares at the boy who still has his soulless eyes that surprise both Aries and Valina and make Ifrit raise her eyebrow. It is an honor to be summoned by you, Rei-sama. Aries and Valina bow to Rei and speak in unison. What is with that kid, Rei-sama? He looks as if he has died and yet still alive, asks and states Ifrit. This child is my container, and as for the question, then just tap into his memories of what happened only about an hour ago. Rei states to the 3 spirits. The 3 shift through the memories of Naruto, and all 3, even Ifrit, become shocked at what has happened to Naruto all his life. Aries actually broke down, crying halfway through the memories. Valina then broke down when she was down. Ifrit, on the other hand, was livid from what these so-called villagers have done to another human being, a child no less, and it was all because he housed his mistress for a crime they both didn't want to commit from what he knows and now has seen. That's horrible. Aries sobs out. I've seen demons and great beasts do nasty things, but this is just too much for a child to go through. Valina says sadly. As you have seen from the memories, he has gone through hell, and for what happened, I gave him a deal that would be beneficial to him, which involves you 3 joining into his mind and granting him your powers over your elements. Rei says sadly as she remembers everything as well. Well, we could give him the powers, but he would have to take our tests to gain them, but from what I have seen, he already has my consent. Ares says, regaining her composure. In my heart, I would give him the powers without a second thought to help him with his life, but the rules state that he needs to be tested to our standards. Valina sadly announces. All right, it is time for you to take the test, little boy dash. Naruto, stated the blonde. All right, Naruto, the tests are what we spirits choose of you to do that prove that you are willing to be able to control our element. Ifrit explains in a rough voice. I am ready for the challenges, Naruto bows. Good, because you will need to be for my test, Ifrit grins evilly. All right, Naruto-kun, my test needs for you to grasp your emotions and use them right, and make your chakra move fluently, as if it were water itself. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Naruto starts to concentrate on moving his chakra through his chakra points slowly and in control. After about 30 minutes of concentration, a blue hue appears around Naruto in a balanced manner, and his facial expression shows that he is calm. All right, you have successfully made your chakra to move fluently, as it is needed to actually do any water jutsu. I, Valina, approve of the passing of my knowledge and powers to you. On two of the walls in the mindscape, there are two glowing kanji for both wind and water. Thank you for the acceptance, Valina-chan, Naruto bows in a calm tone. Now comes the true test, Ifrit smirks evilly. Getting in a somewhat fighting stance and confidently says, bring it on, says a now wild Naruto. With pleasure. My test is for you to beat me in a one-on-one combat match, no help, cuts a glance at Ray, or powers except just brute strength and the inner resolve to win, which is how you truly force fire to bend to your will. Now this is what I like to hear, Naruto smirks. Now then, if you're ready, then let's begin. Ifrit charges Naruto at blinding speeds and punches him in the gut, and then knee him in the face, sending him flying. Ugh! Back flips and lands weakly on feet in stance, again staring Ifrit down. Don't tell me you're giving up so easily, you weakling, and being a weakling gets your precious loved ones dead. Naruto, after hearing that, downcasts his hair so it covers his eyes. I thought so, you really are a weakly dash. Before he can finish, he gets punched in the gut hard by an enraged Naruto, making him double over. That's for calling me weak, and this is for thinking so little of me. Cups his hands into a ball and slams them down onto Ifrit's back, sending him into the ground hard again. Heh, spits some saliva and blood out. Now that's what I am talking about. Turn your weakness against itself and make it your strength and push forward to win. Ifrit punches Naruto in the face, sending him into a wall, but Naruto shoots back out of the wall and starts punching Ifrit. I will win. Naruto starts glowing bright blue as he keeps punching Ifrit, and now his punches start to become powerful blurs, and then he cocks his arm back and punches Ifrit with all his might, sending Ifrit straight into Ray's cage, making it rattle by the force. Ray, Ares, and Valina just stared at Naruto wide-eyed and slack-jawed as Naruto just punched Ifrit, one of the strongest spirits, with the might of a full-blown demon. Naruto is just standing there with his fist still out from the punch, and he's panting hard. Coughing, Ifrit manages to cough out. Good cough, job Gaki, cough, you pass my test, cough I. Ifrit, approve of the passing cough of my knowledge and power onto you, Naruto. Right after that, a third and final kanji appears on the third wall, saying fire. Naruto falls to his knees to catch his breath. Well done, Naruto-kun. It has been almost 500 years since anyone has beaten Ifrit before, and I must say that was some power behind that punch. Kinda makes you wonder what made you think of fighting so hard to win. Ray says in a happy voice at the beginning and soft at the end. The reason where I got the power is because I wanted to protect those that I love and that are precious to me. And that is true strength, not flashy moves or monster strength, because even then those only get you so far, but protecting those that you call precious make you put your life on the line and push you past your limit to achieve victory and protect for the cause, he proudly states. Ray, Ares, and Valina smile at the explanation that Naruto gave and agree with the logic behind it, as well as the determination in Naruto's sapphire eyes. Well, Naruto-kun, I believe it is almost time for you to go, because I believe the old man is worried sick about you. Hi, Ray-chan. But first, something that has been itching to be done. Well, what is it, Naruto-kun dash? She is interrupted by Naruto rushing over and kissing her passionately on the lips, leaving Rei as red as her hair. Tastes like strawberries. He smirks and makes her blush even more as he starts to fade. Seems he already has someone to love, Rei-sama? Eri says with a smirk on her face with a slight blush from seeing how passionate the kiss was. I do believe that the coming years will be something to look forward to, you three. Hi, Rei-sama. The three say in unison and fade back into their kanji as Rei touches her lips as she lays down to go to sleep thinking about the kiss. Outside the mindscape. The third Hokage has been watching Naruto for the past 20 minutes and just saw Naruto start to sweat and pant in his sleep as if he was in a battle or something. If only he knew. Just as he was thinking what could be going on inside Naruto's dreams, he hears the boy sit up and stretch and smack his lips like last night was nothing at all. Naruto, are you feeling alright? Hi, Gigi-san Ano. What is it, Naruto-kun? Old man, when were you going to tell me about the Kyuubi no Kitsune inside of me? Naruto says in an accusing tone. What do you mean, Naruto-kun? Startled by the question and wondering how the hell he found out. The Kyuubi is in me, and I just so happened to have a nice long chat with her. What do you wait? Her? Yes, the Kyuubi is a female, and also might I ask you three vacate the area so me and the old man can talk. The three in the room were surprised to be found out, and by a 5-year-old no less. Leave us, commanded Sasuke. Hi, Hokage-sama, they then vanish. Now what have you and the Kyuubi been talking about? The third said, taking a seat after putting up a sound seal over the room. Chapter 3, Year 1 of Training. Where we left off. Now what have you and the Kyuubi been talking about? The third said, taking a seat after putting up a sound seal over the room. Naruto goes into great detail into what had happened inside his mind. The third had to pull out some sake and his pipe when it came to the part of the deal. I am getting too old for this shit, thought the third. Alright, now tell me what this deal, and tell me everything, because I want to know how this will affect the seal and your well-being. Okay, Aji-san. Well, the deal was. The blonde starts talking about the deal to the third. Flashback begins. The deal composes mainly of benefit to you in general, but to me as well. I can summon 3 of the 5 elemental spirits into you, and with them you will be able to control those individual elements with nothing but ease. Being that they are the spirits themselves, they have the knowledge of all the known jutsus for their respective element. So say if you chose fire, then every known fire jutsu will be at your disposal, so to speak, because the spirits will listen to you and will pass the information on to you while you train in their element. Pausing to let the information to sink, he continues. And also over time, if new jutsu were created into the world, then the respective spirit instantly knows it and can teach it to you as well. Okay, then tell what is the catch of gaining this power, and also what will you want in return? Naruto says, really interested now in the deal. The catch is that each spirit has their own test of sorts for you to pass for you to gain power over them. And what I want is that you allow me the ability to see, smell, and hear the outside world, since it has been so long since I have seen or smelled fresh air in the past 5 years, stated the immense demon fox. Alright, but first tell me how I will be able to allow you those senses. All you need to do is rip at least 1/8 of the seal off of the cage, but before you react negatively, I have to say that the seal was empowered by the Shinigami himself, so it would be impossible for me to escape. Also, with the seal being ripped, you gain some more bonuses as in increased senses, stamina, mental capacity, and reflexes, and also the ability to talk to foxes in a way like the Inuzuka clan can with dogs, stated the Demon Lord. Flashback end. And that's how it went, Aji-san. I get 3 spirit elementals to help me control certain elements with enhanced senses, while Rei-chan gets the ability to see, hear, and other senses that were taken by the 4th. Well, it appears to be without trickery, but also might I have a look at the seal to be in case. Getting a nod, he lifts up Naruto's tattered shirt and channels some chakra into his navel, showing the seal in all its glory. It seems to be intact, so nothing bad will happen. Oh no, Aji-san. Hi, Naruto-kun. Would you mind if I were to start training to become a ninja now and learn to control my new powers? I will allow it, but you must report every month. I shall be getting a report to my office, and then at the end of a year, you will take a series of tests for an equivalence exam to see how your abilities have grown," stated the third in a slight serious tone, getting a nod from Naruto. Naruto-kun. Rei-chan. A good the mental link worked, so now we can speak to each other without you having to go to sleep or be out cold, stated Rei. Oh, okay. But is there something you want? I am talking to Aji-san right now about starting my training. Maybe you should ask the old man for a technique called Kage Bushin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique. It's quite similar to any other Bushin Jutsu. The biggest difference is that these Bushins are solid and can almost be considered their own person because of the flexibility of choice they have. That reason being that Kage Bushins are summoned using a piece of the user's own soul, and when used during training it retains all the knowledge it previously withheld, and the original will get the knowledge once the Kage Bushin has dispelled. So in other words, it will be able to increase my learning capabilities and allow me to train in multiple aspects at the same time. Hi Naruto-kun. Naruto? Naruto-kun, hello. Oh, sorry, Aji-san. I was just talking to Rei-chan through a mental link, said the blonde while sheepishly scratching the back of his head. Let me guess, she put it up after you ripped that part off? Getting a nod from the blonde. Also, she mentioned a jutsu by the name of Kage Bushin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique, that I should learn so I can train faster. I don't think you should be used that jutsu, Naruto-kun. It is a rank kenjutsu, and not even the best Umbu can use it without diminishing their chakra supply after 10 to 15 clones. Remember, Aji-san, that I am no normal human being, and that thanks to Rei-chan, I can probably use the jutsu to its maximum potential without doing anything bad in return, countered Naruto. You have a good point, Naruto-kun, but if anything goes wrong, I will be assigning a special Umbu to watch over you in case something happens to the seal. Alright, and also Aji-san, I have a proposition for you that you would probably give up anything to get the info I have for. A devious smile crosses his face. And this proposition is? Getting suspicious of the sudden devious smile on the blonde demon holder. I would like books and scrolls on sealing, taijutsu, genjutsu, chakra control, kenjutsu, weapon forging, chakra sensing, anatomy, and maybe some metal so I can start forging. That's a lot to ask for, and what do you think you can give me that will allow me to hand you all those books? Asking questioningly. Only the answer to a Kage's worst enemy. Paperwork. Smirks deviously as the third's eyes go wide and chuckles when the third gets down on his knees to beg for the answer. Oh, please, give me the answer so I can get rid of that death on a piece of paper. The third pleads to Naruto. What was I asking for after I spoke with Rei-chan, Aji-san? Shadow clone jutsu dash. His eyes go as wide as dinner plates, and he starts slamming his head against a wall, repeating stupid, 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 over and over again until the wall started cracking under the pressure. You see, Aji-san, even the most deadliest of jutsu can save a life, laughs out Naruto. Oh, thank God I'm rid of that damnable paperwork, Sarutobi yelled out victoriously. Now about those things I asked for, Aji-san. I will get them and hand them to the Umbu that will be the one to get the report scroll from you. Now, if you excuse me, I will be off to finally defeat my mortal enemy. The third's eyes looked evil and malicious with the image of him on top of a mountain of paper that are all signed and done, and him dancing like a madman with fire is in the background. All right, Aji-san, I will be able to leave soon, right? Ashika and her husband will sign you out as soon as I leave, Naruto-kun. He leaves after hearing Naruto say, "Hi, Aji-san." The next day, Naruto wakes up at 6 a.m. sharp like he always does and starts to do his morning ritual of stretches, shower, ramen with some veggies and fruit, and then some reading. All through the night, Rei was giving Naruto a data dump, which included history of the village and shinobi world, basics on chakra, math, science, geography, and a lot more information on all the other 9 bijou, the known bloodlines of the world that Rei know of, and much more stuff that Academy lecture you about. While Rei was doing that, Naruto was talking to all 3 of the summons, asking them questions about their lifetimes and such to learn more about them. Ares was a maiden back in ancient times that had a heart and soul as gentle and kind as the wind, but at the same time was as dangerous as a hurricane when angry, which scared Naruto and Ifrit. She was from the Wind Country before it had turned into the desert it is today. What she told Naruto is that the Wind Country was actually all nature and forest before the Ichibi came and decimated the whole place with its power over sand. Valina was a princess that always was near the water when she was growing up and was given the nickname Princess of the Eternal Blue for her hair and eyes looking like the ocean. She was well respected when she was alive for being fair to everyone and also sparing those that have been falsely accused when they have been proven guilty in court. She drowned one day when she tripped and fell off a cliff into the ocean to be sucked away by the tide and current, and then made into the water spirit for her ability to always stay calm and balanced like the water. Now Ifrit was the most surprising as he was a samurai that was casted into hell after he defeated a great demon. He wandered hell for hundreds to thousands of years, defeating any demon that crossed his path until he was cursed by a high-ranked devil and turned into a demon himself. In the living, he was a calm and gentle man, but when enraged, he turned into a man of legend that was called Demon of the West. He said that once he killed a whole army with his sword style called Hiten Mitsujiryu. I do not own, and know he is not Kenshin or his master, but an ancient user of the style. And also, if this makes people think I am making a god like Naruto, then you're wrong, because Naruto, if allowed to learn, must only use this style to protect and not to brag about like Ifrit did in his human lifetime. That was said to attack with ultrasonic sword attacks and use very powerful kenjutsu attacks. When Naruto asked if he could learn it, he was told that if he could prove himself worthy of learning the style, he would teach him. That gave Naruto the hope to being the first to ever use the style since ancient times, and so he promising Ifrit that he will push himself until he is worthy. Naruto runs straight to the Hokage tower, not even caring about the sneers and looks from the villagers. He went in and asked the assistant, who was the beautiful Chunin Anko Mitarashi, who was like an older sister to him, just like Ayam-chan from Ichiraku Ramen. Anko let Naruto in since the third was cleared for a bit. When Naruto entered the office, there were 4 third Hokages rushing around working on paperwork, while another one is sitting on the couch reading an orange-covered book while letting out a perverted giggle every couple of seconds. "Ero Aji-san, morning Aji-san," he yells from the door, startling all the clones and the real third Hokage a bit. "Oh, good morning, Naruto-kun," greeted the old man while making the book disappear. "You pervert," the blonde accused. "I am not a pervert, I just think the plot is interesting with Jasmine and Belina being in a 3. Ahem, I mean it has a good plot, that's all," the old man states while blushing and looking away, whistling innocently. "Ero Aji-san," deadpan Naruto. "Ahem. Right, I guess you came here to meet the Umbu who will be with you, I assume," getting a nod from the blonde. "Before I forget, here is a scroll for the Kagebushin that I promised you, Naruto-kun," he says, handing Naruto a small scroll. "Arigato, Aji-san, and also I see you are using my idea very well. And also I might have to remember to use Kagebushin when I turn into a Hokage one day." "You're welcome, Naruto-kun, and yes, I am proud of your idea." "Anna, what do you mean, Naruto-kun? Is it your dream to be the Hokage?" "Hi, I want to be the best there ever was and will be," the blonde shouts in a very happy and joyful tone that makes the third smile at the boy's actions. "All right, Naruto-kun, I would like you to meet Yamato." A bear-masked Umbu appeared in the usual Umbu attire. "Bear, your mission is to be the relayer between me and Naruto-kun, understood? And don't worry about your Umbu post-ion because you will only be receiving and sending things once a month until Naruto is strong enough to do it on his own, so your Umbu missions are still being done." Yamato takes off his bear mask and bows to the third, saying, "Hi, Hokage-sama." "Nice to meet you, Yamato-san. My name is Naruto Uzumaki." The blonde holds out his hand to be shaked, and after a couple seconds, Yamato shakes his hand. "It's a pleasure meeting you too, Naruto-san." "All right, you two are dismissed, and make sure to become real strong, Naruto. I don't want to hold this title for much longer and have to wait for you." "Don't worry, Aji-san, you won't be holding it long, as I will be the best after all this is over." "All right, since you will be training for some years, I suggest a place where no one would disturb you, Naruto-kun." "I have the perfect place in mind since only the complete insane go there. It should never be touched." "Where is this perfect place, Naruto-kun?" asked the third, as Yamato would like to know as well. Oh, you know of it, Aji-san, since it is Anko-chan's favorite playground, the blonde smirks. Both of the men's eyes widen when they heard this, and Anko only plays at one training ground, and that's Training Ground 44, or otherwise known as the Forest of Death. Are you sure about that, Naruto-kun? Asked the third, worried for the blonde, who was like a grandson to him. Hi, Aji-san, and remember Anko-chan and me go in there every once in a while, so I know a perfect place to train without the worries of the beasts and creatures in the forest, reassured Naruto. Well, all right, but please remain alive, Naruto-kun, said the third, still worried about the idea of going into the Forest of Death. I will, Aji-san, the boy says as him and Yamato leave to go get supplies for the training. In the Hitarashi weapons store, Tintin's store. Okay, first we need to get you some ninja gear for you to wear. Then some kunai, shuriken, senbon, and other necessities needed for all that you will be learning, as well as the abundance of scrap, fine, and high-quality metal needed for your weapon forge training. Also might as well get a chakra affinity paper to see what affinity or affinities you have. After some looking around, Naruto picked out a couple pairs of fishnet shirts, some black shirts, and some baggy forest green pants with extra pockets. He got a pair of bracers and ankle bracers that are chakra weights that when put into the weights increase. A forest green vest that is also weight. A pair of steel-toed black boots and a couple pairs of black and red fingerless gloves. He also got a few boxes of each shuriken, kunai, senbon, and throwing knives. The metal was inside 3 different scrolls and was said to be carrying at least 100 kilograms of scrap metal, 75 kilograms of fine, and 50 kilograms of high quality. And as Yamato said, he got a chakra affinity paper. When all this was rung up, it was the astounding 100,500 ryu. Naruto knew that over the years he had saved up at least 80,000 from the usual monthly stipend from the old man. He was going to pay as much as he could, but Yamato said there was no need as the third thought of the cost being high, so he gave Naruto a voucher that would put the bill on the Hokage, and later on Naruto could pay it off, which was okay with him. With all his stuff, he changed out of his rags he had on and put on a pair of his clothes and felt his mobility increase thanks to the pants and the shirt. After changing, the two left the store with the voucher and headed to a food store to buy some food. After the food store. All right, I believe this is everything that you will need for the training, and when you need anything, just ask me, and I will go get it for you. All right, Naruto-kun? Hi, Yamato-san. After a few hours of walking, the infamous Training Grounds 44, or known as the Forest of Death. This place is several kilometers in diameter and is perfectly circular. Inside this forest are beasts that make the 9 bijou look like nothing in sight, but not power, of course. Every week, Naruto and Anko Mitarashi would come here and play hide and seek and other games till the end of the day. He practically knew this forest like the back of his hand. The two entered the forest into the most harmless part of the forest and found a cavern that has a small hut in it made by Naruto and Anko in case they stayed out in the forest for the night. When Naruto saw the hut, he smiled. When Yamato asked why he was smiling, he got a surprising answer that the hut is under a high-ranked genjutsu and that only him and Anko could dispel it. When the two entered the hut, Yamato was greeted by a slack jaw, an eye-widening sight. The hut was actually a 2-story house that upon further inspection had a full kitchen, 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a den, and other house items. When Naruto was asked how this place is here, he said, "Me and Anko-chan built it, so technically this is both me and her winter home." All right, Naruto, I am going to go inform Anko-san of you using this home for the years. So while I am gone, you should get that shadow clone jutsu down so you can begin your training. With a nod from the said blonde, Yamato leaves via Shinshan. After about 3 hours of training, I finally have the jutsu down, and from my final count, I made around 500 before I felt woozy. Okay, now I want you to rest, Naruto-kun, so Ifrit, Valina, and Ares plus myself can give you another data dump. And also I get to be with you for a night, Ray-chan. And with that, Naruto went to sleep to be with Ray while all the spirits began dumping information on all the level E and D rank jutsu. They all knew, even some that only Ray knew. After the data dumped, the members of the Mindscape chatted and talked until it was time for Naruto to wake up and begin his long training regiment. 5 a.m. in the morning. Naruto wakes up and goes and does his usual morning ritual. But instead of ramen, he has eggs, sausage, toast with some milk. After he was all set, he went into his room and created about 10 clones to read. One clone to read The Basics of Sealing by Jiraiya of the Sannin, one to read up on some taijutsu styles for Naruto to study, one to Jinjutsu to learn to cancel and maybe create some Jinjutsu on his enemies, 3 clones to read the 3 basic books and scrolls on chakra control, 1 scroll on Kenjutsu, just to look up a starting style in case he proves worthy for Ifrit's training in the Hiten Mitsuyu style, 1 on weapon forging, so he can create some real weapons out of the metal he bought, 1 on chakra, sensing, and 1 on anatomy, because for him to understand the human body to the extent where he can hit a certain spot on an enemy that person is either paralyzed or dead instantly. While the clones read the books, and the real Naruto was making up a training schedule for this month, cause he shouldn't make a yearly one cause so many things could happen to make him change things around. 2 days of reading and rereading over the books later. Outside the cave is where we find Naruto training. After finding out that he is strong in wind affinity, with lesser in fire and water affinities. He had these before the spirits, but when they entered his body, he got very strong wind and strong fire and water. Naruto made at least 1,100 clones to start off. 200 were to work on the basic chakra control exercises, 100 to work on the basic seals he learned, 100 to work on accuracy, while using another 100 clones as targets while they try to dodge for reflex and awareness training. 100 more, which were broken down into 2 groups of half, were holding either a rusty kodachi or a rusty katana that Naruto had gotten for training purposes in Kenjutsu. 100 were working on some scrap metal to create some makeshift senbon, kunai, shuriken, and throwing knives. 100 more were working on chakra sensing. 75 were working on an old offensive martial arts style called Taekwondo, while 75 were doing a defensive style called Aikido. 50 were working on Jinjutsu, and the last remaining were working on all the E and D class jutsus that he knows from the data dumps. The real Naruto is doing strength and speed training by doing push-ups, sit-ups, running miles, log punches, log kicks, and chin-ups, and doing all this with at least 5 pounds of weight from each of his wrist and ankle bracers, and about 15 from his vest. He also was using a nearby river for swimming laps to help with his endurance training. This is how his full year would be with him trying to master all the basics to an extent where he could do them in his sleep. Naruto had mastered all the basics of sealing, so now he had all his scrolls enforced with a blood seal. Just in case, he had a stash of empty and clean scrolls for special cases. He even has a large stash of explosive tags, flash tags, etc., pretty much any basic tag that was written down by Jiraiya. And with Yamato coming to get the report every month on how he is, Naruto would hand him the report with at least 4 stacks of 200 explosion tags, 100 flash tags, and the remaining 100 are other tags, each to be sold, and the money sent to the third to pay off all his debts and to buy food and supplies. Naruto even buffed up the tags to make them even more powerful and cause brighter flashes. When all his debt was paid off, he would ask Yamato to open up a money account under an alias of Sagara Sanosuke, using this Rurouni Kenshin name as the alias, and I do not own, to secure the money for a rainy day. While Naruto was at it, he applied a blood seal on the door to the house, set up high-level trap seals inside the cave, and at the cave entrance, all connected to chakra sensor seals and chakra and blood analyzer seals, so only people that have certain chakra and blood can enter the cave. So far, the only people that are allowed are Yamato, Anko, him, and the third Hokage, being that only these 4 either know about the house or know that Naruto is using the house as a living arrangement for all the time of his training. Naruto had toned down and gained some muscle on his arms, legs, abs, pecs, and other body parts. He lost all the baby fat on his face and grew his hair out to his shoulders, and the back is in a small ponytail. He is standing at 3 feet 10 inches. When he started, he was about 3 feet 7 inches, and still wearing the clothes he got from the shinobi store. He is built like a swimmer for faster reflexes and to not bulk up too much. Thanks to the river being nearby, he does about 200 laps and also 20 to 30 laps with the help of the water jutsu clones to make the water harder to navigate and make it more rewarding to his training. His weights are now at 125 per limb and 150 on his chest. He was thinking of getting a gravity seal on, but decided against it until he got his limbs to at least 200 pounds and his chest to 250, be able to move fast with it, then apply the seal. The blonde successfully made a high-quality kodachi, some high-quality throwing knives, kunai, senbon, and shuriken. Along with them, he made some fine quality, so in case he is in battle, he can sacrifice them instead of his high-quality ones. He even made a pair of trench knives that can draw on his wind chakra to make them really sharp and increase their range, and the kodachi can do the same. Right now, he is working on refining the scrap metal and removing its impurities and to turn it into fine or high-quality metal. If he can master this, then he can make almost any kind of weapon from either scrap, fine, or high-quality metal. His chakra control shot up a lot, but is still not good enough for higher-ranked jutsu cause he will waste too much chakra on them. So far, the blonde mastered push a ball with chakra, leaf levitation over palm, and several other basic exercises in the year. He even created his own exercises like attaching a chakra string to a lead ball that weighs 10 pounds with a weight seal on it, and keep the ball up off the ground for as long as he can while trying to make the chakra string invisible to naked eye, as well as make the ball roll up and down like a yo-yo. Over time, when he mastered it at a certain weight, he would increase the weight seal on it up by 5 to 10 each time, until now, where he is at almost 135 pounds. If you were to put his chakra control into the ranking system, he would be at least low chunin. Once he gets tree walking and water walking, his control will jump even more. His chakra sensing skills shot up as he can now sense up to 200 meters before it starts to get hazy. The point of chakra sensing is that if you're in a real dark area and you have no idea where the enemy is, you use what is called a chakra pulse. As it says, it sends out a very small wave of chakra that bounces off of any source that wields chakra and relays it back to the user. This ability helps ninja to infiltration, sabotage, and assassination missions. Naruto's kenjutsu skills are really good to the point where once he obtains an acceptable katana, he can do real techniques with the blade. With the kodachi for now, he is working on a basic offensive/defensive art that uses the kodachi's shorter length to its fullest for both. The kodachi is about 100 centimeters in length with 12 centimeters for the handle, handguard, and pommel, and the remaining length being the blade itself. The handle is all black with solid black fine, hard leather wrapped around it. His reflexes have gone up as well as his accuracy. He can aim and hit a bullseye from 100 feet away before the projectile starts to lose power and speed. Also, with the anatomy book, Naruto can almost get a moving target down within 50 feet in one of the 8 major parts of the body: liver, lungs, spine, jugular vein, carotid artery, brain, kidneys, heart. Also now he can dodge projectiles that come from several directions and make it out of the barrage with only a few cuts and scratches, but he will need to keep improving, so he can start with dodging multiple blades and hand-to-hand combat with Yamato and the Hokage. In the ninjutsu aspect, so far Naruto has all the E and D ranked elemental jutsus down and even has most of them down to where he can use them without hand seals. He will keep working on them till he can use them all without needing the seals, and also figure out how to increase the power of them without increasing the chakra needed. Thanks to Rei and her knowledge of demons, Naruto even knows some E and D ranked Onappu or demon art jutsus that are all involving his 3 affinities, which are pretty much the equivalent to B and a human jutsu in raw power and destruction. Rei says that if Naruto were to become half demon, then he would be able to do more of the jutsu without the worry of backfiring or using too much chakra. Naruto's genjutsu skills are still lacking, but when he gets his other abilities to even higher standards, he will put more on this subject. But for now, he can disable and create most E and D ranked genjutsu. He won't start any Onappu genjutsu until he can successfully do C ranked and up human genjutsu cause of the intense concentration he will need for the Onappu genjutsu to work to their fullest. Once Naruto could create more clones, he made 50 more clone to go join the taijutsu clones, making them study and practice 100 even for both styles. Naruto has almost mastered both styles, and he made an extra 100 to start making katas and trying to combine the 2 martial art styles into one. If he can do this and master it, then he will have a style of his own that he made by himself and his family in the future. Naruto didn't really think of this field at all because of his healing capabilities, but once Rei told Naruto about the benefits of knowing how to do medical ninjutsu, Then he can heal and save his precious people and loved ones from being hurt in battle or anything else. With Rei giving Naruto a data dump of all the basics for medical ninjutsu, Naruto is learning the basics with the use of 100 clones. Over time, he learns that with the help of learning how to use medical ninjutsu, comes with knowing which herbs are used to make antidotes to poisons of all calibers. With the thought of poisoning the enemy in his mind, Naruto even starts learning herbology and gets a lab set up so he can start making some poisons of his own with the help of Anko-chan, of course, to increase his already wide base of attacks even further. Naruto was even asked to take up a couple of special missions from the third, which made him try to infiltrate the Umbu headquarters to both build up his stealth capabilities and also point out flaws in the security of the HQs. He was asked this because the third knows about how Naruto navigates the streets without his guard Umbu knowing where he goes, and for the Umbu to not know where a 5-year-old is a very bad thing, cause what if an enemy ninja of a high stealth capability were to infiltrate the village? Then the Umbu wouldn't know of the event and bad things will happen to the village. And you know who and what I mean, cough Kabuto with his info cards asterisk cough asterisk. All in all, with the yearly exams, Naruto would be set down as this. Naruto Uzumaki. Age 6. Sex male. Birthday October 10th. Blood type B. Skills. Ceiling equals low to mid Chunin. He is learning at his own pace on this field, and over time, if he can get to meet Jiraiya of the Sannin to talk about seals, then he will be able to get better notes on some of the seals, so he can make them stronger and better, and also create a few trap seals while he was at it. Stealth equals low to mid Jonin. The more he does those special missions and warn of the flaws of the Umbu HQ, then the security will be getting tighter and tighter, which will benefit his growth in this field, and also benefit the safety of the village. Reflexes equals low to mid Chunin. Speed equals mid to high Chunin. Strength equals mid to high Chunin. Once he puts that gravity seal on, these three fields will rise a lot faster, referring to the three above this. Chakra control equals low to mid Chunin. It's at this level due to all his chakra and that it keep increasing a lot, and so his control was really sucky at the beginning and had to work from the ground up. Chakra sensing equals mid to high Chunin. Kenjutsu equals high Jinin to low Chunin. Once he gets a katana that will be able to survive the Hiten Misuryu style, then he will grow faster in this field. Ninjutsu equals low to mid Chunin. Once he gets all the E and D ranked jutsus down to no seals and starts on C rank jutsu, then he will become high Chunin to low Jonin. Jinjutsu equals mid to high Jinin. As I said before, once he gets most of his ninjutsu down to no seals, then he will add more clones to work in this field. Taijutsu equals low to mid Chunin. Once he masters the two martial arts to where he enters katas flawlessly and does it in a fluent motion, then combine them and master it, then he will jump in this field as well. Weapon forging / repairing equals journeyman bordering expert. Once he gets more notes on this field, he will have to improve on his own, but once he gets notes from a nearby master or a grandmaster like the ones in Mist, then he will be able to create even better trench knives, kodachi, and maybe if he can get the materials, a katana that is made from the same rare or that made all the blades that made the 7 swordsmen of the Mist legendary. Also, the ranking system for this field is as goes in. Equivalence to ninja ranks. Apprentice equals Jinin, journeyman equals Chunin, expert equals Jonin, artisan equals Umbu, master equals Sannin, and grandmaster equals Kage. Intelligence, strategist, and tactician equals close to the capabilities of Shikamaru Nara. I am using the Naras as a ranking system cause hell everyone knows of their intelligence and IQ being over 200 and can make up several if not 100 plans in little time, and I am not kidding about that IQ part. Medical Jutsu, don't know its official name, equals high Jinin to low Chunin. Since most doctors hate Naruto except for Ashika and his wife, they are the only ones that teach a clone of Naruto's at the hospital while it is under a hinge. Poison creation / concocting equals high Jinin to low Chunin. This field went up fast thanks to the help of Anko and her snakes, plus the fact that Anko and Poison are always seen together. Shivers at the thought of Anko in the interrogation rooms. Chakra capacity equals high Jonin to low Mbu. Just think that when he started out, he was already mid-Chunin and close to high Chunin due to him having Rei in him, and also for ripping that January 8th piece of the seal off gave him a lot more Yuki or demon chakra. And also since Mbu are very powerful, they are placed in the ranking system under Kage and Sannin since they are more powerful than Mbu. Survival skills equals mid to high Chunin. It takes a lot of skills to survive out in the forest of death, even in that house, cause after he gets to the house, the only food he will have is the food he bought prior to starting training. Every time he gets into the village for a mission, which isn't often, and the wildlife in the forest itself. Also, he has been living on his own for 2 years of his life, and the constant beatings make him have to live out in the wilderness for at least a week before coming home to his destroyed apartment. Missions. S ranked. 0. Soon the infiltration missions will get to this level, but not until next year. A ranked. 6. The infiltration missions. B ranked 0. C ranked 0. D ranked 36. He also had clones go and do these missions to raise more money, even though the probably was rich already, but also made a second account under an alias of Kenshin Himura. Yeah, I know it's Kenshin's name, and all I am doing is using it as an alias for the bank account, nothing more, I swear. And also I do not own Nobuhiro Watsuki, does just to prove my point to you people. So he could have a ninja account and a civilian account. Ninja for missions and supply money on the spot for it. And civilian for his family when he considers starting one in the coming decades. In the Hokage's office the morning after the exams. Here we see both Naruto and the third Hokage sitting in his office going over all the exams and what level that Naruto was at in them. Just finishing reading off all his missions we come to at when the two grandfather and grandson start talking about the results. Well, Naruto-kun, your training has really worked out. And if you continue on from now, you might actually become the strongest person in the world before you even reach that is for Jinin to graduate, said the third, looking over Naruto's new file that is kept secret from everyone but the Hokage's eyes. Hi Aji-san, I am glad I started doing this cause if I didn't I wouldn't be able to protect my precious people and loved ones like you. Rei-chan, old man Tucci, and I am Chan, happily said Naruto. That you do, Naruto-kun, and from looking at these file you might be the Gondame Hokage just yet, Sarutobi says with a wide smile on his face. I won't let you down, Aji-san, chirped Naruto. I believe I should give them to him since he's worked so hard to achieve where he is at now, thought Sarutobi. Ano Naruto-kun? Hi Aji-san. I think it is time I told you about your parents. Sarutobi spoke softly and Naruto's eyes went wide from hearing this. Chapter 4. Year 2 of Training and the Confrontation of the Sandman, Gaara. Where we left off. Ano Naruto-kun? Hi Aji-san. I think it is time I told you about your parents. Sarutobi spoke softly and Naruto's eyes go wide from hearing this. Picking up from there. What do you mean about my parents? Naruto stuttered for the first time in a long time. What I mean is that you are strong enough to know about your parents, Naruto-kun. With that, the third walks over to the fourth's portrait and removes it and waves his hand with some chakra on it, making a blood seal appear. Sarutobi bit his thumb and smeared his blood over the seal, and a poof came from the seal, disappearing, revealing a safe. Sarutobi put in the code for the safe, and next a click was heard, and the third opened the safe to reveal some scrolls. Taking the scrolls and walking back over to his desk, he sets the scrolls out in front of him so Naruto can see them. All right, Naruto, here are your family scrolls with some letters from your parents, and might I suggest you read the one from your father before the one from your mother, cause I believe hers will calm you down in case something happens. Sarutobi said as he handed Naruto a scroll with the advanced blood seal on it, and with a bite of his thumb and smearing the blood on the scroll, Naruto started to read something that will forever change him. Dear Naruto. Hey there, son, I am sorry I am not there to be with you, son. But as fate likes to be a total bitch, I can't. You see, the Kyuubi is coming to destroy the village, but what I do not get is the simple question of why. Usually the Kyuubi is a fairly peaceful creature that doesn't worry over the human race, but for it to go on a rampage and to target a ninja village that has been at peace and guarding its forest from destruction is something I cannot comprehend at all. But I am just getting off topic here. I am sorry to tell you this, son, but I am your father, Yondaime Hokage, Konoha's Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. I know that it's a lot to take in, but if you are reading this, then you should know about the Kyuubi being inside of you. That is my greatest regret, with the second being that your mother, Kushina Uzumaki, or better known as Konoha's Red Angel of Death, died giving birth to you. She was a woman with beautiful red hair that went to her shoulders, and she wore clothes that always had orange and red on it. He smiles sadly, knowing that he got his desire to wear orange from his mother. She was beautiful yet dangerous at the same time, and if angered, then you will not see light the next day, which almost happened to your godfather, Jiraiya-sensei, who was my sensei while I was growing up. Naruto was shocked to hear that his godfather was also the writer of the sealing books that he had been studying for the past year. Now he really wanted to meet him and talk to him about seals, and also his parents. Also, now don't go and tell yourself that it is your fault she is dead, because it wasn't, but instead it was the stress from the Kyuubi attack, and also a weakened heart from an illness that caused you to be born prematurely 1 month early, causing her death from heart problems. Now, before you go and curse my name to hell and back, I must tell you that as I was Hokage, I couldn't ask any of the people to willingly give up one of their children, so I was only left with using you as the vessel's son. Damn the phrase of help the many over those of the few. That fucking logic gave me no other choice. Also, before you go off on Sarutobi Dano about why he was reluctant to give you this letter, I will tell you the reason as of why you weren't told of your heritage. If you already know, then you know that Iwa and Kumo both hated me to the extent that if my name was even mentioned, they would kill the person in an instant, as if he or she performed treason. So imagine if your name would have got out to be the fourth son. Iwa and Kumo would be on your ass faster than even when I use Hiraishin, and trust me, that's fast. But also thanks to my bloodline. And yes, you have a bloodline, and you may have a second one thanks to your mother. But anyway, thanks to my clan's bloodline, we were targeted for our power of teleporting from one point to another with the use of a special kunai that had rights on it. I am sorry, my son Teardrop Stain. I wish I could be there when you grew up and became a great ninja and legend. But as I write this, the Kyuubi is almost to the gates, and I need to go out and meet it. Now with this letter there is 3 other scrolls. One contains several bank statements and slips that go to both our clan account and my secret account under the name of Erashur Kazama. The next scroll is my clan scroll, and within some seals on that scroll you will get my notes on 2 of my most famous jutsus that made me and our bloodline truly famous when working together, Rasengan and Hiraishin. Also with there are notes on adding elemental chakra into Rasengan, and if you do that, then you will be the only person to pass me in something. When that was read, Naruto found new determination to make his father even more proud by infusing the Rasengan with his elements and be known to outdo his father in something that was said to be impossible. And the last one is the keys and instructions to get to our home on the Hokage Mountain. I am so sorry, my son. Just remember that me and your mother loved you and will always love you. Your father, Minato Namikaze. P.S. We will be waiting to hear about your legacy, son, so make up proud and become the next one to take up the title of the Yellow Flash, since you are the last of your clan, being that after the war everyone except me died off. Tears were slowly falling down Naruto's face as he finished reading the scroll. He had set the scroll down back on the desk, and then he started crying a lot as he was thinking, they actually loved me. My parents actually loved me, the blonde thought happily. The third instantly went to comfort his somewhat grandson and get him to calm down, but once he started to hug him, he heard something from the blonde-haired boy that made him at peace, that he wasn't mad at his father. Father, I will take on your legacy and revive our clan. I will be the next Yellow Flash, but not just that. The blonde paused as he got his bearing. I will be more than that. I will make my legacy and be known as Konoha's Elemental Flash Fox. To make both you and mother proud of your son, chirped a crying Naruto. That you will, Naruto-kun, and let me say the name suits you in a way due to the spirits and racing inside of you, said a happy third Hokage to see the old Naruto back. And that is the reason I made up the name Aji-san. Now I need to read my mother's scroll to see what she had to say before she passed away, said Naruto happily at the beginning, but sad at the end. The third nodded and went back to his seat after giving Naruto another hug to tell him that he will be there for him if needed be. Then Naruto opened up his mother's scroll and started reading it. Dear Naruto, his eyes well up again from the name she gave him. If you are reading this, then more likely than you know about the Kyuubi, me and your father from his scroll. As you may know, my name is Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze, or as my title goes, Konoha's Red Angel of Death. I am an orphan of Whirlpool Country after it was destroyed during the Third Great Ninja War. I am sorry that we aren't there with you, our son, but if it has to come down to this, then I will accept it, but I won't go down without a fight. He finally realizes where he got his will to press on, even if it is a lost cause, and he felt proud of it coming from his mother. And just to warn you, it is my fault that you get addicted to red and orange. The blonde laughed when he read that, and when he told the third, the old man started mumbling things like damnable traits passing down to children. And so that's where he got his love for orange and red from. Now, my little Naruto, I want you to know that I love you and your father loves you. We planned almost everything for your birth, but alas, so did Kami-sama. We had wait 8 months, and your father almost didn't make it due to my experiences. That made him shiver and wish he will not have kids till he was way older. We even had to keep my pregnancy a secret. Only a few people really know about your heritage, but only we know about your 2 bloodlines. Your father's was a body bloodline called Fukyu Hiramiki, Eternal Flash, and mine is a Dojutsu called Sashigen, Element Eyes. In our clan scrolls, you will find out about our blood limits. This and a few other things in my other scrolls are my gifts to you, son, and I wish you a happy and long life. Live long, son, and I love you. Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze. With both Rei from the inside and Sarutobi on the outside, Naruto was being comforted by both as he cried happily for finally learning who his parents were and to know they died loving him. He cried so much he actually went to sleep in the old man's arms. The third laid Naruto down on the couch with a blanket over him and a pillow to sleep on while the third and 3 of his clones tackled the Kage's plague, paperwork. The next morning, Naruto woke up stretching his stiff body in the Hokage office like a certain blonde will do in the future. You know who I mean. The third Hokage was sitting at his desk reading an orange-covered book while the clones looked at him enviously while doing all the paperwork, filing, and other office things. Naruto let out a loud, audible yawn that made the third close the book fast and hide it while looking at the finally awake Naruto. Good morning, Naruto-kun. I hope you had a nice sleep after yesterday's incident, said Sarutobi in a soft and caring tone. Yeah, I did, Aji-san, and also I found out something very interesting while I slept, informed Naruto. While Naruto was asleep last night, him and Rei were talking about what caused her to attack Konoha, and he was not pleased one bit. Oh, and what, pray tell, might that be? Sarutobi curiously asked. The true reason behind Rei's attack on Konoha 6 years ago, Naruto said in a grim tone that made the third's eyes to go wide then to serious. And what happened to make her attack Konoha? Asked a very serious Hokage. She told me. Then Naruto starts talking about the conversation. Flashback begin. Hey Rei-chan. Hi Naruto-kun. I was curious to know the real reason behind your attack on Konoha, since in my father's scroll, he said you were a kind and peaceful creature that didn't interfere with the humans much, asked our blonde hero. Rei's eyes shadowed as she remembered what had happened. I was in my den sleeping a few weeks before I attacked when a pair of humans entered my den. The first one was a man with pale white skin and yellowish snake-like eyes and reeked of snake. He emitted an evil and crazy aura, but it was nothing compared to the other man. The other man reeked of evil and darkness that could almost rival that of my own when I am a bit angry. He wore an orange mask with a spiral on it that covered his left eye, and when I looked into his right eye there was a red pupil with a strange design on it. I instantly knew that it was the Manjikyu Sharingan from how it looked. The 2 men were called Orochimaru and Madara Uchiha. They both had the same plan to destroy Konoha and were planning on using me to do it, but of course I refused to do a thing and ordered them out of my den, but something happened to the Uchiha's eye, and it started spinning. The eye held so much power that it had casted a very powerful genjutsu that made my dormant bloodthirsty side come out, and with the influence of the genjutsu, I had only one objective, and that was to destroy Konoha even if it was against my will. As she spoke her story, she was getting sadder and sadder until she finished and broke down crying. Instantly, Naruto was holding Rei and comforting her as she did to him when he was crying. Flashback ends. And that's how it happened, Aji-san finished Naruto. To say Sarutobi was astonished and pissed would be an understatement. The whole tower was shaking with Ki as the Hokage was radiating it at, and cursing himself for not getting rid of his damned student when him and Inma had the chance. The whole village thought the Kyuubi had risen again when the Ki was felled across, but all the ninja knew exactly who it was that was releasing this power, and they were all scared to death and praying whoever the third was pissed at has a happy or damned afterlife. Elsewhere in a laboratory, working on some random experiment, a pale man felt a giant shiver go down his spine, and he felt his blood run a bit cold. The man frantically looked for the cause, but found nothing. He shrugged and went back to work on his experiments. Back at the office, the third had calmed down, and Naruto had came out from underneath the chair where he was hiding. He was scared of the power radiating off of the old man a second ago, and was really glad he wasn't the target. After gaining their composure, Naruto and Sarutobi continued their chat. Ahem, sorry about that, Naruto-kun. It's alright, Aji-san, but please don't do that again. I thought I saw Kimi-sama from the lack of air, joked Naruto. Well, I believe you have training to go do so. I will not hold you up, Naruto-kun, and here are the scrolls from your parents, stated Sarutobi while handing Naruto the multiple scrolls. Hi, Aji-san, and I will be back for more missions later on in the months. Then Naruto bowed and left the office in a hurry to go see where his clan home is. On the Hokage Mountain. After about 30 minutes of navigating the forest on top of the Hokage Mountain, Naruto came up to a large gate that was covered in vines and overgrowth. The gate stood at a whopping 20 feet. The walls looked ancient and sturdy. After examining the wall closely, Naruto found a blood seal and whipped some of his blood on it. The faint sound of gears turning is heard, and the gates started to open up slowly. Beyond the gates was a house that made Naruto's jaw drop like it was made of lead or cement. There stood at least 500 to 600 feet away was a massive 3-story clan house surrounded by a compound that rivaled that of the Uchiha compound in size. There were multiple 2-story houses along a road that leads straight to the clan house, and also to main side roads for more houses. Along the road were trees, overgrown bushes, overgrown flower beds, and some critters and animals. The most noticeable critter running around was a snow-white fox that was at least 1 foot 8 inches tall and 1 foot 11 inches long. The fox was running around with some other foxes and what seemed to be Itachis, weasels. As Naruto was walking, the gate closed behind him, and all the critters and pets stopped to see the blonde intruder. Most of the pets turned into their guardian mode and started growling. Naruto, on the other hand, tried to reassure them that this was his home now cause he was the late owner's son. After talking straight to the foxes, who he seemed to understand thanks to the deal with Rei, they all calmed down and went back to playing. With that out of the way, Naruto went back to observing his new home and decided to make 20 clones to go explore the streets and homes while he went and explored his clan home. The thought about his clan home brought tears to his eyes as he walked up the small set of stairs, went to the door, and used one of the keys he got to open the door. When the door opened, there was a slight blast of air, as if the house itself has been holding its breath for the years. Naruto walked in and was now in the entrance hall with the walls decorated with pictures of people he didn't recognize. As he walked down the hall and entered the living room, he felt a tight squeeze at his heart as a feeling washed over him, as if telling him that he was finally home. The living room was a cozy room of about 20 by 30 by 20 with slink's height. Along a wall was a pair of blue leather couches with a small coffee table with a lamp on it in between them. Across the couches was an average-sized fireplace. Some chairs and a couple love seats made the room feel cozy and meant for big family gatherings. After seeing the living room, Naruto went into the dining room and was surprised to see a 6 by 4 by 4 oak table with some chairs around it. Naruto was surprised to see a full kitchen, as it had almost everything a chef would need except fresh food, of course, but thankfully the old man sealed up all the food to be preserved over time in some scrolls on the counter. He explored the whole first floor and found at least 3 guest bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, a toy room that he cried about seeing, and also a door that seemed to not open, but he will look into that later. Just as he was going to go upstairs, the clones dispersed, and he had a pretty detailed mapping of the compound. There were at least 25 houses, all two-story. There was a small park with most of the critters playing, and made a mental note to visit the park to get to know the little guardians. There was a hot spring in the West District with a waterfall and river in the East District. He then made more clones to go and salvage anything from all the homes and bring them to the clan home's living room, as in weapons, scrolls, tags, scrolls with food, traps, and most importantly pictures of his late family. As they were doing that, the real Naruto explored the second floor. On the second floor he found a dojo, weapons room and forge, laundry room, for more of each bathrooms and bedrooms. Now the third floor was the most emotional of them all due to it having the master bedroom where his late mother and father slept together before passing on. In the closet was his father's famous cloak with the kanji for Konoha's yellow flash on its back in gold threading. But the one thing that made him start crying his eyes out was when he opened a door leading into a room with sky blue wallpaper that almost looked like his eye color. Around the room was many stuffed toys that were meant for a toddler. In the corner there was a rocking chair with a pair of frog and fox stuffed toys. On the ceiling there, it looked like he was staring up at the night sky, perfectly, even if it was 9:30 in the morning. The one thing that almost shattered his heart was the baby blue crib in the corner with multiple stuffed animals around it. It took Ray at least 20 minutes of cooing Naruto with soothing words from inside his mind before Naruto came back to the real world. After closing the door, he promised that once he started a family that this room will be used for his children. Now, with fully exploring the house except that one room, he went downstairs and into the living room to find a dozen stacks of scrolls with a tag saying food, empty, weapons, poison, tags, traps, and other important stuff needed for his training, missions, and living. He saw one scroll that stood out the most with its tag saying pictures. Naruto had made some more clones to go put the food scrolls away in the kitchen and the other scrolls with the ninja items into the weapons storage on the second floor, and also to make the room organized and have a detailed list of what is in the room so he can get what he needs fast. The clones even thought up a way to raise Naruto's chakra control by attaching chakra strings to the scrolls to organize them and move them. While they were doing that, the real Naruto started looking through the pictures of all his relatives with smiling faces, which brought him joy and happiness to his heart. After the clones finished, Naruto went to explore the backyard and was astonished to see at least 2 to 4 acres of land. There was a swimming pool, a gazebo, a herb and vegetable garden, and a large training ground with an obstacle course that looked like it was meant and made for and by the devil. Hell, there was even a target range. All in all, this clan compound and house was fucking sweet, and it was all his. For the rest of the day, Naruto and his clone army of 100 set out to clean up the whole compound and work till even the dirt shined. We all know it can't, but it's another way of saying he cleaned it up till he dropped. It took them all day and even went and started seeding the garden to get it up and growing. Now we find our blonde hero exhausted sitting up against a tree in the park watching the animals play around with each other as if the world was in complete peace and harmony. He is also petting the snow-white fox that he met and befriended after the encounter on the clan road. Soon after, about an hour, all the critters come and lay down around Naruto and fall asleep as the sun goes down, and from where Naruto sat he saw probably the most amazing sight he had ever seen in his entire life. As the sun was setting, the sky was glowing a bright orange with some yellow decorating it. There was only one word in the whole English language to describe it: beautiful, said an awestruck Naruto. After the sunset, Naruto and all the critters snuggled together and promptly fell asleep. It felt weird to Naruto, but it felt as if they were all his family and that he had the duty to protect and care for them. The next day, right after waking up, Naruto and his new fox companion named Vaughn went to the living room of the main house. Naruto remembered to read his mother's and father's clan scrolls and find out more about his bloodlines and clan techniques. Naruto, with Vaughn on his lap, happily getting a belly rub while Naruto opened his father's clan scroll. Naruto. In this scroll are all the techniques of our family, which promptly were meant in a kenjutsu style called Sorita Ryu, which is meant for the user to use strong strikes to make the opponent lose ground, then, when the time is right, use very fast and deadly strikes to end the person. Then there is our clan's taijutsu style called Raiken Hekareki, which makes us use swift, fluent, and strong combos to take our opponents down quickly. And I know you probably wanted lots of jutsu, but don't worry your little head, cause in the main house there is a sealed door that contains all of your mother's and my jutsu, and also jutsu that was said to be lost long ago of all elements. At the bottom of this scroll there are 3 blood seals. In the first one contains my prize katana called Kurodenku, which was crafted with the same rare, or that made the 7 Mist Swordsman's swords legendary, and also it allow any kind of chakra to enhance it. The next is all my notes, and also 5 pairs of my prized tri-pronged kunai. And in the last seal are some notes on a special seal I have been creating that I think you could use when you finally turn into a half-demon. Yes, I know it's shocking, but thanks to Kyuubi's chakra constantly changing into your own chakra, thanks to the seal your body will start to repel the Yuki from your body, but as it is constantly going into you, without changing into a half-demon, you might explode from overcapacity. This made Naruto mentally to remind himself to ask Rei about that. Now for last thing, your bloodline. Our bloodline is called Fukyu Hiramiki. Our bloodline allows us to live through the technique I created called Hiroshin no Jutsu. This jutsu allows us to go at light speed when we want to go to a certain seal, but what I did was put that seal on a piece of paper and put it on some of my tri-pronged kunais, making me able to use the ability over and over again. I instantly knew where to go because the second the kunai hits something, I instantly teleport to that area and fend off any enemy to save my comrades in the war. Now back to the bloodline and Hiroshin. Since Hiroshin sends us through light speed, the generated force would crush any other human being, but with our bloodline, it doesn't affect us at all. Quite nifty, son. Love with all my heart. Your father, Minato Namikaze. Naruto was gawking at what his bloodline could do. He could go at the speed of light, and it wouldn't affect him at all. He slipped his blood over the first seal, and out poofed a blade that could only be described as "damn," shouted Naruto. The blade had a white handle of about 13 centimeters long with the pattern of black lightning going in every direction. The blade itself was pitch black like it was total darkness, but along the blade was pure white lightning going in every direction. Etched on both sides of the blade are the names of his mother and father. He was going to cherish this blade for all of his life. The blade itself was 27 inches long, and when he pushed one of his hairs against it, the hair split perfectly. The sheath was a work of art as well. The sheath was hardened steel that had the design of a dragon wrapping around it and having its mouth open as if it was going to eat the handle of the blade when it was sheathed. He resheathed the blade and set it aside carefully as if it were a newborn child. Next, Naruto unsealed the notes to Rasengan and Hiroshin. He also unsealed with them a crates of water balloons and rubber balls. It was said in the notes for Rasengan that he needed the water balloons for the first step, while the rubber balls are for the second step. He shrugged and got out a sealing scroll and set the notes to Rasengan and the crates away. He looked over the notes to Hiroshin and the tri-pronged kunai and read the rights. After he inspected the kunai, he was practically ecstatic from having the privilege to learn the jutsus. Lastly, he unsealed the special notes for the seal his father was working on. The notes state that if applied right, then the certain spirits will be connected through their minds and can speak mentally. He thought it was pretty much how him and Rei talked to each other. Then it hit him. His eyes went wide from the thought and realization. His father gave him the means to keep in mental contact with Rei if he ever unsealed her. He added this down to things to talk with Rei about. Now he needed to see what his mother had left him, and if it's anything like what he got from his father, then he was dying of anticipation. He opened his mother's scroll and started reading it. Hello there, Naruto-chan. If you are reading this, then you must have gotten the apology letters. Well, I am not going to beat around the bush, so here is what our bloodline, the Sashigan, can do. There are 3 normal levels to Sashigan and also a 4 level that only one person in our clan has gotten to, and that is your ancestor, Fugaki Uzumaki. When you activate your eyes, you will be able to see. Level 1. In this state, you are in your premature stage, which only allows you a minimal boost in damage and concentration when using jutsu of any kind. Also, you can barely see what affinity the person you see has, but these will get stronger in the coming levels. The last thing it can do is see the level of another's chakra pool and gauge it accordingly, but it will be a slow process until you get higher in levels. It will probably take a couple of minutes to process. Level 2. In this state, you gain moderate boost of elemental power, but also have the slight ability to copy jutsu, but it will be like the first state of the Sharingan, which is one tom in both eyes, where you can barely break down the jutsu's mechanics. Your affinity identifier increases in both distance and clarity, which you could use as a heat vision, but using the person's natural affinities to do it. The chakra pool reader's processing increases a lot, from a few minutes down to 45 to 60 seconds now. Level 3. This is the hardest normal to achieve with a consequence, but it is worth the boost in power, control, concentration, and eyesight. The copy ability increases to that of a 2-tom Sharingan, and the effects can almost make time slow down like a real Sharingan does to predict movement. The identifier increases in distance, clarity, and you have night vision to your normal eyesight when you don't have Sashigan activated. The chakra pool reader's processing increases a lot more, from a 45 to 60 seconds to almost instant now. Now I am going to warn you before I tell you about the final level of the Sashigan, but heed the warning, son, because I certainly don't want a blind son when he comes here to the other side. The last level of the Sashigan is called Akuma no Sashigan, Demonic Element Eye. As the name sounds, your eye will change drastically and change to almost look demon-looking. But be warned, my son, before you go and try and get this power, you must know that to get this power, you will have to lose a loved one. Naruto was shocked when he read that. And you must overcome the mental trauma of losing that person to gain the Akuma no Sashigan. But as a note, if you do get this level, then train with it till you master it before using it in battle, so you don't go blind in the eyes. Naruto knew that Rei could just heal his eyes, but he would heed the warning. Akuma no Sashigan. In this stage, your power over the elements is astronomical, and it is as if you have total mastery over all the elements, and with it comes the tremendous boost of power, control, concentration, and eyesight. Your eyesight at this level rivals that of a fully developed Byakugan from the Hyuga clan, which means sight up to almost a kilometer. Your control over the elements is almost the same as the Bijou themselves, but thanks to them being thousands of years old, they have more mastery over their elements. The identifier ability increases in clarity, and the abilities during the night increase to heat vision, night vision, and if needed and up close enough, you can look into the human body just like the Byakugan can, but not with the same distance as it. The chakra pool reader's processing increases to its maximum here. The process is instant and also can see the heart rate of the person to see if they are lying or not. Our ancestor used this ability to be both a great interrogator and medic. Now that I have the bloodline over with, comes with the gifts I have in the seals down below. In one are my twin Kodachi, which are meant to be used in our family's twin blade style that uses one blade as a main defender and the other as a main attacker and alternate between the two blades, causing confusion and lose of balance and nearly impenetrable defense. The next seal has the clan leader necklace in it that amplifies our powers over the elements moderately when using natural affinites and slightly for other affinites. And also, son, this next seal holds two things that are very precious to me and your father. In the seal are our wedding rings, but also thanks to a seal on rings, the one that is wearing one, or if both, with the necklace grants even more power over your natural elements. But with the more power, then you need more control, so son, work on your control. And when you can use the three together with our bloodline with ease, then show the world that you are the world's first elemental master. Naruto, after reading the scroll, started crying for what his mother and father had left him. They left things that were probably the most precious things to them as possible below him, of course, to him. He was going to honor their wishes and be the greatest in the world and make them proud. When Naruto unsealed the twin Kodachi, he was enchanted by their sheaths alone. One was hardened carbon steel that had a phoenix with its fire blazing from the bottom to almost the top, where the phoenix looks like it is emerging from the fires to soar. The other Kodachi sheath had an emerald dragon and a green dragon wrap around the sheath, intertwining together with their wings spread and their claws together and interlaced. The handle for Kodachi one was blood red, while the other was dark orange. When he unsheathed the first Kodachi, the one with the red handle, he was amazed with the craftsmanship and also the design. It was reinforced hardened carbon steel, and the blade looked as if it was always covered in blood because the steel was blood red. From the top of the blade was a darker shade, while at the blade's edge was a lighter shade. All in all, the blade looked as if it was covered in blood. He resheathed that one and unsheathed the other, and was surprised to see it not orange, but instead it was an emerald green. He inspected it and the other kodachi and weighed them, and surprisingly, they were very light, as was the katana from his father. Upon further inspection of the kodachi, he saw the inscription of Red Rose on the blood-colored one and Emerald Glade on the other one. He was going to treasure these weapons like they were God's weapons. He unsealed the necklace and found it to be a totally beautiful, as it was emerald green bottom and sky blue on top, and in the middle the two would swirl together in a never-ending whirlpool. The most majestic part is that it looks as if there was actually chakra in the stone that kept the small cycle going inside it. He put the necklace on and looked in the mirror. He felt as if it was connecting to his very soul as of right now as he looked at it. Next, he unsealed the rings and found them to almost look to be worth a king's fortune times 3. His mother's was a ruby that if looked at it closely, then it was almost clear, meaning that it was a perfectly refined stone, and inside the ring had the kanji for love. Kushina's birthday is July 10th, so I got her a ring with her birthstone, and I will do it to Minato's as well, which is January 25th, by the way. His father's was a perfectly refined garnet ring, and inside was the kanji for true. So as he put them together, he smiled as they said, "True love." He slipped them on and felt getting closer and closer to his parent every time he does something with these scrolls. Now with all the scrolls read except the taijutsu, kenjutsu, and ninjutsu ones, Naruto is going to master his other taijutsu and kenjutsu styles before working on these ones, so he can have multiple styles down and be a lethal force on the battlefield. Naruto got up and went to the one door that was unable to unlock and searched for a seal, and after about 10 minutes, he found it very well hidden and under a jinjutsu, no doubt. After a swipe of his blood, the door unlocked, and he entered, and when he did, his jaw hung so low that you could almost hear the floor crack slightly. In the library was about 1,000 and more books and scrolls. He thought that the room was actually the house, but noticed that his father made a storage seal of sorts that made the room inside be almost 3 stories, but on the outside it would look like a normal room. Naruto wandered and looked through the place, making a mental map of the place as to where all the jinjutsu, ninjutsu, taijutsu, kenjutsu, medical jutsu, and other things were located at. It had taken Naruto almost an hour to go through the whole place, and was giddy to have all this knowledge and be able to learn from it. He left the room and resealed it after he was done. He knew he had to get back to training. Sending a clone to Anko to tell her that she will have to come to his compound now instead of the cave home. Naruto started his 2nd year of training as of today. Naruto made almost 2,100 clones and set them out to do their jobs. Naruto heeded the warning from his mother and sent at least 300 clones to work on his chakra control. He was going to have water walking and tree walking down and add in other exercises to them to gain more and more control. Since he was gaining large amounts of chakra, he would need more control, and so he wanted the clones to master them done to him, doing it blindfolded. With them doing that, he sent 100 to work on higher grades of seals, 300 to work on his taijutsu, and have them break down by 100 into his already almost mastered styles and combining them. He sent 150 to work on his D and C ranked wind, water, and fire jutsus. He also sent 50 clones to go into the library and study on earth and lightning E and D ranked jutsus. He sent 100 to work on D ranked jinjutsus. He had 100 work on accuracy and 100 work on reflexes. He sent 100 to work on E and D ranked medical jutsu and 100 to work on basic and moderate poisons. He sent 200 to work on weapon forging and repairing. He then had the remaining 300 work on his kenjutsu with his new katana, kodachis, and with his trench knives, and the last 100 to work on his chakra sensing range. The real Naruto went into his mindscape to talk to Rei about the things that are on his mind, and also how his bloodlines aren't active. Naruto's mindscape. Naruto appears in the normal sewer where Rei-chan has been living all his natural-born life. Rei was now sleeping in her cage, and the 3 spirits were in their respective kanji, probably sleeping or helping his clones with their ninjutsu training. Naruto walks up to Rei's sleeping form and smiles as he looks at her cute and peaceful face. To those who think it wrong for Naruto to think like this, then you forget about Anko's presence in his everyday life. Naruto sat down and laid Rei's head on his lap. It seemed to not disturb her much, and then Naruto leaned back and forgot that nothing was behind him, only to find a wall instantly appear. This had Naruto think for a bit, and then realized that he could make this place into anything he wanted, and he did just that. Using his knowledge with Rei's memories, Naruto changed his mindscape into what looks like a prairie that was actually surrounded by all mountains in the distance miles away. There was a lake and a river that branched out about 500 yards away. There was a forest all around the prairie. The animals were going on with their everyday lives as if they were actually real. The sun shone onto Rei's face, making her look even more beautiful than before. As he laid his back up against a tree that was behind him, he sat there racing his fingers through Rei's hair. He kept thinking of all the things he wanted to ask her so she can clear up most of his thoughts. As if right on cue, Rei started waking up. The first thing Rei felt was that she had her head on something soft, then she started opening her eyes only to close them due to the sunlight. Wait, sunlight. Her eyes snapped open to see the prairie in all its glory, just like in her memories. She was wondering how she got here till she heard and felt her pillow move and chuckle at her puzzled face. She turned to see Naruto sitting against a tree, smiling happily. She couldn't form any words, so when she opened and closed her mouth several times, he chuckled again. That brought her out of her daze, and then finally asked the question that has been bugging her ever since she had woken up. How? It's my mind, remember, so finally realized that I could make this place anything I wanted, and that was a memory of yours from your distant past. I thought I would give this as a gift for how much you have helped me with up until now. Naruto said while his true smile widened more. She couldn't believe it. Naruto-kun just changed the look of his mind just for her as a gift. She was swelling with joy and happiness just looking at the place. She just laid her head back down and soaked up the view of the sky. It wasn't that cloudy, but the clouds were still there and were always moving with the wind. She was knocked out of her observations when she heard Naruto start speaking to her. Hey, Rei-chan. Yes, Naruto-kun? I need to ask you about something. If you mind, of course. Getting a nod from the beauty on his lap, he continued, I read in my father's scroll that I might have to turn into a half-demon to stay alive when I reach a certain age. Is he correct? Rei looked down as he asked that question. Well, yes, he is right, since being that I am above 6 tails and power, my chakra will cause you to explode the longer you stay human. You will also have to go through a special transformation through a special ritual that makes your body physically change to that of the demon inside of you. Since I am a fox demon, you will turn into a half-human/half-fox. I do not know the details after that, so we will have to wait and see when it will happen. Rei sadly said, thinking he would be angry at her for having to turn into a Hanyu. Huh, so pretty much I become a demon of sorts? Alright, I don't mind, and also with me being a half-demon, then I will be immortal age-wise and be able to live with you forever. The blonde smirked, and then it turned into a smile when he looked down at Rei. Rei couldn't believe it anymore. She just basically told his container that he will be what people call him, and he is okay with it, and he wanted to be with her forever. She felt like she was in paradise looking out at the prairie, thinking about how much she will be loving her life with Naruto. She snuggled closer into Naruto's lap and sighed of relief. Hey, Rei-chan, I have another question that has been bugging me ever since the scrolls as well, our blonde hero said. Hi, Naruto-kun, responded Rei. Why haven't my bloodlines appeared yet? I know I am a little young, but shouldn't I be getting the first stage of my Sashigen now? Or are they dormant and need a special way to activate them? Questioned Naruto. Well, from what I think is that it has to do with the seal and how it is holding stuff back like my chakra, but also maybe your bloodlines. Rei stated her guess. So if I were to rip off another part of the seal, I would get my bloodlines working again. He gets a nod from Rei, and then he reaches for her neck with his right hand. Rei gets surprised when she feels Naruto's hand grabbing onto something that is around her neck. She went for an explanation, but in return she got a face full of pain from Naruto as he released the collar that was the new form of the seal, another one for 8th. After the pain subsided, Naruto felt lightheaded and returned to the real world to go to bed. Real world. Naruto wakes up to see that it is late in the afternoon and that all the clones were still training. He dispelled them by the hundreds with 10-second intervals, so there isn't too much of an overload. After he finished dispelling, he went to the main home with Vaughn right on his heels while having a funny feeling in his eyes that he played off as something else. If he had actually took the time to see what it was, then he would have saw the first stage of his Sashigen awakened. Next morning, It was a peaceful morning in Konoha. The birds were chirping and singing. The small critters and animals were out scavenging for food. And now we head to the peaceful Namikaze compound. H came a loud scream, making all the animals in the compound run away startled. Well, somewhat peaceful. In the main house's master bathroom. Here we find Naruto looking in the mirror after he took a shower. He was drying off when he noticed that his usual blue eyes were now different in many ways. First off, the white part of his eye was now blood red and had different kanji around the eye for all the elements. His iris was now a topaz brown with what looks like fire licking the bottom of his iris, lightning sparking out around the top, raindrops in the middle, rock being the surface under the fire, and a ring of wind around his pupil. At first it was a shock, but after concluding that it is his bloodline at level 1, he didn't care and deactivated it by drawing the chakra from his eyes. Now with that scare over with, Naruto went out back and made his 2,100 clones again to get them back to work. The real Naruto did his usual exercises with his weights on and is swimming for a couple of hours before sitting down and having a conversation with Vaughn. "So what do you think of my training regiment, Vaughn?" asked the tired blonde. "I think that you are pretty much a one-man army all on your own, Naruto-san," said Vaughn the Fox. "Yeah, but I feel that if I had a partner like the Inuzuka family does, then I can be even more of a force to be reckoned with," Naruto imagined. "Why don't you and me become partners? I mean, you and I get along great. You can understand me, and this way I can get to travel a lot and meet some more of my kind," Vaughn suggested. "You know, that sounds like it might actually work. Should we even create a style for us to use when we fight?" answered the blonde. "Of course, since we can't really go into battle without being prepared and able to make perfectly coordinated attacks like those dog lovers." Vaughn growled at the end because of the relationship between the dogs and foxes. I wonder if Ray-chan knows a style we could use. Naruto thought out loud. "I do know of a style you and Vaughn could use, Naruto-kun. And also there is something I want you to try out something, so come into your mindscape for a bit," Ray mentally told. Naruto entered his mind again to talk to the red-haired goddess. Next to Ray was a large scroll with the kanji of summon on it. The next thing Naruto knew, he was told/ordered to cut his thumb and sign the scroll. When he asked why he was doing this, he got an answer that left him awestruck. "I just made you the first owner and summoner of the Kitsune clan," she said, and made the scroll disappear. "Now leave while I give you the knowledge of how to use the Kitsune Shikinryu through a data dump," she said before kicking Naruto out of his own mind. While Ray was doing the data dump, Naruto was using his first stage to get used to activating it and make it come instantly when he wants it to. And for about 5 months, this is what Naruto did. He had mastered Taekwondo and Aikido fully and had all his Taijutsu clones working on combining them. He had tree walking and water walking down the first week, but had used the whole 5 months to fully master it by combining all his other exercises with them. Now he had them keep do it, but make them do it even harder every time they master that certain level. His chakra sensing was gradually increasing over time, and he was glad it was. For now, he has been doing more and more of the infiltration missions and also the D-ranked missions his clones do. He had almost all moderate seals down and was using books from the library to increase his knowledge and find more seals to learn. One of them was the blood/chakra tattoo seal on one's body. His reflexes and accuracy have been rising and rising fast thanks to his father's obstacle course in which he uses. He has his throwing clones throw shuriken, kunai, throwing knives that are infused with wind, and Senbon, while the reflex clones have to go through the course and make the fastest time while dodging everything coming at them. Those that do it have to redo it to keep up with the training. Naruto's ninjutsu has all his E and D, ranked water, wind, and fire jutsu down to not using seals, and he even has a few of his C rank to that level now. He has been working on his earth and lining jutsu almost just as hard, and now he has all his E rank down to no seals and some D ranked. His control over all the elements jumped thanks to the rings, necklace, and his Sashigan. His Jinjutsu skills have improved a lot over the 5 months, as now he has his E and D rank down and can find and disable most C rank Jinjutsu. He also has medical jutsus almost all the way down for E and D ranked, but needs about 1 more month of practice to master them. With the help of Anko, Naruto's poison-making skills keep going up fast, and thanks to his herb garden, he always has enough ingredients for them. He even gave Anko some books on poison and even some in more productive interrogation methods. He shivers every time he hears a scream of a captive ninja or person who is being tortured by Anko. Also, his weapon forging skills have greatly improved by the many books in the library made by grandmasters in the past, who even some were known as legends. Naruto's kenjutsu skills shot through the roof as he finally had gotten a katana that was strong enough to withstand the advanced parts of the kenjutsu style he was learning. When Naruto held and used the twin kodachis, he always looked like he was majestically dancing. Soon he will master both the styles, and he might be able to start his training in the art of Hitemisu Ryu from Ifrit for his katana training and his mother's style for his kodachis. After the day when he got his Sashigan, he has been training with it till he has fully mastered the first stage. Also after that day, both Naruto and Vaughn, his Snow Fox companion, started their training in the art. After some pleading from Rei on the day after signing the contract, Naruto also had a clone work on summoning and also make mental notes of which fox or fox group took how much chakra, and sooner or later after a month Naruto was able to summon the boss who wasn't Rei-chan cause she was still in him, but it was an 8-tailed fox that was almost the same height as Rei-chan when in her fox form. His name was Heiejin, Quicksilver, and he is second in command of the Kitsune clan while Rei is still inside him. Rei even told Naruto that if he could get the approval of the Ifrit, Ares, and Valina, then he could make a personal summoning contract only meant for him. And after convincing the three that they could even be able to move around in a human body during the summon, they agreed instantly. And so Naruto can summon the foxes and Ifrit, Ares, plus Valina. Even if it was against his will and forced to join, Naruto started the academy, but he only had a clone go and pass the class for him even if the teachers just try to sabotage his grades. Saratobi's only excuse was, you need more social interactions and make some friends that will be willing to help you out in the future. Naruto hated how the man always used logic against him cause it always made him do what the old man wants him to do. He befriended a couple of people and after a while him, Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akamichi, Hiba Inuzuka with Akamaru, and Sasuke Uchiha became real good friends. Sasuke isn't going to be an ass in this FIC even after the massacre. Naruto also learned of God's worst creation on the planet the first day at the academy, fangirls and fangirls who love fluffy things. Mainly Vaughn's clone was almost dispersed every day. Near Fire Country border. Now we find the real Naruto looking for the entrance to Rei's old den to look for a katana that she said that he could have and use. Even though he already has a katana, Rei says that it is always good to have another blade as a backup in case you are unarmed during a battle. After 3 hours of looking, Naruto finally finds the entrance and goes in to find a vast empty room that is pitch black inside. Using his chakra sensing to navigate the room to find a humongous bed with an average-sized katana bolted up to a wall. The white sheath had black and red flames licking from the bottom up. The handguard was made of pure gold, and the handle was the same as the sheath in design. When he took it off the wall and unsheathed it, the design on the blade was crimson red, like his mother's red rose. When Rei told Naruto to push fire chakra into the blade, he did, and the weirdest but coolest thing happened. As the chakra formed around the blade, black flame-like designs started inching up the blade to make the blade look like it had both hellfire on it and normal fire. Naruto resheathed it and started back home. After a while of talking with Rei and finding out that the sword's name was Shinku Reiku, and with either elemental chakra pushed into the blade, a different design appears. 3 days later in the Hokage's office. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze is reporting for duty. Aji-san, the blonde says as he shins into the office, sending out a mini tornado for an entrance. Good to see you, Naruto-kun, and might I add, nice entrance. I haven't seen that entrance since your father was alive. Saratobi proudly said. So why have you called me Aji-san? Another D-ranked mission? Said aboard Naruto. No, actually, this is C-ranked, and you are to go to Suno with Yamato to finalize the alliance between our two villages. Saratobi had his I am serious mask on, and Naruto instantly went to attention. Alright, I guess I could go, and maybe make some friends in Suna as well, said the blonde. Alright, Yamato will meet you at the gate in 1 hour, and since your foxes are probably tens of times faster than any shinobi, use one of them to get there fast enough. This mission will probably take 1 month long due to it being a diplomatic mission, so be prepared. Informed the old man, and getting a nod of affirmation from Naruto, and he left. 1 hour later. All right, Naruto-san, since we are going to try and make there in less than a day, why don't you summon a fox? Said Yamato, and then 10 seconds a three-tailed fox that was about 4 feet 2 inches tall and 5 feet 1 inch long, named Sakuto, appeared. Naruto-sama, how may I be of service? Said the newly summoned fox. Yes, Sakuto, me and my leader need to get to Suna in the shortest way possible, and who better than the fastest fox I know? Naruto said while smirking. Hi Naruto-san, Sakuto said while bending down and allowing both Naruto and Yamato onto his back and getting a good grip with chakra before he shot off to Wind Country. 4 hours later in Wind Country outside Suna's gate. A random pair of guards were lazily standing guard at the gates when one of them saw a large dust cloud coming to the gate. What the hell is that? Asked guard 1. I don't know, but it's coming this way extremely fast, and only person I know to do that is Mato Guy. The guard shuddered at the name. Just then the causer of the dust storm was a three-tailed fox with 2 passengers on its back. The 2 people disembarked the fox, and the fox disappeared after getting some meat from one of the people. Just then the guards noticed that the person who gave the meat to the fox was a boy no bigger than 6 or 7 years old, and the other man is a Konoha Jonin by the looks of his clothing. The 2 started walking up to the gates, but the guards stopped them. State your business and ID, said guard 1. Yamato passes his ID to the guard and pulls out the scroll for the allegiance between the 2 villages. Me and my charge here are coming to give this scroll to the Kazekage, so he can sign it and the allegiance between Suna and Konoha can be complete. Yamato stated seriously. After handing the ID back and looking over the scroll and handing that back, all right, you are free to go, but until you reach the Kazekage's office, a team of Umbu will tell you to make sure you don't do anything. You know the deal, said guard 2, getting a nod from the 2. 30 minutes later in the Kazekage office. Hello, Kazekage-sama, Yamato said in a professional tone. Hello, Shinobi-san, how may I help you today? The Kazekage said. I have the scroll for the finalization of the allegiance between Leaf and Sand. Thank you, I will sign this, and then I will have to run this through the council, and so on till I nearly kill them all for making me wait so long to agree to the damn thing, mumbled the Kazekage, getting a laugh from Naruto and a chuckle from Yamato. Well, since this will be taking some time, then we shall be staying in a hotel for now. Goodbye, Kazekage-sama. Yamato bows. All right, I will try to get this done as fast as I can, but don't count on it that much, I am afraid. Informed the Kazekage, Ano, who might this child be? His name is Naruto Uzumaki, sir, and he my charge on this mission being that he is only 7 and already near Jonin level in strength and power. The Kazekage's eyes went wide from this statement, but got suspicious. If he is as good as you say, then allow him to fight one of my Jonin in a spar. If you wish, Kazekage-san, Naruto said in a quiet tone, and he bowed his head and left via futon. Shunshin getting a surprised look from the Kazekage. Oh, and Kazekage-sama, that boy can go toe-to-toe with Kakashi no Sharingan and almost win. Yamato mentioned before sunshining after Naruto. I think I just might have to send myself to test him, the Kazekage sighed, and pulled out some sake and started drinking it, and then turned back to his worst enemy, paperwork. Couple hours later at a park. Look out, it's the freak, shouted a random boy sending kids running as a red-headed kid with the kanji of love on his forehead was standing there looking sad, cause no one would play with him until he heard a voice. Hey kid, you want to play? Said the strange person. The redhead turned to see our blonde hero standing there holding his hand out to him. Aren't you going to run like everybody else does? Questioned the redhead. What? Of course not. If you need someone to play with, I will play with you. Naruto smiles to the redhead. Sure, let's play some ball, said the redhead. All right, but first let me introduce myself. The name's Naruto Uzumaki, and you are? The blonde asked. Gaara of the desert. Well, Gaara, then let's play some ball, chirped the energetic blonde. Over the next few hours, both Gaara and Naruto played ball, till it was almost 8 p.m., and then it was time for Gaara to go home to bed. Well, Gaara, I guess I will see you tomorrow after my spar with one of Suna's Jonins for the heck of it. Naruto started chuckling from the look on Gaara's face, but after a while it calmed down. You're gonna spar again, one of our Jonin ninja Naruto-san? Questioned a curious Gaara. Yeah, my abilities are on par with Jonin, so the Kazekage is testing me to see if I am not bluffing, said a rather annoyed blonde. So father thinks you aren't that powerful, huh? He gets a questionable gaze and told Naruto that the Kazekage is his father with 2 siblings. Well, I will see you later, Gaara-san. Naruto kept up his smile while disappearing into thin air. Next day before battle. It's around 10 a.m. in the morning and the Kazekage, a sand Jonin with a mask over his face, Yamato, Naruto, Gaara, and 2 other children that stay away from Gaara in fear, are at a training ground waiting for the spar between Naruto and the Jonin to begin. Naruto is stretching while the Jonin and Kazekage are talking. Gaara and Naruto are chatting like they were friends since the beginning of their lives. The girl with 4 blonde ponytails and the kid in the black suit with face paint are looking at Naruto like he is crazy for talking to Gaara and thinking of facing Baki, their Jonin sensei. When this Baki walks over across from Naruto, the 2 boys stop chatting and the blonde finishes his stretching. So you the kid that is said to be almost Jonin in power? Or are you just plain old bluffing? Baki said in a rough voice. Oh, I assure you that even Kakashi Nizen has trouble fighting with me when I fight at full power, countered the young blonde. Your older brother is Kakashi Hatake? Baki asked. No, not really, but he is my older brother, figure being that I am only an orphan due to my parents dying in the battle against the Kyuubi. The blonde sounded sad at the end of that statement. Well, we will see if you really are what you say to be. Baki gets into a fighting stance. Fine by me. Naruto got down into a weird stance. It's the stance for the combination of the 2 styles. That's a weird stance you're taking there, kid, Baki said, running at Naruto to punch him in the face, but instead it's pushes to the side, and he gets a punch to the stomach and a throw over the blonde's shoulder. Baki flips and lands on his feet and rubs his sore stomach. That's some punch, it's like a brick hit me, thought Baki. Then Naruto rushed forward, and as well as Baki. The 2 exchanged blows for about 10 minutes before jumping away from each other. Naruto threw some shuriken and Baki dodged them. Baki then started doing some hand seals that Naruto recognizes. Futon, Daitapa, wind style great breakthrough, shouted Baki, shooting a large mass of air out of his mouth at Naruto at a high speed, while the blonde yelled a jutsu, without even doing any hand signs. Katan, Gakakyu no Jutsu, fire style, great fireball jutsu, shouted Naruto as he shot a fireball about 20 feet in diameter out of his mouth that was pure white due to his strong fire affinity and that he added some Futon chakra to make it stronger. All the onlookers and Baki except Yamato dropped their jaws at the power of the young man, and the fact he did it with no hand signs is a feat in itself. When the 2 techniques collided, the Daitapa lost in a second, and the wind jutsu gave Gakakyu even more power, making it grow to 30 feet in diameter and increasing its speed even more. Baki got out of the way just in time to see the jutsu keep on going for about 500 meters, glassing the sand. It hits instantly before it explodes, making a crater of glass about 40 to 50 feet in diameter. Everyone, even Yamato, were slack-jawed at the power of the jutsu. So you saying I am not at the same power as a Jonin now? Teased the young blonde. I believe you now because damn fire only turns white when you put a lot of power into them, and you have a strong affinity for fire, exclaimed Baki. Did I forget to mention that I have 3 affinities? Naruto nervously said, getting all eyes on him, except Yamato cause he already knows. 3? And you were what? Born 6 or 7 years ago? Exclaimed both the Kazekage and Baki at the same time. Yeah, well, I have very strong wind affinity, and my side affinities are strong fire, as you have seen, and strong water, and before that fire does anything else I should cool it down. Naruto does a small string of hand seals, and then a ball of water appears out of nowhere in his right hand, and a ball of wind appears in his left, and he connects them, and they both shoot out in a typhoon of water to the fire, while Naruto shouts out, Suetun plus Futon, Gufusuka no Jutsu, wind and water style. Typhoon water vortex jutsu. The water and wind jutsu extinguished the fire and soaked almost 2 kilometers of sands further than the crater. Yamato was intrigued at the combination, while the others were wide-eyed with their jaws to the ground. Even Gaara had his jaw down to the ground. Naruto was panting heavily from the usage of the jutsu combination. Dang Naruto-san, you need to teach me that when we get back home to Konoha, shouted Yamato. I may Yamato-san, but right now I need to rest. That combination took a lot out of me, and that's saying something if you know what I mean. Naruto sat down and caught his breath when Yamato came over and picked the blonde up and put him on his back. Well, we will be at the hotel if you need us, getting a slight nod from the Kazekage, who was still trying to register how a child can do that much damage at his age, and came to when Yamato left via Shunshin and telling everyone to go back home. But Gaara just went to the hotel. Naruto and Yamato were staying at to talk to Naruto. At the hotel, Naruto was sitting down on his bed thinking of things he could be doing over the month being in sand until there was a knock at the door. Naruto got up saying, "Coming," and opened the door to the red-headed Gaara, who asked if he could come in. "Yeah, sure, Gaara. I was just thinking while I recovered from the jutsu I used," the blonde said, walking over to a chair and sitting down. "Well, what are you thinking about?" asked the red-headed demon holder. "What I am going to be doing over the month, I will be here till the treaty is fully signed and accepted. Right now, I am thinking I should continue my training and maybe get to know Suna if we are going to be allies soon," Naruto stated. "Well, what do you train on?" Gaara asked curiously. "Well, I work on a lot of things actually. I study sealing, anatomy, medical jutsu, fire, water, and wind jutsus of C-ranked and D-ranked for lightning and earth jutsus, and plenty more things," the blonde stated. "Wow, you must be able to do everything at once to be where you are at now." "Well, technically I am everywhere and studying everything at the same time," Naruto said, scratching the back of his head as he gets a questioning glance from Gaara. "And how do you do that?" "Like this." Naruto crosses his fingers and a shadow clone appears in a poof of smoke. "This is a shadow clone with this jutsu. I can be learning one thing while these learn other subjects, and when they disperse I get all their knowledge and experience back," informed the blonde. "Wow, I wish I could do that, but I still can't use my chakra all the way." Gaara downcast but lifted his gaze as he felt Naruto's hand on his shoulder. "Hey, don't worry, Gaara-san. Maybe while my clones work on my training I could teach you and your siblings and make you all stronger in the month I am here," Naruto said with a smile on his face. "You would actually do that, Naruto-san?" questioned the redhead. "Of course, you are my first real friend that is near my age. And also from what my Kekkei Genkai, I can teach you and your sister some wind-style jutsus, cause you both have the affinity to wind, and you have earth as well. Also, might I ask if you are one of them?" Naruto stated and asked. "One of what, Naruto-san?" Gaara asked Naruto. "I mean, do you have a demon inside you?" Upon hearing that, Gaara's eyes widened and he moved away from Naruto. "How do you know?" yelled a scared Gaara. "1. My Kekkei Genkai can see people's affinities, and having a very strong affinity to sand is not very possible without either Shikaku in you, or having a Kekkei Genkai for sand like the third Kazekage with his iron sand bloodline. 2. Raichon inside me tells me you have demon chakra leaking out of you slowly. 3. Control over sand without even doing anything, making it a perfect defense, is the ability of Shikaku's influence," explained the blonde. "Well, I do have Shikaku inside me, but I do not know how to control him, and he keeps me from sleeping." "Ano, who is this Ray person you spoke about?" Gaara asked. "Ray is the real name of the Kyuubi no Kitsune that inhabits my body, but what people say about demons is only because humankind, if they don't know what something is, they discriminate against it, and since they really didn't know what the 9 bijou were, they thought of them as bloodthirsty demons. And also, if I may, can I see your seal? I may be able to help the connection between you and Shikaku-san," informed the blonde while getting a hesitant nod from Gaara, who lifted his shirt. "The seal is on the left side of my torso," said the redhead. Naruto channeled some chakra into his hand and ran his hand along Gaara's torso, and a seal shows up, but also with it another seal shows up over it. "I see the problem. You have a flawed seal holding the Shikaku with a berserker seal over to make the Shikaku get really agitated and cause him to go crazy. I can right now fix the seal and remove the berserker seal, so you can sleep again. All I need to do is tell Yamato-san, and then seal off this room with a sound seal, because the seal I will be using will be painful," Naruto told Gaara, whose eyes widened at the thought of sleeping again. "I can be able to sleep again." Getting a nod from Naruto, he gladly accepted the help from Naruto. "All right, I will make a clone to go tell Yamato-san, while me and 3 more clones start the sealing process. All you will need to do is lay down when I tell you to and not to move, all right? Getting a nod from Gaara, he makes 4 clones, and one goes to tell Yamato, while another clone seals up all the furniture so the sealing can work. After the sound seal goes up, Naruto and 3 of his clones were taking intensive care while writing all the kanji for a revised version of the Shiki Fujin, with adding 8 trigrams sealing style and the 4-symbol seal to it. The seal doesn't summon the Shinigami, but it does the same thing as the Shiki Fujin, giving Gaara complete control over the sand while being able to sleep, and also Shikaku can finally loose his bloodlust that was the cause of the Berserker seal attached to the flawed seal. After about an hour of kanji writing and preparing, Naruto told Gaara to lay down on the seal, in which he did so. "Are you ready, Gaara-san?" the blonde asked his fellow demon holder, who nodded back to him. Naruto did some hand signs and then slammed his hands down on the seal on Gaara's chest, starting the sealing process. The second Naruto slammed his hand down, the kanji moved to the seal, and thus beginning the screaming of Gaara from the intense pain. 2 hours later, the sealing finally ended and Gaara was covered in sweat and panting heavily, trying to get his breath back. The sealing was a success as Gaara closed his eyes and fell straight to sleep. Naruto just unsealed the furniture and put everything back and set Gaara on the bed to sleep. He then went and unsealed the room, allowing Yamato to enter and check up on the 2 boys. Well, it seems the sealing worked because people say that if Gaara were to go to sleep, the Shikaku would take over, the Jonin said. Yeah, it worked just fine, and Gaara should be able to control his powers even better than before. Also, Yamato-san, I was wondering if you can tell the Kazekage and Baki-san and tell them I will be training the Suna siblings while we are here. Temari-san and Gaara-san have wind affinity and Gaara has earth as well, so I can teach them some jutsu, and also with some training and guidance I can teach them how to use chakra. Naruto told Yamato. Alright, I will inform them both of your plan, Naruto-san, Yamato said as he left to the Kazekage Tower. For the whole month, Naruto, Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro were training together. The 3 Sand siblings were amazed as they saw about 2,100 clones doing all kinds of training while the real Naruto was doing some workouts. Temari and Kankuro were still unnerved when they learned about the sealing and that Gaara can sleep again without going Shikaku. Gaara was able to speak to the now not insane Shikaku during his sleeping, and they were able to befriend each other. Now Gaara was able to control his sand with his hands, and it barely took any chakra to do it. After the first week, the trio were able to fully use their chakra and were doing a lot of physical exercises to raise their chakra pools. After Kankuro learned how to create a chakra string, he left the training and told them he would pick up the art of puppetry from a person named Lady Chiyo, who was an old veteran in the field. Gaara and Temari were able to learn some low-level futon jutsu like Diatapa and others like it. For Temari, she got a battle fan for her jutsu in which she learned futon, Daikemaitashi, and signed the contract with the Weasels. After the month, Naruto and Yamato told the trio that it was time for them to go back to Konoha. Sunagate. Well, I hope to see you 3 again. Now remember, keep working on your chakra control and get Baki-san to help you where you are struggling. And Gaara, get plenty of sleep so you can regain all the years you lost. Naruto ordered the Sand siblings. Hi Naruto-sensei, the trio said. Mama, I am not your sensei, I am only a friend who wanted to make his friends stronger. And also Kazekage-sama, please try to be with your kids more often because they will need it in the future. Naruto said to the man with the hat with the kanji 4 wind on it, and he lowered his eyes when he talked about a parent being with his kids. The Kazekage put his hand on Naruto's shoulder with a smile on his face. Don't worry, Naruto-san, I will. And also remember that your parents are real proud of you right now for what you are making of yourself. I know and I accept that they are in a better place looking down at me with pride, knowing I am going to live their legacy. Chirped the blonde, making everyone laugh at the power Naruto has to always change from sad and gloomy to happy and excited in a flash. Well, Kazekage-sama, we will be hoping that you 5 come visit sometime in the future to get away from the desert heat and paperwork, Yamato said, and then mumbled the last part. Paperwork got you down as well, Kazekage-sama? Well, why not use the shadow clone jutsu to do it for you like I told the 3rd years ago? Naruto said, getting a wide-eyed Kazekage who walked over to the nearby wall and did the same thing the third did when he learned the secret. He started pounding his head into the wall, repeating, "Stupid, stupid, stupid," over and over again. The group started laughing at it. After the Kazekage stopped and quickly made 3 clones that went to go work on his worst enemy, the real one told the two to have a safe trip. Naruto then summoned Sudoku to the amazement to the Sand Nin and siblings. Temari was so caught up with the sight of a fluffy fox that she screamed kawaii and hugged the fox like a fangirl, much to the displeasure of everyone's ears. Sudoku, on the other hand, loved the affection the blonde girl was giving him, and it was shown as his hind leg thumped a bit and allowed Naruto some blackmail. After the fangirl crazy was over, leaving a flushed Temari, the two boarded Sudoku and left Suna to get back home. 4 hours later in the Hokage's office. "Welcome home, you two. I hope your trip was fun," said a smiling third. "It was Aji-san, and I made some friends there that were the Kazekage's children. Even one of them was like me in the department of having a demon sealed inside us, informed the happy blonde. "One of his children had a demon in them? Which demon was it, and is he stable?" questioned the third in a serious but curious tone. "Yes, one of his children does. His name is Gaara of the Desert, and he has the Ichibi no Shikaku in him. His seal was flawed at the beginning, but after I used one of my newly created Kenjutsu Ugi seal, Forbidden Master Technique, the seal was fixed, and now the Shikaku and Gaara are friends." At the mention of Kenjutsu Ugi, the third and Yamato got curious, and the third asked their combined question. "Ano Naruto-kun, what do you mean Kenjutsu Ugi seal?" "The seal is a variant of the Shiki Fujin dash." He was interrupted by the third. "Shiki Fujin? Naruto, that seal." He was stopped by Naruto. "Let me finish, Aji-san." Getting a nod in return, he continued, "I used a variant of the Shiki Fujin with the addition of 8 trigram sealing style and the 4-symbol seal to it. It greatly increased the power of the Shiki Fujin and also allows the person to gain full control over their demon, and also this seal doesn't need the Shinigami, being that a containment seal is already in use. So now the two work together to protect each other." Naruto finished with the third looking happy that his adoptive grandson created something that only a real seal master can make. "Well, with that said, I would like for Yamato-san to give the report. You can go home and continue training, Naruto-kun," the third said, getting a nod and a wind shunshin from the blonde as he left. At the Namake's compound, Naruto arrived at the gate and entered only to find 2 things jumping him and almost crushing him, Vaughn being one of them, and the other being his good friend and poison tutor Anko. After discussing the mission, the 3 went into the main house, since Anko now lives here on the compound, taking up the closest home to the main house. Kakashi and Yamato also live in the compound, so they took a house each. Kakashi met Naruto a month after Naruto started his 2nd year of training at a meeting with the Hokage. Naruto's clone was getting the usual D-ranked mission when Kakashi came into the room in his Umbu outfit. Kakashi saw Naruto getting a mission and asked why he was getting one at his age, and in return he finds out that Naruto is the son of his late sensei and has been training since he was 5 after a beaten on his 5th birthday. That day was a dark day for Konoha because the Ki coming off of Kakashi made the sky turn instantly cloudy, and a thunderstorm started not too long afterwards. Naruto was hiding under the third's desk while the third was slightly sweating from the Ki pressure. Ever since that day, Kakashi and Naruto have been living together at the compound, and the two have been inseparable since then. Naruto even got Kakashi to stop his reading of Ika Ika and get him to read some other things after telling him that the book is probably nothing in compare the real thing. Also, Kakashi, after a short and very dangerous, to his well-being, talk with Naruto, started arriving at everything he was called for the second he is informed. He even beat the record on the day after the talk, which even freaked the third out into trying to dispel Kakashi as if he was a genjutsu, but after Kakashi explained what happened, the third was almost dead from laughing so hard. That day forward, Naruto got respect from every Jonin and Umbu member for changing Kakashi. The Kanochi even thanked Naruto with some kisses for getting Kakashi to stop reading Ika Ika in public and stop altogether, much to the dismay to the bookstore owner who had Kakashi as a valuable customer. The rest of the year went on with Naruto doing his regular training, D and C-ranked missions, team training with both Kakashi and Vaughn, and poison training with Anko. Naruto even started doing even more A-ranked infiltration missions that were soon starting to be low S-ranked with every mission. Naruto's ceiling has been rising each and every day as he even was making his own seals. He was getting real good at the seals after he created that Kenjutsu Ugi seal, and now his skills are almost to that of Jiraiya himself. All he needs to do is continue with his studying, and he will be past his father in no time flat. Also, he has been researching and studying the curse seal on Anko's neck, and has been making progress on a real suppression seal that will remove it. Naruto's physical training continued as usual. Even though it doesn't show on his body, Naruto is actually a lot stronger than most Jonin and Umbu. He is now doing his father's obstacle course every day. Naruto finally started using the gravity seal, and so far has it at 2 times normal gravity, with his weighs all being at 200 pounds for the bracers and 250 for his vest. Naruto even got a pair of chakra weight gloves to increase his hand sign speed for his higher ranked jutsu. As of right now, they are at 100 pounds, which with the gravity seal, they are really at 200. He even learned of a seal that when added to the human body, it acts as a parachute, greatly reducing movement like a gravity seal, but it also improves control over wind chakra. And so he now has 5 resistance seals on. One on his chest, one on both arms, and one large one on each leg. Kakashi, Yamato, Vaughn, and Anko even join in to the physical part, and it is showing quite nicely. Kakashi so far is at 175 pounds on bracers and 225 in his vest. Yamato has 150 pounds on bracers and 200 for vest. Anko, even though she is a Kanochi, is at 180 pounds for bracers and 230 for her trench coat. Vaughn just has a gravity seal on since he doesn't have any area for a piece of clothing. Naruto's weapon forging and poison training have been going along smoothly, as now Naruto is almost a poison expert, and Naruto has been selling all his extra weapons to the Hitarashi weapons store. In return, he gets free shipments of metal. Naruto's clones have been making many exotic and ancient weapons that the designs for were said to be long gone. Hitarashi weapons store, with the help of Naruto, have supplied all the ninja of the village and keep them supplied. Tintin, Hitarashi, and Naruto even became good friends over time. One day, Naruto showed Tintin his father's katana and his mother's kodachis. Tintin's mouth almost dropped off its hinges from the craftsmanship and the legends behind them. The Hitarashis even started making a chain of weapon stores all over the Fire Country by selling all of Naruto's spare weapons and seals that he doesn't need. The blonde's chakra control has jumping every month thanks to him incorporating the gravity seal onto himself. He has to have real good control as to not make dents in the ground every time he takes a step. He had to restart all his control training when dealing with tree walking and water walking, but in the end he mastered them again and is still adding in the additional exercises to boost his control and concentration. Naruto can do the chakra yo-yo with the lead ball at 240 pounds. He even started doing it with multiple balls with one on each finger. His chakra sensing has improved to almost 500 meters. With the help of his Sashigan, he even incorporated the two together as to even get the affinity and chakra pool level of the enemy in minutes, since he is still at level 1. Naruto's Kenjutsu skills are jumping with leaps and bounds as he finally mastered both the katana Kenjutsu style he was learning and the Kodachi style. Even though he mastered them, he thinks that once he turns them into a fluent art where he can do the katas one after another in a fluent notion, then he can start on working on his mother's Kodachi style. And Hiiten Mitsuno from Ifrit, after he showed him that he is worth training in the art. He will probably have the two down in another month, so he should start the basics of these two now. Now Naruto has his reflex clones trying the course with the throwing clones targeting them while they have the gravity seal on, making it harder to dodge. The more the clones work on the course, the better his accuracy and reflexes become. Even Anko and Yamato throw in their own obstacles for the clones to get around, making it even tougher and have them think of more strategies on the spot, as if he was in a major battle and he had to get his squad out of the line of fire fast. His ninjutsu skills have jumped thanks to his Sashigan with the 3 jewels, and so he has jutsu in every main element. Naruto has all the C-rank jutsu for wind, fire, and water down to no hand seals. He has all the D-ranked lightning and earth down to the same level. Ray even told Naruto that he can start learning how to combine water and wind into ice now, and so he starts his Hyutan, ice style, training. For now, until he can easily make ice, he will be just learning how to combine the two perfectly. Naruto even started creating some of his own wind jutsu, and has created some combination moves that are just like Suite-un plus Futon. Gufu Suka no Jutsu, wind and water style, Typhoon Water Vortex Jutsu. His Jinjutsu skills have been getting better and better with the help of Anko, Yamato, and Kakashi, so he can disable all C-ranked and below instantly, and is working on both B and A-ranked. Insane Naruto had clones working in the hospital working on his medical jutsus, so he can activate E and D-ranked ones with a single hand seal, mainly the Diagnosis Jutsu and Shaozen Jutsu, mystical hand technique. Naruto's taijutsu is going along smoothly as he finally fully created his own taijutsu style by combining taekwondo and aikido, and is working on making them fluent and also working with them to add in the effect of the gravity seal and when without it. He also using his taijutsu training as a chakra control training, so the longer he can maintain all the clones the better his control is, plus he makes the clones train on the water and trees to help with his chakra control. He is now working on the basics of both Riken Hekareki and his mother's family taijutsu style while he is trying to master his own. Naruto and Vaughn have gotten most of the techniques involved with Kitsune Shikinryu down and are working on their timing and precision. Basically, the style is like the Inuzuka families, but instead of using brute force, they use fast and precise hits to take down their opponents. With Naruto learning all these different styles of fighting, he will be an all-around kind of ninja, just like his father was. His Sashigen still hasn't leveled up yet, but he isn't worried because he has time. Naruto even had Vaughn join the summoning list, so he can be able to summon him anywhere when he needs him. He is trying to memorize all the names of all the foxes he can summon, and even summon some of them, so they can play in the real world with Vaughn, Anko, Kakashi, himself, and Yamato. Naruto's first year at the Ninja Academy was boring to say the least, and even though he knows he passes all the tests, he always comes back with failing grades. He doesn't care really, and even when the third tells him to try more, he tells the third that he makes sure he aces the tests and quizzes, but the teachers make it sure that he is failing. Usually the next day the teacher is long gone and new teacher comes in, and it kept going on like that until a new teacher came in. He had a scar across his nose and had his hair back in an upright small ponytail. His name was Iraki Yumino. Now he was way different than all the other teachers, cause once he found out about Naruto's tests being falsely failed, he goes and changes them to their rightful scores. He even doesn't accept that Naruto is the Kyuubi child and tells Naruto that he is himself and nothing else. The blonde befriends another 3 friends from his class who are Ino Yamanaka, Hinata Hyuga, and Shino Abure. He already has one people that he wants to go and drop dead from her loud voice, Sakura Haruno. She is the president of the Sasuke fangirl club, much to Sasuke's dismay. The infiltration missions Naruto undertakes are getting harder and harder with every mission, as they are now even average S-ranked. Sarutobi even has the Umbu do these missions as well to further increase their stealth abilities. Now Naruto takes a daily D ranked, and every other day he takes a C rank with either Kakashi, Yamato, or Anko if they are off. Namake's training ground. Here we see Naruto facing off against Kakashi. Naruto has all his weights and seals on while Kakashi has nothing on but his regular ninja outfit. Right now the two are punching and kicking each other, and Naruto is getting most of the blows due to his weights. Kakashi punches Naruto in the head and then kicks him in the chest, sending him flying. While Naruto was flying, he took in a deep breath and shouted out Diatapa, sending a large mass of air shooting towards Kakashi, who was doing some hand seals for a jutsu of his own. Katan. Karyo Enden, Fire Dragon Flame Projectile. Out of Kakashi's mouth, a giant jet of fire towards the wind jutsu in Naruto. The wind jutsu instantly died down, and the fire stayed on course to Naruto. As the two jutsu met, Naruto was doing some quick hand signs and shouted out, Suden no Jutsu, Water Dragon Projectile Jutsu. From the nearby lake, a giant water dragon rose and headed for the flames, dosing them out. Just as the two jutsu met, Naruto and Kakashi were at it again with kicking and punching. Naruto landed a punch to Kakashi's stomach, then sweep his feet from under him, then spin-kicked Kakashi away. Kakashi skidded to a stop and was panting slightly. Naruto was barely panting, but that's normal for him due to his large chakra pools. Let's end this with our most powerful jutsu, Naruto. Getting a nod from the blonde, Kakashi did a string of hand seals and held his right hand out, and a ball of lightning slowly appeared in it, and bolts of electricity were shooting out from his hand. Raikiri, lightning edge. All right, Kakashi Nezen, let's see what you got. Naruto held out his hand, and a wind started to pick up. The wind started encasing Naruto's hand. Naruto uses his left hand to grip his right wrist and shouts out, Kazakiri, wind edge. When did you make that, Naruto-kun? Kakashi asked, astonished when he saw an almost exact replica of his famous jutsu in his sensei's son's hand. Naruto just chuckled. I saw you use Raikiri before, and it got me thinking. Why not make a jutsu just like Nezen's, and here is the result. Kazakiri is the wind version of your famous jutsu, and I actually have another one just like it in my arsenal, the blonde said with a smile and laughed at his Nezen's gawking face. Well, you can't really blame him. The person he looks as a little brother made not one, but two variations of his famous jutsu. To say he was astonished would be an understatement. Well, Nezen, we going to do this, or what? Chirped the young blonde as he lowered his hand, still having Kazakiri going and making it go even faster. When Naruto said that, Kakashi snapped out of it and said, all right, little bro, let's see whose is stronger. Then Kakashi started to charge with his Raikiri to his side. Naruto shot forward as well, and the distance between the two was getting shorter fast. Raikiri, Kazakiri, the two yelled out as they extended their arms out, and the two jutsu clashed against each other in a devastating deadlock. Neither jutsu would give even though wind beats lightning. The lightning jutsu was made with more chakra and raw power. After 10 minutes to deadlock, the massive amounts of chakra alerted the third, Anko, Yamato, Samambu, Asuma, and almost every jonin in the nearby area. They were amazed at the struggle between the two jutsu. Again, after another 10 minutes and the rise of chakra, the two attacks finally overloaded and they exploded violently. Everything within a 50-meter radius was caught in the blast. The watching ninja had to jump back from the blast radius. Anko, Yamato, Asuma, and the third all screamed out, Naruto, Kakashi. As the dust started to clear, the ground in the epicenter of the blast was still pulsing with electricity from the Raikiri, and the ground had huge cuts made by the winds from the Kazakiri. The dust finally settled, and neither ninja and boy were seen. The group thought of the worst until they heard two low moans from the two opposite sides of the field. The third ordered a medic squad to find both the people and give them immediate care. With a hi, the medics went to find the two ninjas with Anko, Yamato, Asuma, and the other jonin helping in the search. Several minutes later, Naruto was found under several trees cut up and releasing some discharge of electricity. His arm was bleeding badly, and his stomach had a branch sticking out of it. To say he was in a bad shape would be like saying the devil was really good and Kami was really bad. When the trees were moved away and the ninja got to Naruto, he had finally passed out due to blood loss. At the same time as Naruto, Kakashi was found in no better condition, but at least he didn't have a stick coming out of his stomach, but instead it was lodged in his leg, piercing bone and muscle. He also was bleeding badly and cut up all over. He passed out from blood loss only a few seconds after Naruto did, and the two were taken to the hospital immediately. 4 days later in the hospital, Naruto and Kakashi were lying up in the same room, bandaged up from foot to neck. Naruto was already fully healed, but the doctors were keeping him here for rest. Naruto had made a clone secretly to go to the academy and tell Irika-sensei that he was in the hospital for a while from a training accident with Kakashi. Now we find the two Baka ninjas talking to each other. Right now the two were talking about Naruto's two variations of Kakashi's Raikiri, Lightning Edge. Naruto told Kakashi that he made both Kazakiri, Wind Edge, and Kaizuki, Fireblade. Kazakiri surrounds Naruto's right hand in multiple layers of swirling wind chakra, that with each layer the layer under it starts spinning faster. The jutsu is so silent that it only makes the sound of a regular breeze, making it a true assassination jutsu of almost SS rank, but was made as a S-ranked assassination jutsu. Kaizuki has the hand itself was open, like it was going to hold a ball of some sorts. Then all of a sudden a red light will start to form in Naruto's right hand. After about 3 seconds, the ball would take on a shape. It would look like fire that he was holding. But this fire would be superheated and very compact. Then a ring of fire would form at his feet underneath the blonde. The Kaizuki is very powerful, The chakra to be used in the attack would actually be seen thanks to the large amounts that would be used in it. This jutsu was also AS-ranked assassination jutsu, cause it would only sound. To say Kakashi was amazed at the ideas would be an understatement. To think that this 7-year-old boy who he thought of as a little brother can make such powerful jutsu. Naruto even made 2 clones with each using the jutsu to show Kakashi. The Kaizuki was a very compact ball of fire chakra that seemed to even melt the tile underneath Naruto's clone slightly from the heat. After another few days of rest, the two were discharged and went home for some well-deserved real rest. Kakashi was then called out on another assignment while Naruto just got back to training. Now is the time for Naruto's yearly exam. Naruto Uzumaki. Age, 7. Sex, male. Birthday, October 10th. Blood type, B. Skills. Sealing equals near seal master level, a couple more months of studying from his father's books, and analyzing Anko's curse seal to remove it, or at least make it so she can use the power behind it without the bad effects of it. Then he will become a true seal master like his father and godfather were and are. Stealth equals near Jiraiya's level. Jiraiya is actually one of the best stealth ninja in the world, so to be near his level is great, and it is all thanks to his missions into the Umbu HQ to improve their security measures. Reflexes equals low to mid Umbu. Speed equals mid to high Umbu. Strength equals mid to high Umbu. These 3 are like this from all his physical training and seals that make him push harder. And since he has to turn into a half-demon, he wants to be in the best condition before he does, so that is why he is pushing his human forms to its max. Chakra control equals mid to high Jonin. With his ever-growing chakra pools, he has an army of almost 400 clones work to their chakras and in increasing his control, because once he turns half-demon, all that control will be needed to control his demonic chakra, powers, and senses. Chakra sensing equals high Jonin to low Umbu. Kenjutsu equals high Chunin to low Jonin. Ninjutsu equals mid to high Jonin. Thanks to Naruto knowing jutsu from all 5 main elements and also working on the sub-element of ice, he has almost a whole library of jutsu in his head. And also with his Kazakiri and Kaizuki being both S-ranked, he is famous within the ninja ranks. Jinjutsu equals high Chunin to low Jonin. With the help of Yamato, Anko, and Kakashi using multiple Jinjutsus on his clones, he is learning fast how to disable them all. And also with Naruto's thrive to be like and even better than his father, he wants to be a well-rounded ninja. Taijutsu equals mid to high Jonin. With the gravity seal and resistance seals, he has perfected his own style and is going to start the basics of his mother's and father's styles. Weapon forging / repairing equals master bordering grandmaster. You already know what is going on with this from up above. Intelligence, strategist, and tactician equals close to the capabilities of Shikaka Nara, Shikamaru's father and part of the famous Ino Shikacho squad. Medical jutsu equals high Chunin to low Jonin. This field can't really grow that much in Konoha cause he already has most of the jutsu down and will need Tsunade's guidance to improve further, so he can get the more powerful medical jutsu that Rei know down since she barely knows a thing about what is needed for them to work. Poison creation / concocting equals poison expert. Thanks to the herb garden and Anko, Naruto became a poison expert in no time like Anko is. The two even are creating more effective poisons for Anko and the interrogation department to use. Accuracy equals hunter ninja. It's that title because the hunter ninja are the best at aim in the ninja department cause they train to capture or kill targets by either killing them head-on or using projectiles to either set them in a death-like state or hit a vital organ and kill them instantly. Chakra capacity equals near or at Kage level. It's this high because of all the training and also the seal being torn again, allowing more of Rei's chakra through and converted. Survival skills equals high Jonin to low Umbu. Naruto and Anko still go out into the forest of death time and time again to explore the whole place, dodging giant creatures and beasts. Missions. S-ranked, 5. Now that Naruto put up highly sensitive chakra sensing seals that also connect to a highly advanced set of chakra identifiers, so only Umbu members, interrogators, mainly Anko and Ibiki, and the Hokage can move freely in the HQ, he was told to stop the missions. A ranked, 14. B ranked, 5. C ranked, 23. D ranked, 132. Now we see Naruto panting on his family training furled, holding a weird weapon in his hand. This certain weapon is a kunai with 3 prongs at the end of it. On the handle is a slip of paper with the kanji of right on it. This kunai is the kunai for the 4th Hokage's world-famous jutsu, the Hiraishin no Jutsu. Naruto will not stop training these upcoming years until he has mastered his second bloodline and showed the world to the next coming of the Yellow Flash. But instead of his father's title, he will instead go under a name almost the same as his father's. He will make himself known as Chapter 5, Year 3 of Training and the Battle for Wave. Today is a normal day for many as children were out in the academy. Genin were doing their D-ranked missions. 2 unfortunate Chunin got stuck with gate duty, and other more powerful ninja were out doing missions. But for us, we go to a place that looks like it was just bombed to Kingdom Come. This place was the backyard training ground of the infamous Namikaze clan, but what really is intriguing is that a massive army of boys with neon yellow hair, a skin-tight red long-sleeve shirt with an orange stripe going from his neck down his arms to his hands, green baggy pants with red and black fire licking the bottom, black steel-toed boots, a black vest over his shirt that has many pockets, and a white cloak with the kanji 4. Elemental Fox Flash in red thread. This young boy looked no older than 8 years old, but held an air of power and confidence. The boy stood at a height of 4 feet 3 inches and was a bit tall for his age. This yellow-haired boy's nicknames are mostly Demon Brat, Demon, and Freak from the villagers, and the rare Prodigy and Genius from Ninja. But this boy's true name is actually one that will go down in history, whose skills haven't been seen since the Sannin, Kakashi no Sharingan, the late 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and the Uchiha prodigy, Itachi Uchiha. This boy's name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, and he is working on his destiny to be the greatest ninja in the world. Here we are seeing Naruto and his army of almost 3,000 clones working to their chakra extents to train and master many skills that will benefit in the blonde-haired boy's future. The real Naruto is off a bit from the training groups working on his own training. This training includes a water balloon filled with water and extreme chakra control. This training is said to be the first step to the most advanced shape-manipulated jutsu known on the shinobi plane. The first wielder was the legendary 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. He used this jutsu along with his other famous jutsu, Hiraishin no Jutsu, in perfect succession, making this combo truly terrifying and give Minato the very first bingo book rank of SS meaning. When seen, you retreat instantly and pray you get out of sight alive. Last part was a thing I added to make it funnier. The next user, but was more subtle to using it, was the legendary Toad Sannin and teacher of the 4th, the Toad Hermit Jiraiya. Now here we find Naruto starting the first step of the training to be able to wield this legendary jutsu. The jutsu's name was Rasengan, and those that are able to actually use this jutsu are very rare. Naruto has been doing this personal training for almost a week now, and he can tell he is almost there. The balloon in his hand is supposed to look like it is bubbling in multiple directions, meaning that the chakra being pushed into the right ways. Naruto's balloon is doing just that, and soon pop. The water balloon exploded, spraying Naruto with the water. Not caring about the water, Naruto screamed out in succession of doing the first step for Rasengan. Naruto then made 10 clones and told them to start working on getting the time needed to pop the balloon shortened, and with a curt nod the clones left with the crate of water balloons. Now taking out a scroll, Naruto unseals a crate of what looks like rubber balls. The blonde-haired boy picks up one of the balls, and then looks at another scroll, reviewing the notes for the second step. Step 2 requires power and lots of it. Since there was no water in the balloon, Naruto would have to concentrate on something else, but for now he would start on the second step. A week and a half later. Naruto, now with chakra burns on his hands, finally opted to making something that he would concentrate on, and he used a bit of ink and created the leaf symbol on his right palm. Now with a place to concentrate on, Naruto closes his eyes with the rubber ball in his hand. Naruto started concentrating large amounts of chakra at the point where the symbol was at, and over the period of 1 minute the ball started to bulging in one place, then in two places, and then kept growing until pop. The ball exploded and sent Naruto flying into a tree. Naruto was panting slightly. Even though he was panting, he had a big smile on his face as he had finally done the second step of his father's famous jutsu. Naruto rested for about 30 minutes before getting up and creating 10 clones to start working on mastering the second step while he worked on the last step. The clones complied with a nod and a hi, and took the crate with them to go master said step. The blonde then just sat back down and started thinking. He started thinking about his life before he started training and shook his head at the stupidity of the damn villagers. Now he stood up and read the third and final step for Rasengan, manipulating the chakra and power into a complete spiral and hold it. 2.5 weeks later, he has been working on the Rasengan for a full month now. Naruto has finally, after a full month, gotten Rasengan down. The only drawback is the amount of time to create the jutsu, but he was going to erase that problem with his clones. Naruto was one jutsu closer of reaching his father's title as a truly feared and respected ninja. Now the blonde left for some well-deserved rest, as he left 30 clones to start work on mastering the Rasengan. He already has mastered the first two parts of the training, and now he needs to master the last part. Naruto entered his clan home and went up to the third level and to his bedroom and went to sleep and to be with his girlfriend Rei, or titled as the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Now people might think that Naruto is too young for a relationship, but what the people don't know is that Naruto's mental age is that of a young teenager thanks to a jutsu casted on his mindscape by Rei, making the dream world go 2 times faster than the real world, so 1 hour in the real world would be 2 hours in the dream world. Now we go into Naruto's mind to see what the couple are doing and chatting about. Naruto's mindscape. Here we find a prairie that is surrounded by mountains in the distance miles away. There is a lake and a river that branched out about 500 yards away. There is a forest all around the prairie. The animals of this prairie were going on with their everyday lives. On top of the highest hill of the valley was a tree, and sitting up against the tree were 2 figures. Upon further inspection, we find Naruto, but he looks like a teenager, and he is wearing the same outfit as he was on the training field, only bigger, and was now holding a beautiful red-haired vixen in his lap, looking out into the distance with a happy smile on his face. The vixen looked as if she was a teenage girl and was wearing a blood-red kimono that hugged her frame and went down to her knees. On her feet were wooden sandals, and holding her hair into a small ponytail was a band. Right now the two couple were talking about things and enjoying each other's comfort and presence. Naruto and Rei have been a couple for about 2 months, about a week after Naruto's 7th birthday. Ever since then, the two have been happy with what happened that day. Let us see what the two are talking about now, shall we? Naruto-chan, what was it like to be a powerful demon lady before you were sealed in me? Asked a curious blonde. While having massive amounts of power came with great responsibility, as I was the leader of the Kitsune tribe and also the leader of the Bijou. When something would be wrong with the Bijou or the tribe, then I would have to go and check and mediate the problem. Right before Madara and Orochimaru came into my den, I had just got back from finding out that Nibi no Nakomata and Hachibi were sealed away in Kyuubi, Rei said as she snuggled deeper into Naruto's lap. So there are more out there just like me and Gaara? Asked Naruto. Hi Naruto-kun, there should be 7 more out there like you and Gaara-san, and I presume that some are being turned into weapons or being treated like you used to. Rei told Naruto. Well, I hope I can meet them all, or at least more of them, so we can be more like a family, being that we probably did have the same pasts, and if not, then the part that we have demons and demonesses inside us. Naruto smiled sadly as he looked out onto the horizon. Naruto-kun, Rei cooed in a seductive tone, which made Naruto shiver. Hi Rei-chan, the blonde stuttered out. Looky here, Rei cooed again, getting Naruto's full attention, and then she pulled Naruto's head down to hers and smashed their lips together. After about a minute of lip-locking, the two released to catch their breath. D-damn, that was hot. The blonde gasped out from the sudden lack of air from the kiss. Of course it was, cause it was with me, Baka, Rei seductively replied. You know that when I get you out of this seal that we probably won't be able to sleep a wink the first night, the blonde said with a smirk as a blush went across Rei's face. Oh, I know we won't, because I will make sure of it. the vixen countered. Let's go to sleep, Ray-chan, Naruto softly said, getting a nod from Ray, and then the two lovers went to sleep. Exit Mindscape. It has been almost 5 months since Naruto mastered Rasengan fully. He mastered it about a week after he created his first real one and has the activation time down to at least 2 seconds and is still trying to fully master it to make it appear in an instant. Then after another week, he mastered it to where he can summon it in an instant in either hand. After he had mastered Rasengan, he went back to trying to crack his father's other famous jutsu, the Hiraishin. He has made some progress and is able to find the kunai after he throws it and is working on the pull effect. It will probably take him a full year to master Hiraishin to the same extent and even better than his father. He is currently working on finding a way to cancel the curse seal on Anko's neck, as well as condition his body and mind with the almost non-stop training he does day in and day out. He so far has the basics to Hyutan Jutsu down and is working on making the combination process quicker until it comes almost natural. What happened a couple of nights ago in Naruto's mind is something that will never be forgotten by the blonde. Couple nights ago. That night, the powers of Ares and Valina started to blend due to Naruto's continuous training in Hyutan. When the powers started blending, the dark blue water chakra and the feather white wind chakra started turning into a sky blue color, exactly like Naruto's regular eyes. The chakras kept at it throughout the night as Naruto, Ifrit, and Ray watched in amazement at the blending. The next thing that happened was a bright flash of sky blue light, almost blinding the spectators. Once the light dimmed, in the middle of the prairie stood a woman at least 5 feet 6 inches with light blue skin, wearing a purple bra that wrapped around her neck and a purple panties. She had green hair back in a ponytail and had a small red dot on her forehead. I based her off of Shiva the summon from Final Fantasy, so if it's too revealing, blame the game. Ifrit, before he could let his demon side get to frisky, left into his kanji, as did Ares and Valina. The sky blue-skinned woman walked over to Naruto and Ray and bowed to Ray. "Hello, Ray-sama, it is a pleasure to see you again after all these years," the woman said in a warm and friendly tone. Ray bows back and said, "It sure has been a while, hasn't it, Shiva-chan? How have you been doing?" "I am doing all right, but it is great to be able to stretch my legs after being stuck in that elemental realm for so many years," the newly named Shiva said, stretching her body out much to Naruto's pleasure, but he shakes his head to try and relieve the thoughts and walks off to let the two talk. Back to present day. Ever since that day of when Shiva entered Naruto's mind, his abilities in Hyutan manipulation almost tripled. He easily can make ice in a matter of seconds when there is a water source nearby, and is now working on some jutsu to use with his newly required field of power. While his clones were doing that, the real Naruto was off doing some private work that is a secret project for him, which was inspired by his father's failures before he died. Read his father's apology letter again to know what he is doing. Wink. Hokage's office in the morning. Here in the Hokage's office is Naruto with Vaughn on his shoulder, Kakashi, and Yamato standing in front of the third Hokage. Naruto was coming in to get his usual C-ranked mission when he came into Yamato and Kakashi standing in front of the third, as the third was telling them something about a mission. When Naruto was noticed by Sarutobi, he was motioned in saying that the topic involved him as well. "All right, I am going to be assigning you 3 to a C-ranked mission to Wave Country to escort a man and help and protect him while he creates his bridge that will open up trading to Wave and Leaf," Sarutobi stated, handing the scroll to Kakashi, who started reading it. "If I may ask, Aji-san, but why send 2 Jonin and me to Wave when the worst that could attack us is some bandits?" Naruto asked, only to be answered by Kakashi. "Naruto, this mission is to Wave, who has been taken dictatorship by Gato, CEO and president of Gato Shipping Industries, and if our client's bridge threatens his business, then he would probably send ninja after the client. And even though this is B to A rank, the client could only afford a C rank, so we took pity on him due to the condition of Wave and accepted the mission," Kakashi explained after he finished reading the scroll, relaying the info off it to Naruto and Yamato, who nodded, understanding the situation. "Well then, I guess if we fight ninja, then I will be able to try out maybe 1 or 2 of my newest jutsu that make Kazakiri and Kaizuki look like nothing," the blonde said with a smirk, and get some curious looks from the 3 present. "And may I ask, are these jutsu you have created, Naruto-kun?" The third asked curiously. Let's just say my father was unable to do this before he died, and let's leave it at that. You mean you actually did it? Kakashi shouted. Heinies and I did it, and actually made 3 versions of it. Naruto smiled and started laughing as Kakashi fainted right then and there. The third and Yamato were really curious now. Ano, what is it, Naruto-kun? The third almost pleaded. Think Rasengan and affinities together, Aji-san, Naruto explained in a short response, getting the desired result from the other two, which got Sarutobi almost jumping over his desk. You mean to tell me you created 3 different versions of the Rasengan? The third shouted, getting a nod from the blonde, and then sat back down. When you get back, I will have to get a look at them, so I can put them down in the jutsu records. All right, Naruto-kun. Sarutobi ordered, slightly getting a nod in return, and a groan from the now waking up Kakashi. Tell me I did not just faint like a little girl. Kakashi begged, then banged his head against the wall when he saw all 3 heads nod. Well, anyway, shall we begin our mission, you two? Yamato asked. Hi, responded both Kakashi and Naruto. All right, I will call the client in. Sarutobi hits a button. Anko-chan, can you send up Tazuna-sen, please? Then when Anko's voice came back, she sounded real pissed and shouted gladly. Wow, whoever can get Anko-nichan mad like that is either a pervert or a overzealous drunk who hit on her while he waited. Naruto stated, getting nods from the other 3, and the door opened to show a man in his 40s with gray hair and gray beard. He wears a dirty gray shirt and some light brown khakis and slip-on sandals. In the man's hand is a bottle of sake. I love it when I'm right, Naruto chirped in his head. Tazuna-san, here is your team, Sarutobi said in his Hokage voice. You're kidding me, right? You're sending me a child? He looks no older than 8 or 9, let alone old enough to be a ninja. Are you trying to get me killed? Tazuna drunkenly protested, but stopped when he felt a small but concentrated amount of ki aimed at him from the blonde, making Tazuna sober up fast and sweat a bit. I would like it for you to refrain from bad-mouthing me when I am clearly strong enough to get missions when told to, especially this ranked mission, Tazuna-san. Naruto countered in a sickly sweet voice that sent shivers down everybody's spines and make Tazuna sweat even more. Mama, Naruto, you don't need to scare our client out of his pants before we start the mission, Kakashi said, putting a hand on said blonde's shoulder to calm him down. Fine, but next time a client badmouths me, they will be scared out of their minds. I swear that to you. Naruto countered, turning back to the Hokage's desk, while Kakashi just shook his head and thought, I can only pray for whoever that unlucky person will be. Elsewhere. A man in a gray overcoat and glasses watching a movie set sneezes out of nowhere, but casts it off as allergies and goes back to watching the scene unfold. At the gates 1 hour later. All right, since everyone is here, let us get on our way, since we will be able to get to Wave in a day and a half if we walk. Kakashi casually said, pulling out a book called Legend of the Gutsy Ninja. Yeah, I know it's Jiraiya's first book, but it pretty much is the life of Naruto from the show all in one little book, so it's kick-ass. All right, Kakashi-nizen, Naruto said, and the group set out. 3 hours out into the forest. The group was talking with Naruto in front, Tazuna in the middle, and Yamato and Kakashi in the back. When the group passed by a puddle, the group seemed to not notice it, but that was not the case with the 3 ninja. Naruto relayed a hidden message to the Jonin through hand signs, saying, 2 Chunin rank ninja in the puddle, what will we do? Kakashi replied back with, me and Yamato will fake our deaths with replacing ourselves with clones and watch to see if the info from the scroll was correct and Tazuna is the target or just us. He got a nod back from the blonde, and Kakashi and Yamato switched places with a clone from the woods not 20 yards away. Just as the group was about to get out of sight from the puddle, 2 heads with breathing apparatuses on each head raised slowly out of the puddle. The 2 ninja had a mist village headband with a slash through the symbol, meaning they were missing nin. On the left hand of one and the right hand of the other were claws made of metal that were dripping with something that wasn't water, instead it was poison. They wore ragged shirts and pants and steel-toed boots. Once the group was almost out of sight, the nin on the left jumped on the guy to his right's right hand, and the guy threw him, with a chain connecting their claw hands at the group. Then the thrower closed the distance, and when the chain wrapped around the clones of Yamato and Kakashi, they pulled the chain, ripping them to shreds, making it look like they died a very bloody death. Naruto played a very good acting role and screamed out, "Kakashi Nizan! Yamato Nizan!" Tazuna was stuck in place and kept telling himself that he was going to die. 2 down. The first missing Nin said 1 to go. The second missing Nin finished with both their voices sounding metallic from the apparatuses around their mouths. The two then charged at Naruto, who was faking being scared, and Tazuna. When they were about to strike, they were sent back into a tree, and a shuriken and kunai went and caught their chain to the tree through one of its links. When the two Nin looked up from the chain, they saw Naruto holding Kurodenku, which gleamed black and white. The two Nin unhooked their chain and then charged at Naruto with the intent to kill, and before the first one could, he dropped to the ground with a thud as his body and head hit the ground and blood shooting out of his neck. "All right, Kakashi Nizan and Yamato Nizan, you two can come out now," Naruto said as he tied up the remaining missing Nin, and Tazuna looking at him like he was crazy, but then turned to see Yamato and Kakashi clapping and walking back onto the road. "Good job, Naruto, at handling the situation, and also well done on the acting skills. I could have sworn you really were worried about our clones," Kakashi congratulated. "Hey, you don't go around for the first 5 years of your life wearing a mask that not even Aji-sen saw through." Naruto smiled at the praise. "Well, what will we do about this guy here, Kakashi Nizan?" Naruto said, pointing to the tied-up missing Mist Nin. "I will interrogate him while you two see to our client," Kakashi told the two. "All right, Tazuna, talk. You set us up with a C-ranked mission, but with the Demon Brothers from Mist here after you, and them being Chunin ranked, made this mission at least A-ranked. And if there are any Jonin ranked after you, then it is a S-ranked for sure." The blown pressed to Tazuna, who let out a sad sigh. "Well, you see, the Land of Waves has been in an economic crisis with a new dictator, Gato Dash," Tazuna started, but was interrupted by Naruto. "Gato, as in the richest man in the world, Gato from Gato Shipping Industries?" Naruto asked, even though he already knew about Wave's condition from the info scroll from this morning. Yes, that low-life midget took control of all of Wave's ports and made Wave poor while he was getting richer. The man looks like a businessman only, but he also abducts children and women to be sold to some place or to be in whorehouses. He sells drugs and terrorizes villages, towns, anything just to get richer. What he wants me for is because of the bridge I am building. That bridge is the last hope for Wave to get it back on track. Since it is a lifeline that could foil Gato's plans, he sent Ninja after me, I guess. And now I beg of you, let's continue this mission for the future of Wave. Please." Tazuna started off angry, then to grim, then to hope, and then to pleading. "Well, maybe we should. Hell, I am totally up for it. I can save a country and be a true reminder of those who don't back down from a mission even if there is limited information," Naruto shouted out happily. Yamato, with a smirk on his face, says, "Well, if Naruto is up for it, then why the hell not? Technically, if we all were to be put in rank from power, Naruto here would be the leader almost easily cause of his rigorous 24/7 training he does." He chuckles at getting a shocked face from Tazuna, who just stared at the said blonde with amazement. A voice soon called out, "All right, since we are heading on, Naruto can send a messenger fox to get the Umbu out here to clean up this place." The voice turned out to be Kakashi holding 4 scrolls, which were probably the corpses, and the said blonde summoned a fox the size of a Great Dane with 2 tails with a small backpack on its back. The fox, now known as High-Eye, Swift, puts the scrolls in the backpack and then take the scroll that Kakashi made to report to the third. Then in a flash, the fox was gone. The group continued on from there, and while they do that, let's go see what Aji-san is doing right now before High-Eye gets to his office. Hokage's office. Here we find the third Hokage reading a orange-colored book with the name Ika Ika Paradise, roughing it in Kumo. The third was sporting a perverted grin and was giggling lecherously. Just then the door swung open, showing Anko with a pile of papers, and she sees Sarutobi scramble to hide the book and wipe his blood before Anko sees it and kills him for being a pervert on the job. But unfortunately, she saw the orange-covered book and got pissed and started smirking, sadistically spelling trouble to the third. She approached the table and set the mound of paperwork on his desk, and as she saw him getting ready to use the shadow clone jutsu, she struck. "Hold it right there, old man. You are not getting out of this batch with that trick, or do we want to do the other 2 portions with your wife watching you like a hawk?" Anko said in a sickly sweet voice that made the third pale to almost sheet white from the threat. You wouldn't dare, Anko-san. The third said, making sure it was a threat, but when he saw her sadistic smile widen, he knew she would do it and got straight to work as if he truly was under the watch of his wife, which was doing the paperwork at almost Mach 1 cause she is that evil. Anko smiled as she succeeded in torturing the third for being a pervert, just in time to see Hai enter the office via poof of smoke with the backpack on his back and scroll in his mouth. Anko took the scroll out of his mouth and read over it. Lord Hokage. Me, Naruto, and Yamato came across these two missing nin in the other 4 scrolls in the backpack on this fox's back. Please send a Umbu team out at least 30 minutes running distance where the site of the battle was to clean up and search for anything that has been missed. Our regards. Team Kakashi. Anko then took out the 4 other scrolls while tossing the reading scroll to Sarutobi, who caught it and read it. Anko then unsealed the 2 headless bodies of the demon brothers and then their heads from all 4 scrolls. She then told the third about them, and the third called 2 Umbu units in which they arrived only a few seconds afterwards. One Umbu team took the corpses to the autopsy room and the bounty exchange area for the heads. The other group went to the site of the kills to investigate for anything else that was missed. Back with the group as they just landed on the other side of the river. The group got off the boat telling the rower thanks before he left into the mist. Naruto and the others kept walking until there was a rustle in the nearby bush in which Naruto reacted with a shuriken into it. A white-haired bunny that looks scared out of its mind hops away. The 3 ponder about the bunny. Rabbits don't have white hair at this time of year, so that would mean it was kept in captivity for most of its life and used for substitution. The 3 thought as they heard the sound of metal flying through the air. Get down, all 3 said as Yamato tackled Tazuna down and Naruto and Kakashi dived down to see a giant blade flying over them and into a tree where they see a man standing on it. Said man had no shirt on, military cargo pants that were gray, blue, and other shades of blue, and had wrappings around his neck up to under his nose. He wore his mist headband with a slash through it on his head and wore sandals. This man was Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the mist. So this is why the demon brothers were killed. Kakashi no Sharingan, a Jonin, and a brat that looks no older than 8, the man said in a rough voice. Zabuza Momochi, aka the demon of the mist, wanted for attempt murder of the Mizukage and becoming a missing nin after the failed attempt. Oh, the infamous Sharingan is revealed. So it appears you are getting serious, Kakashi. But I have come here for the bridge builder, so just hand him over. Zabuza said, bemused at the turn of events. You won't be having him, you eyebrowless freak. Naruto shouted, getting Yamato and Kakashi to laugh at the nickname and Tazuna to look at him like he was insane. Zabuza, on the other hand, had a smirk on his face, and his right eye was twitching a bit. What was that, you brat? Eyebrowless roared at the blonde, sending out a massive ki, but Naruto just started laughing. That's it, you're dead. Zabuza shouted angrily, grabbing his Zanbatsu from the tree and jumping to the ground, then do hand signs for Kirigakure no Jutsu, hidden mist jutsu, causing a mist to appear over the road and block the view of the group. Naruto then turned to his left and summoned Kurodenku, his right hand, as he blocked the Zanbatsu of Zabuza's. Though Naruto was a child, he was very strong and was holding Zabuza at a stalemate, much to the shock of Zabuza and Tazuna. Naruto then pushed Zabuza away and moved his free hand to his mouth, then shouted, Futon, Diatapa, wind style, great breakthrough, blowing out a large amount of wind, blowing all the mist away and blowing Zabuza out onto the water. Damn, this kid is tough. He didn't even use any hand signs for that jutsu dash. His thoughts were interrupted by his feet getting frozen, then heard Naruto shout, after finishing his long set of hand signs, Hyutan, Suryu, Bufusetsu, Ice Style, Twin Dragon Blizzard. Just then, out of both of Naruto's palms were twin black ether-like dragons to strike at Zabuza. As they flew through the air, they began to turn, creating a large dark tornado sucking in Zabuza and the surrounding terrain. Zabuza, being too shocked about the lake being frozen, didn't register until after being tossed around that he was in the tornado. He held out the jutsu and came crashing down onto the water. Naruto was tired as hell from the jutsu that he only recently started trying out. Kakashi, Yamato, and Tazuna had their eyes bulging out of their sockets and jaws to the floor at the power of the jutsu. Naruto then heard the sound of something coming out of the water. With a ragged breath, Naruto looked up to see a completely soaked Zabuza with his kubikiri, Hocho, on his back. The two were both out of breath, but after a bit they recovered. Well, now I never knew there were more of the ice manipulation bloodline outside of Mist. This is a good development, but no matter, I will kill that old man, Zabuza said, then charging Naruto with his kubikiri, Hocho out to his side ready to attack. Naruto summoned Kurodenku again, and the two swordsmen went at it for about 30 minutes non-stop. Naruto and Zabuza were panting heavily and then decided to finish this. Zabuza started a long chain of hand seals as Naruto made two clones and held out his right hand. A normal Rasengan appeared in it, and the clones got to work. One was keeping the Rasengan going while the other was infusing wind chakra to it. Soon the Rasengan was covered in a ball of wind chakra, and then started taking the shape of a spinning shuriken that sounded like a helicopter's blades were going full blast. Kakashi and Yamato were amazed at the sight of the jutsu that was said to be impossible to be made, but here is Naruto, the son of the creator of Rasengan, finishing his father's failed task. Let's see what that thing has brought. Daibakufu no Jutsu, Grand Waterfall Jutsu. Zabuza shouted out as a large vortex of water shot towards Naruto. Naruto, who had the futon Rasengan ready for a bit, shot forward with the jutsu to his side. When the vortex was close enough, he shot his hand forward, and the two jutsus collided as Naruto then shouted futon Rasengan, wind style, spiral sphere. Just then the vortex of water shot back to Zabuza thanks to the giant burst of wind chakra shooting out of the futon Rasengan. Before Zabuza could move, the two combined jutsus hit him straight on. As Zabuza hit a tree, the two jutsus continued on for miles, and then the water receded back into the lake. Zabuza was found laying up against the tree, drenched and alive with dozens of mini cuts all over his body. Naruto was about to approach him to finish him, but then out of nowhere two Senbon pierced Zabuza's neck. Out of the trees landed what looked like a boy, but was actually a girl by her scent. After Naruto's took a sniff, in a green kimono with a green sash tied on, a pair of green kimono pants, a Mist Hunter Nin mask on her face, and a pair of sandals. She had long black hair that was put into two ponytails to the sides of her face. She jumped down next to Zabuza's dead corpse. I thank you for your help. I have been tracking him for weeks now, the Hunter Nin said in a feminine voice that was being changed to sound like a male's, but Naruto's hearing could tell the difference. Well, I would allow you to take him back to Mist, but being that you have his scent all over you and that you used Senbon to his neck means you are actually his accomplice. Am I right on the head, ma'am? Naruto said, surprising the Hunter Nin about being caught. The Nin thought fast and just picked Zabuza up and disappearing before Naruto could do anything. Naruto, how did you know that Nin was a female? 'Cause I swore she sounded male when she spoke. Kakashi asked the blonde. It's simple, Kakashi Nizan. I just have acute hearing and other senses, so I smelled that she was a female and was trying to change her voice to sound masculine. Also, I believe we have at least 2 weeks before Zabuza attacks again, 'cause those cuts he received are a lot harder to heal even if they don't look like nothing. Naruto replied before dropping down to both knees, panting and holding his right arm slightly from minor pain. You alright, Naruto? Yamato asked as he helped Naruto up. That jutsu of mine has a nasty counter effect, which while it tears through the opponent on a molecular scale, it also comes back and does the same on my arm, but only very slightly due to my good chakra control. But once I get mastery over all my chakra, it won't backfire like that again. Naruto replied before blacking out into Yamato's arms. Tazuna-san, where and how far is your house from here? Kakashi asked in complete leader tone, making Tazuna jump from the change in his tone and then point down the road, saying, my house is about 30 minutes down the road if we walk. Well, hold on to me, 'cause we are not walking, Kakashi ordered as he grabbed Tazuna and started jumping towards the house with Yamato right behind him with Naruto in his arms. 5 minutes later, the group touched down in front of a small walkway that led to a small 2-story house on an island in the middle of the lake. The group then walked to the door, and Tazuna knocking on it, getting a soft muffled coming from behind it. Just a second later, a young woman with bluish-black hair, pink shirt, and blue pants answered the door. "Father, you're all right. Who are these people?" Fath dash. Tsunami hugged her father and looked the Nin to see Naruto out cold and injured in Yamato's arms. "Oh my God, get that poor boy inside. We can talk after he is in a bed," Tsunami said concerned. "Show us to the room, and I will put him down," Yamato said, getting a nod from Tsunami, who led him upstairs to an empty bedroom, and he sat Naruto down on an open bed. While that was happening, Kakashi and Tazuna were sitting at the table waiting for the two to come downstairs, only to hear someone scream out in pain. They then raced upstairs to see Naruto holding his arm as it morphs a bit. His right hand gets claws, and they extend a bit. After that, the rest of his arm calmed down, but his hand was still twitching. "What happened, Naruto?" Kakashi asked, very concerned for his little brother figure. "I think it started," Naruto said in a weak voice. "Started? What started?" Yamato asked this time. "Ray says that when I reach a certain age, I begin to transform into a Hanyu, but it will start a few years before the true ritual begins," Naruto explained, getting worried looks, but nods anyway. "Is there any way to slow it down or stop it?" Kakashi asked, getting a head shake, meaning no. "If I don't turn into a Hanyu, I will explode from the inside out, and taking at least 10 miles worth of terrain, or if I am in Konoha that day, then Konoha itself," Naruto stated sadly, looking at his fox-like hand. "Well, then we should get you fully ready for that day then, and you won't have to worry about being alone, because you will always have me and Yamato with you, Naruto," Kakashi said, doing his famous eye smile, while Naruto weakly smiled back and then passed out. After he passed out, the group, Tazuna and Tsunami, went downstairs and started talking till it was late, and then went to bed. Next morning, Naruto wakes up and stretches his whole body and looks at his now transformed hand. He was talking throughout the night with Ray to figure when the next transformation will be, but sadly, she informed the blonde that it's a random transformation that will keep going until he turns 10, then he will full transform. Naruto thinks that everyone will truly think of him as a demon once they find out, but just shakes it off and gets up out of bed. He heads and takes a shower, then heads downstairs after he is ready. Downstairs, Kakashi and Yamato are sitting at the table chatting while Tsunami is making breakfast. Tazuna went to get some more sake from the store some time ago. Naruto walks down the stairs and greets Kakashi and Yamato, and they greets him back. Tsunami then comes in with breakfast and sets it on the table. Naruto then sat down and started eating with everyone. Then a couple of minutes later, Tazuna came home and sat down to eat. While they ate, Kakashi and Yamato start talking to Naruto about his new jutsu and how he was feeling. "So Naruto, how does the hand feel? Can you mold it all yet?" Kakashi asked, concerned for his little brother figure. "Yeah, it's all right, Kakashi knees, and I can move it. And to be exact, watch this, I figured this out after I woke up." Then Naruto went outside and came back with a metal bar. He had it in his demon hand, and then he squeezed the metal bar with some strength into it, and the bar snapped in half like a twig. The room was bug-eyed as the two pieces of metal fell to the floor. "And that isn't my full strength. It appears that when my hand transformed, it gained its demon strength, but the rest of my arm didn't. And remember, a demon's strength is at least 3 to 4 times stronger than a human's," Naruto said, bring the room out of their shock. "Wow, Naruto, I wonder what would happen when you turn half demon. You will become the strongest person in the world that isn't a full-fledged demon like the 9 Bijou," Yamato said in amazement of his young charge's newly gained strength. "I don't care if I am the strongest in brute strength. I only care for all those that are my precious people and loved ones. With those people in my heart, I am truly the strongest. Protecting your precious people is the one and true strength, and I follow it to the letter," Naruto basically shouted. "That's very honorable, Naruto-kun. I can only imagine the happiness that your loved ones will have in the future," Tsunami said in a motherly tone that makes Naruto feel like he is truly in his home, and tears begin to form around his eyes as he thinks about how it would be like if he did have his family alive with Ray still in him. Naruto then excuses himself from the table and walks out of the house. "Did I do something wrong?" Tsunami asked, concerned about the blonde that just left. "No, you didn't, Tsunami-san. Naruto just doesn't have any parents, so when he heard you say that, he must have started thinking what would happen if his parents were not killed right after he was born," Kakashi sadly said. "You mean that kind and gentle boy is an orphan?" Why haven't either you two adopted him? He needs a family from the look in his eyes. Tsunami said with tears in her eyes as she thought of the blonde having no parents. We can't, I am afraid. The village council would either make her excuse or just straight out ban the adoption. They don't want Naruto to be loved, so they banned his adoption. Even the third Hokage tried, but he couldn't. Right now Naruto is living in his clan home with me, Yamato, and a real good friend of Naruto's named Anko Mitarashi. Me and Yamato are like his older brothers and Anko is like his older sister. Kakashi said, sad at the beginning but happy at the end. Why in the world would they do that? He has no family and they go and ban his adoption so he can be happier is absurd. Why would they do that? Tazuna was the one that shouted this part. I have the reason why they do it, but in our village it's a S-class secret even if Naruto already learned about all the secrets concerning him. But I can tell you the story behind it, and hope that you get what they truly think Naruto is when he is not. Now tell me, do you want to hear the story? Kakashi asked, getting nods in return, and then he started the story of the Kyuubi attack. While that is going on, let's see what Naruto is doing. In a clearing about 3 miles from the house, Naruto was panting heavily as he was trying to master all 3 new forms of Rasengan. Naruto even thought of a new version of Rasengan and got it a shot, giving him a 4th version now. This new version is actually made from the first step of the Rasengan training. Naruto made the chakra in his hand, but instead of a ball he makes it look like a shuriken with a diameter of 1 foot. He then kept the chakra spiraling by making an upper layer of chakra, then did something that neither Jiraiya, his father, or Kakashi thought was even possible. Naruto threw the shuriken formed Rasengan, and it went straight through a 3-foot thick tree in a matter of seconds. Naruto then thought of what the devastation would be like if the new form was the size of a demon wind shuriken or bigger. It would be a greatest assassination move since the creation of the Rasengan by his father. All day Naruto and about 300 clones have been perfecting his new forms of Rasengan. In another clearing there was Naruto's usually training army of almost 3,000 clones. 500 were working on his control, 300 working on mastering all the seals he knows, studying more advanced seals, improve seals he already knows, and also create his own trap seals and other seals that will be of use to the village and its ninja corp. Since Naruto doesn't have a lab nearby, he won't work on his poisons, and the nearest weapon store is in the nearby town about 10 miles away. 200 clones are working on his chakra sensing with his Sashigan incorporated with it. 500 clones were working on his Kenjutsu with it broken down to 200 working on perfecting both his basic Kodachi and Katana styles, and the remaining 300 working on the basic katas for the Hiten Mitsugi. The next 500 clones were split in half for the blonde's reflex and accuracy training. The next 500 are working and perfecting his ninjutsu. They are also trying to master the blonde's 3 affinities. Ray told that with full manipulation over his affinities that Naruto could be as good as Nidaime Hokage in water jutsu, making water from thin air. Naruto could also fly if he was a master at wind manipulation. And for fire, he was told that he could make fire out of thin air using just the oxygen and hydrogen atoms in the air separately, but at the same time to create the fire. Ray told his that it would take years before he could actually do all 3, even with the clone training, but thanks to the clone training, the needed years greatly reduced. Now the last remaining 500 clones are working on his father's, and his mother's styles. He is perfecting his own style, while he is working on the basic katas for his parents. The next day Naruto was the guard for the bridge, but that didn't mean he wasn't training. He had 500 clones over the side of the bridge working on his control and chakra manipulation. Naruto thought of helping the bridge builder, but he decided against it because it would decrease the amount of time the group was to be in wave, and so Zabuza would be fully healed after they left and would kill the villagers. Kakashi was at the house watching over it as he read some books and mangas Naruto had gotten for him to read. Yamato was outside laying down on a tree thinking about things before falling asleep. Over the week, all the 3 would be doing is revolving guard duty. Naruto would be out training, eat, sleep, and chat about different topics during dinner until one night when Inari finally snapped. Why? The young boy said, getting everyone's attention. Why what? Naruto asked. Why do you even try? Gato is a monster and he will kill you all. Why waste your time training when you will die anyway? Inari shouted. Yeah, right, like he could do a thing. Look, kid, I don't care about your opinion cause all I know is Gato is going down. Naruto stated nonchalantly, making Inari get angrier until he fully snapped. You don't know nothing? Gato is going to kill you and the whole village. He took everything from us, and you look as if you don't care? You know nothing of our suffering. Inari shouted angrily. Just then the whole house's temperature dropped below zero, and the windows broke in seconds. Inari, Tazuna, and Tsunami could barely breathe and were on the floor. Kakashi and Yamato were sweating profusely at the amount of Ki radiating off of Naruto right now. Naruto's eyes turned into blood-red irises, and a black slit down the middle of them. When he spoke, it was like Kakashi was hearing the Kyuubi all over again. Don't know suffering? Don't know suffering. Naruto boomed. I'll tell you suffering, you piece of shit. For the first 5 years of my life, I was beaten to almost the brink of death so many times I lost count at 100. Naruto shouted angrily, causing the whole room to go wide-eyed. I was beaten, stabbed, kicked, punched, almost decapitated, and the list just keeps going on. On my birthday, I would sit in my closet praying that I wouldn't be found, but I would always be found no matter what. It didn't matter who came after me. Ninja, men, women, hell, even elderly people came with weapons to use to kill me. Naruto was now radiating red chakra, and his voice kept getting deeper and malicious. His fangs grew and his nails turned into claws. His hair turned feral and ragged by growing and falling everywhere. His whisker marks deepened, making him look almost full fox without its tail. Now tell me who doesn't know the meaning of the word suffering. Naruto shouted, shaking the house, causing things to fall. Tazuna had passed out from the lack of air and the pressure from the Ki rising still. Inari was scared half to death, and he even wet and shit himself from fear. Tsunami was crying from what Naruto was talking about. After Naruto left the room, returned to semi-normal. Inari left crying and to go change. Tsunami was still crying her eyes out. Kakashi had his head down in shame for his little brother figure. Yamato was the same, but he went over and woke Tazuna up. Is it all true? Did all that really happen to that poor boy? Tsunami choked out through her sobs and crying. Kakashi nodded his head and started speaking. It's all true, don't to the letter. After he was born, Naruto's life went straight to hell and kept getting worse and worse until he almost went into a mentally broken coma where he would have never came out if it wasn't for a friend of his on the inside. Naruto after that was never the same, and all he would do is train, eat, and sleep. He did nothing else. The only people that were able to get through to him at first were the third Hokage, the father and daughter of the ramen stand in Konoha, and Anko. After them it was Yamato, then me, then his animal companion Vaughn. To be exact, Naruto only does have 7 loved ones. He has a lot of friends, but they are only that, just friends. Naruto, even though he is like this, he still moves on with his life and pushes forward. To me, he is exactly like his father was while growing up, as I was told by the third. Naruto was born an orphan and his father was born a clan heir. When his father became the clan head and Hokage, it was after the third great ninja war, and his clan was all dead, leaving him alone until he found Naruto's mother, who was also a clan head with her clan dead from the war. The two fell in love, but in secret due to his name being a taboo in Iwa and Kumo. Even though the two kept on moving forward until they died on Naruto's day of birth. So Naruto pretty much carried on both of their wills to move on to honor their ways. Tsunami was crying even further, and Tazuna was crying as well as he drank his sake. In the clearing once again. Here we find a very emotional Naruto destroying everything in sight, whether it be ground, trees, bushes, clones, or anything he was destroying while tears were streaming down his face. The chakra had already receded after he left the house, and his face turned back to normal as well as his nails. Naruto kept doing this until he ran out of chakra and passed out. The next morning. Here we find a young girl that is no older than 9 walking with a basket to the clearing that our blonde was destroying last night. The girl has on a pink kimono with a white sash tied around her waist. She has sandals on her feet, and her dark brown hair was down. She had chocolate-colored eyes and a face and body girls would die for. She had an hourglass figure, and her bust was about borderline to D-cup. She was walking to the clearing to pick some herbs for her master's wounds when she saw the nuclear site zone. Clearing. The girl was looking at craters the size of houses, trees decimated and turned to small pieces of wood, shrubbery, and roots of the fallen trees were all over. The girl crept slowly, using her ninja skills to survey the area for whoever was in this battle or what looked like one. The girl came over to the biggest crater that was at least 30 feet in diameter and 8 to 10 feet deep. When she looked inside, what she saw surprised her and made her face turn into a tomato. What the girl saw was out blonde hero laying spread eagle with his shirt gone and his pants torn to shreds, allowing her to see his boxers. She was eyeing Naruto's muscle like a hawk and saw his whiskers, making him look like a feral beast. She blushed even redder from the thoughts that were entering her mind. She looked at the face even more and was shocked to see that it was the boy that defeated her master without getting many scratches. She then jumped down next to the blonde, slipping a sunbon out of her sleeve and poised to kill him, but her heart wouldn't let her, so she instead just started shaking him awake, while blushing even more than before for feeling Naruto's muscles up close. "Hey, you could get a cold if you sleep out here," the girl said while shaking Naruto. Said blonde was starting to wake up when he's starting to be shaked. He opened his eyes as he tried to focus. The girl just stared at the boy's ocean blue eyes as if she was lost in them, but didn't want to be found. Naruto, getting his vision back, sat up and yawned. He looked over at the person who woke him and was stunned and surprised to see the drop-dead, beautiful, and gorgeous girl right there. To him, she looked like an angel without its wings. When he took a sniff of the air, he smelled that she wore a perfume that smelled of jade. She also smelled like honey and cinnamon. But the one thing that he also smelled was that she was the hunter Nin he met a week ago, but he decided on not doing anything to her yet. "I don't get sick, miss," the blonde started. "Haku. My name is Haku, and yours?" Haku said and asked. "Naruto Uzumaki. Pleasure to meet you, Haku-chan," Naruto said. Haku blushed at the suffix to her name, but pushed down the blush to respond. "Pleasure to meet you too, Naruto-kun." This time Naruto blushed, but thanks to his unnatural tan, it didn't show that much. "So what are you doing out here, Naruto-kun? This place looks like a disaster site made by a demon," Haku stated, looking around. Naruto laughed mentally at the irony of the statement. "Well, I was out here relieving a lot of stress and anger, and I guess I destroyed the whole area. My question is why such a beautiful girl as yourself is doing out alone," Naruto said, receiving a blushing Haku from the compliment. "I came out here for some herbs for a hurt friend of mine. The one you hurt, Naruto-kun," Haku said, then thought. Naruto decided it was now or never and started speaking while he was getting up. "Do you need some help with that, Haku-chan? 'Cause I think I banged Zabuza up a little too much in our last battle." To this, Haku stiffened and reached for a sunbon in her sleeve again. "What do you mean, Zabuza?" "I do not know a Zabuza, Naruto-kun," Haku said, trying to get Naruto off the topic. "Don't play dumb with me, Haku-chan. I can smell Zabuza's scent all over you. And also you and the fake hunter Nin smell the same, so I know you are his accomplice. What I want to know is why are you two doing this?" Naruto asked, standing up, and while talking he changes into another set of clothes. "Because Zabuza-sama was the one who saved me when I had no purpose and took me in and gave me a purpose. After my mother was killed by my father, I was left as a street orphan with a bloodline, but I kept it a total secret. Everyone looked at me like I was trash until Zabuza-sama showed up and then took me in. He trained me and gave me a purpose, and that is to serve him to the end," Haku said with little emotion. "But why are you guys attacking the bridge builder for Gato? All that man is a good-for-nothing bastard who uses his money for power," Naruto asked. "It is because Zabuza-sama is a wanted missing Nin, and so the hunter Nin are always after us. And if I was to be found out, then Mist would send its bloodline elimination squad after me to kill me off and end my bloodline. So we use Gato as an escape route to get the hunter Nin off our trail for a while," Haku sadly said after sitting down with her head to her knees and her arms covering her face as she cried. Naruto saw this and was saddened that such a beautiful girl looks so sad, so he did the gentleman's thing and walked over to Haku and sat down by her and hugged her close. Haku stiffened at the contact but relaxed and started crying onto Naruto's shirt as he stroked her hair. "Then why don't you just leave Gato and go to another country? I can actually get both you and Zabuza a home in Konoha and be able to live in my clan home since I am the only living clan member, making me the clan head, and puts you two under my protection," Naruto softly said to Haku as he stroked her hair and rubbed her back slowly to calm her down. To say Haku was surprised would be an understatement. Here right next to her was a Nin that almost killed her master only but a week ago, and he wants her and her master/father to come to Konoha to live there under his clan's protection. She moved her head up from his chest and looked up at his seemingly endless blue eyes for any deceit. She was happy to see none whatsoever. If he could do that, then she and her master/father could be free of the hunter Nin and could live in peace. Are you sure you can do that, Naruto-kun? Won't having a S-class missing Nin be dangerous to let into the village? And would they allow me and Zabuza-sama in? Haku questioned with hope-filled tone. I am sure, because me and the third Hokage are pretty much grandfather and grandson in a way, and me being the son of the greatest man in history helps even more. Also, you won't be touched the second I say that you are under my clan's protection, since my clan is highly respected and powerful even with all the members but me dead. Our influence of the village's economy is huge, making us very powerful in political, economical, power, and influence. Naruto told the hoping Haku. Haku was so happy inside that she was cheering in her head with so much joy you would think she was a Mexican jumping bean, not being racist. So here is the deal, Haku-chan. In 3 days' time you will bring Zabuza to this clearing at midnight so we can make a deal. I will make sure that both Kakashi Nizan and Yamato Nizan know about the deal so they don't think I am betraying the leaf or something. If you two do not arrive, then I will assume that you two do not want to make a deal, and we will have to fight to our deaths when you are all ready and healed. Naruto said to the happy Haku. I will tell him, Naruto-kun. Hopefully he will accept, cause I am sick of all the running, and so is he. Haku chirped as she was getting up to leave, but to be pulled down by Naruto as he kisses her cheek, making the two blush like crazy. Gee, goodbye for now, Haku-chan, Naruto stuttered out. Gee, goodbye, Naruto-kun. Haku left to go back and inform Zabuza, but before she left the clearing, Naruto called to her as he remembered something. Hey, Haku-chan, Naruto yelled. Yes, Naruto-kun? Haku asked, only to have a small little vial of blue liquid fall into her hands. Give that to Zabuza when he agrees to come see me, but only if he does all right. Naruto shouted. What is this, Naruto-kun? Haku questioned, looking at the liquid. It's a special healing elixir that heals any and all wounds that I created. I make them back in Konoha for the hospital to use when there is an emergency and someone may die. The max it could do is heal and fully repair a broken spine and nervous system, but if anything real fatal, then it wouldn't be able to fully heal the wound. Naruto said nonchalantly, getting a wide-eyed and slack-jawed Haku. This medicine is probably the greatest breakthrough in medical history, and you speak as if it was a common thing. And you say you're the creator? Haku practically shouted, in which made give off his trademark foxy grin, making Haku blush. I know it is, but what the village doesn't know is that I am the creator, because I give this medicine to a special friend of mine and the personal doctor for the third to be used. If the hospital knew I would have they would have said it was tainted by the demon brat to kill instead of heal, so I remained anonymous. Naruto stated sadly, to which Haku was now wondering why the village called him that. She voiced her question and got a startling answer from the blonde. It is because of 2 reasons. 1, being that I have the Kyuubi no Kitsune sealed inside me, and 2, I am transforming into a half-demon now, as you can see by my hand, Naruto said sadder, and showed her the transformed hand. Now that you know, I'll accept it if you hate me now. Naruto started walking to the house when he felt a pair of slender arms wrap around him and hold him close. I don't hate you, Naruto-kun, cause when you have been with the demon of the mist you get used to the word demon. Haku said softly into his ear. But Zabuza is a human and I am an actual half-demon, so there is a difference. Naruto responded. Naruto-kun, no matter what the village says, you are who you are. And you are a kind, considerate young boy that would give anything to protect those who are precious to you. To me, you are not Kyuubi, but Naruto Uzumaki, the one who is willing to get hated even more for allowing both me and Zabuza-sama under your clan's protection, especially when Zabuza-sama is a S-class, missing Nin wanted for the attempt murder of the Mizukichi. Haku countered, making the boy she is holding relax. Thank you, Haku-chan. I really needed that. I hope to see you in a few days here with Zabuza-san. I will be going now to inform Kakashi Nizan and Yamato Nizan. Naruto said and started walking away, waving to Haku before disappearing via Hyutan. Shunshin surprising Haku even more. She then left to go inform Zabuza of the deal. Back at the house, Naruto returned to the house to see Kakashi and Yamato sitting at the table. He walks over to them and sit down and start telling them what had just happened. To say they were surprised is an understatement. The two both agreed that if Naruto could make the two agree, then the mission would be easier and Konoha would be better with Zabuza and Haku in its walls under the Namake's protection, making the council unable to use Haku as a baby producer. Naruto then went to sleep cause he was still exhausted. Zabuza's hideout. Haku had gotten to the hideout and told Zabuza of the deal. He was against it at first, but after hearing the full story and how that if they were under the boys' clan protection, no one could hurt or hunt them anymore, he finally agreed after about an hour of thinking. Then Haku supplied Zabuza the vial and told him what it was. Zabuza was skeptical at first and used the rabbit as a small test subject. The rabbit had been hit by a stray kunai to the leg, and the wound and scar were gone in the next 10 minutes. After seeing the medicine was the real deal, he drank it and waited to feel the results. He didn't have to wait long as his skin started to steam and all the molecular damage was healed and his muscles that were torn were healed in only 5 minutes. Zabuza then thought if the boy was Tsunade's apprentice, but decided against it cause Tsunade hasn't been to Konoha ever since the end of the Third Great Ninja War from what he has heard. 3 days later at the clearing at midnight. It was midnight and Naruto was sitting against a nearby tree with his eyes closed and using his chakra sensing to keep an eye out. When he felt 2 chakra signatures approach that were familiar, he stood up and opened his eyes. About 3 minutes later landed Zabuza and Haku both in their ninja attire. Haku was without her mask showing her angelic face, and with the moonlight made her face glow causing Naruto to become mesmerized. He was snapped out of his thoughts when Zabuza started talking. So Haku here says you have a deal you would like to make with us. What is it, and what are the conditions I don't have all day? Zabuza said in his usual rough voice. She is correct, I do have a deal for you too. The deal is that at the bridge in 4 days me, Kakashi, and Yamato will fake our fight against you two and any other ninja that were hired. Of course we will kill the extra people and leave you alive. I have a feeling Gato then will show himself and then try to get rid of you, so he won't have to pay you with an army of mercenaries. After we kill Gato and his army, then I will sneak away and head to his mansion and get all of his money and anything else of value and give most of it to Wave and the remaining to you too, so you can get a good start in Konoha. You do not have to worry about Kakashi Nizan and Yamato Nizan. They know of the plan already and right now are at Gato's mansion scoping out all the enemies and getting any information that will be needed like bank codes, numbers, and deeds. With them, they will then see who else is with you to get an adequate determination of how strong the enemy Nin will be. From all that will lead to the fall of Gato, the rise of Wave, your acceptance to Konoha through the Namake's clan protection that is under my leadership even if I am the last remaining Namake's, and then your futures. Naruto finished taking a deep breath from the long speech. Well, it all sounds good, but what about the Hokage? Won't he kill me on the spot? Zabuza asked the blonde, who just smiled. Nah, Aji-san and I are pretty much family, and with my clan's influence, he and the council can't risk my clan to revoke its influence over almost everything that the village needs. Naruto chirped. Namake's? Wait, why does that name sound so familiar? Zabuza questioned. Think the 4th Hokage, my father Minato Namake's, or better known as the Yellow Flash, Naruto said nonchalantly, getting a wide-eyed Zabuza. Your father was the Yellow Flash? Man, what a name to live to up to and surpass. I mean, the man is a legend, and even I don't want to meet him face to face. Zabuza said. I already am past him in some aspects, but soon I will surpass him all the way since I already have Rasengan down and am working on his most famous jutsu, the Hiroshin. Naruto responded. Damn Gaki, and at first I thought you nothing but a little kid trying to be a ninja. And now I find out you're training to be able to use a jutsu that made your father the first ever person to be a SS-ranked person who was given the order to flee on sight. Zabuza said amazed at the young boy in front of him. Well, I plan on making my own legend as the world's first elemental master and to be called Konoha's Elemental Fox Flash. Naruto chirped at the thought, making Haku giggle and Zabuza chuckle. Well, Gaki, you have yourself a deal, and you better make sure you keep your end of the bargain or I will make you pay. Got me. Zabuza threatened, in which got a vigorous nod in return. Well, I will see you two in 4 days on the bridge, and remember, bring your best, cause I want to make this fight, even if it is fake, a memorable one. Naruto said, holding out his hand to Zabuza, who in turn grabbed it and shook it before disappearing with Haku and Naruto to go back to the house and tell Kakashi and Yamato that the deal was a success. 2 days later in town, Naruto is walking through town with Tsunami to get some food for the dinner. After leaving the food store and getting even more pissed at the limited food thanks to Gato, Naruto gets tapped on the shoulder, in which he turns around. What he sees is a girl with reddish-brown hair, chocolate eyes, 2 marks with one under each eye, and she had her headband on her forehead. For clothes, she had a black V-top with black arm sleeves that were cut off of the shirt, a black skirt with a cut on the right leg exposing her fine legs. From the look through her opening of her shirt was that she bandaged her breasts so they wouldn't bounce or let people know how big she was. She wore black sandals. On her right leg was a weapon pouch, and on her back, she carried a backpack. Naruto thought she looked familiar from somewhere, but his thoughts were ended when the girl started talking. "Hey little boy, what's your name?" asked the girl. "Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze." "And yours?" He was cut off by her squealing and tackling him and hugging him to death. "Naruto Kuin, you alive?" the girl yelled out, squeezing the blonde to death. "Ano gasp, can I breath gasp now?" Naruto asked, trying to live to see another day. "And Haku?" The girl sheepishly scratched the back of her head as she got off him. "Sorry, but I am so happy my sensei's son is alive. I was told you died that day," the girl replied. "As you can see, I am not dead, and might I ask what your name is, even though I have a good guess cause you said my father was your sensei?" Naruto said. "Oh, where are my manners? My name is Rin Hayashi," the newly named Rin said. "I guess I was right, and now Kakashi Nizan owes me a lot of money," Naruto said with a devious smile on his face, which unnerved Rin a bit until she realized what he had said. "Wait, you Kakashi, right? Kakashi Hitaki?" Rin asked with some hope laced into her tone. "Yeah, he's my Nizan since he is my older brother figure." "Why do you ask, Rin-san?" the blonde boy asked. "'Cause he was my teammate before Sensei died. So can you take me to see him? Please, Naruto-kun," Rin asked softly as if pleading. "Well, since you asked nicely, I will, but right now I need to catch up with Tsunami-san before she gets too far ahead," Naruto said, getting a nod as they ran after Tsunami. 3 hours later at the house, Naruto, Rin, and Tsunami entered the house with the groceries. Kakashi wasn't there since he was at the bridge today. Yamato was meditating on the floor as they walked in, and when he turned to greet them, his eyes went wide in seconds. "Rin, is that you? It's been what? 8 years since I last saw you with Kakashi-senpai right before the incident. We thought you died." Yamato fired the questions away and yelled at the end. "Hold on, Yamato-sen, calm down. Yes, it is me, and yes, it's been at least 8 years. I took a very long-term mission to be the daimyo's personal guard so I could get away from the Leaf Village," Rin stated. "Well, when Kakashi found you gone after the battle, he thought he had lost you and went into a real bad depression. He was known as Konoha's late Kakashi no Sharingan cause he would always look at the memorial stone and see Obito's, Minato's, and your name there. I guess that is why you put up on the stone. You must have wanted to disappear. Kakashi's heart hasn't been the same since then until he met Naruto, of course, and then he changed a great deal, but he still stares at the stone for a time every once in a while." Yamato finished sadly. "I just couldn't accept that Minato-sensei, Kushina-chan, and Naruto-kun were dead back then, so I just transferred. I only did just find out that Naruto-kun is alive and that I was lied to, as was Kakashi. I just hope Kakashi-kun remembers me and isn't mad at me for what I did." Rin looked down sad, only to be hugged from behind by 2 arms that were well built with forearm-long sleeves and black gloves on both of the person's hands. When she heard the person's voice, she almost died happy from what he said. "Of course I remember you, Rin-chan. You think I am that stupid idiot that didn't realize your love for me from back then? And from what I just heard, I can only say this. I forgive you," Kakashi said as he had just came home with Tazuna, who was told to keep quiet by Tsunami. "Kakashi-kun." Rin turned around to see the man she loved and hugged him tightly. The time hugged each other tightly. The others were smiling at the scene of 2 lovers being reunited at last. Naruto just went to the wall and leaned against it with his eyes closed and started thinking of things. After a while, the 2 broke and started chatting. After an hour, Naruto left, saying he was going to train. He continued to try and master and expand the Raisin Shuriken. Kakashi had told Rin of the plan to get Zabuza and Haku back to Konoha, and she agreed to help with the plan. 2 days later, the ninja group are now walking towards the bridge with Tazuna in the middle of the group. Kakashi and Yamato had informed that Rokushu Aoi and some other Chunin ninja were being paid by Gato. The one that got Kakashi's attention was a man named Taiseki, or known as Iron Fist Taiseki from IWA. The man was one of the only people to live after fighting Naruto's father and was an honorable man that after his battle with Minato let him go alive. If Taiseki was one of the missing ninja hired by Gato, then if Naruto could get him to join their side through the favor of being able to live by his father, then maybe it would be a lot easier. Naruto thought about this and would try to talk to him during the fight. Just then, Naruto's senses kicked into overdrive, and he shot back to the house, startling everyone. They asked him what was wrong, and he yelled back, "Tsunami and Inari are in trouble. One of my clones dispelled when he was hit by a earth jutsu. I am going to go save them. You guys go on ahead and keep to the plan," Naruto shouted as he was shooting through the trees. The group nodded and kept going. Kakashi was sure that only a high-class Jonin could catch one of Naruto's clones, so it had to be Taiseki's work. Back at the house, Taiseki, or Iron Fist Taiseki, was walking down the gangplank with thoughts against this evil act of using a woman against the bridge builder. He was a real honorable man, and doing this was against him. He can only hope nothing bad will happen in the end. His senses kicked in, and he saw a person jump in front of him. He then went into a stance ready for whatever it was that came out, but was shocked to see neon blonde hair and a white coat with flames on the bottom of it licking up the cloak. He thought he was going to fight the yellow flash again, so he went full alert. Naruto had made it on time and landed in front of the assailant. He stood up and turned to see a man with a rough face, bodybuilder body, IWA Jonin vest, IWA headband with slash through it, black shirt, and brown cargo pants. Naruto knew this man was Taiseki cause there was only one IWA nin within the missing nin ranks hired by Gato. Hopefully he can get the man on his side. "You must be Taiseki the Iron Fist. My Nizan said that you lost against my father, but he spared your life cause you were an honorable man. The name's Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. I can only hope that you are being forced to try and kidnap Mrs. Tsunami-san," Naruto said, getting into a stance ready to anything. "Yes, I am Taiseki, and you must mean Minato Namikaze, the yellow flash. Yes, I did lose to him, but thanks to me being an honorable man and ninja I was spared. And yes, I am being forced to kidnap the bridge builder's daughter. Now if you don't mind, I need to do this," Taiseki said, taking a step forward only to jump back from a barrage of shuriken. "My Nizan asked me to see you would like to come back to the Leaf to drop your status as a missing ninja. Being that you are an honorable man, how about a duel? The winner will oblige the other's wish with no backing down." "Agreed," Naruto asked, putting his hand to Taiseki. "You must be some crazy-ass kid to think of fighting me, but I shall accept your challenge, young man. It is only once that I can duel against the son of the only man to ever best me in battle other than Jiraiya," Taiseki said, shaking Naruto's hand, then walking to a nearby open field with the blonde following. The bridge. The group had finally reached the bridge and saw that all the workers were knocked out and a lingering mist overhanging the bridge. The group got on guard as they entered the mist. Tazuna went and hid behind some crates and was placed under a Jinjutsu to be hidden better. The next thing they see is a group of about 15 ninja with Aoi, Zabuza, and Haku out front. "It seems you have finally made it, Kakashi. Where is the blonde Gakai? He was supposed to be here," Zabuza said, looking around. "He went to go finish off Taiseki at the house, so he will be a bit," Kakashi said while pulling up his headband, showing his Sharingan eye. "Now shall we get down to business? Rin, you go and fight Aoi. Yamato, you go and fight the other nin. I will fight Zabuza and the hunter nin until Naruto shows up," Kakashi said, getting nods from both of them. Then, as if Kemi-sama wanted the battle to begin, a breeze swept over the bridge and the battle for Wave Country was on. Back with Naruto and Taiseki. Naruto and Taiseki were standing about 10 meters away from each other in their respective battle stances. Naruto knew he was going to need use everything he had to beat the man, and since the man was a Earth user, his best bet would be lightning-style moves. Taiseki was seeing deja vu with the blonde in front of him. He remembered the day he went up against Minato Namikaze well. The two stood there, and then just like at the bridge, Kemi-sama started the match with a breeze. Naruto and Taiseki shot forward, throwing punches and kicks at a very fast speed, making them look like blurs. Naruto was able to hit Taiseki in the stomach, then knee him in the face, then throw him over his shoulder and slamming him into the ground. Taiseki was impressed by the brat so far, but it was only the beginning, and he still had a couple of tricks up his sleeve. He then got up and jumped back, doing hand seals at a fast rate, then shouting Doton, Doryuden, Earth Style, Earth Dragon Projectile. Just then out of the ground was the head of a mud dragon, and out of its open mouth shot multiple mud bullets that were traveling at a fast speed. Naruto then did hand signs of his own and shouted out right on, John, Lightning Style, False Darkness. Out of his hands came a wave of lightning heading straight to the mud. The lightning went straight through them and kept going to Taiseki, but he jumped out of the way but got hit in the foot before he fully got away. Taiseki yelled out in pain when he landed and lost his footing due to his foot going completely numb. He then got up and did some hand signs, shouted Doton, Domu, Earth Style, Earth Spear. Taiseki's whole body then turns dark brown as he hardens his body into rock. He then charged Naruto and punched the blonde in the gut, making him almost double over, and then he kicks Naruto away. Said blonde starts skipping across the ground and stops near a tree. He staggers to get up, but does anyway. He then rushed towards Taiseki, doing hand signs at a fast rate, which were barely even seen by the IWA Nin. The blonde then shouted out right on, Denku Hoku no Jutsu, Lightning Style, Lightning Roar Jutsu. Naruto sent a wave of lightning chakra towards the enemy, transforming into a lightning lion, roaring like a wild beast towards Taiseki. Said man pushed most of his remaining chakra into this next move, and then he slammed his hands down onto the ground, shouting Doton, Doryu Heki, Earth Style Wall. Just then a large slab of earth shot out of the ground and hardened to almost the durability as iron. When the two jutsu struck, there was rock and lightning flying in every direction. Taiseki looked from behind the rock to see a dick of chakra flying at him. The next thing he hears scares him to no end. Raisin Shuriken. Naruto see the blade easily cut through the wall and sees Taiseki jump out of the way before it hits. With the Rasengan in his hand, the blonde charges the IWA Nin. Taiseki was amazed that the legendary Rasengan was able to be thrown now. When he looked at the boy, he saw what made his eyes go wide. The Rasengan was about 3 inches from Taiseki's stomach when it stopped moving and dissipated. You have lost, Taiseki-san. That was a great duel, and I hope we will get to do some more in the future, Naruto said while taking some steps back and bowing. Yes, I see. I believe that not even your father was able to beat me that easily, so as I stated my word, I will accompany you to Konoha and join them, Taiseki said before bowing and then sitting down for a breather. All right, I need to get to the bridge and help my friends. You can stay here and make sure no one else tries to kidnap Tsunami-san. Me and my friends with Zabuza Momochi and Haku Momochi will come back here after the battle is over, Naruto stated before disappearing via Hyutan. Shunshin making Taiseki smile and think, and yet the boy was holding back his real strength. I think I am going to like Konoha if that boy is willing to be a sparring partner. At the bridge prior to Naruto versus Taiseki, Kakashi, Yamato, and Rin jump into action and charge their respective targets. Rin takes Aoi to the end of the bridge so they wouldn't be bothered. Yamato went to the entrance of the woods with the 15 Chunin and Jinin missing Nin following him. Kakashi, Haku, and Zabuza stayed in that area for their fight with Rin and Aoi. Aoi was a cocky dumbass because he thinks he is invincible with the legendary Raijin blade that was used by the Nidaime Hokage. He was a Jonin with Chunin Abelites of Rain for a while before he defected from there, as well with some valuable Swate unscrolls that were by Hanzo himself. Rin and Aoi were fighting in taijutsu at the beginning, and Aoi was getting his ass handed to him easily. When he started losing, then he went the coward's way out and brought out the Raijin and started attacking wildly with no grace whatsoever, making him look like a kid with a stick that is made of lightning chakra thrashing around. Rin was dodging all the swipes with ease cause she was a Exumbu before she transferred, and she has been keeping herself in shape ever since. Rin then started using psychological warfare against the missing leaf Nin. So the indestructible Aoi Rokishu can't even beat a girl like me, huh? You're weak and you know it. The only thing that is keeping you alive is the Raijin, and without any skill to wield it you're nothing but disgracing its name. Aoi was now getting pissed, and was thrashing even more, making him use more energy to try and hit the Kanochi. When Aoi missed and lost his footing, Rin then grabbed the hand with the Raijin in it, and snapped it, and then took the Raijin and cut Aoi's head off before he could even feel the pain from his broken wrist. Rin then deactivated the Raijin and sealed it away. She then sealed Aoi's head as well, and then burned his body. She felt the earth shake and knew that Yamato needed some help and when to help him. With Yamato was using his Doton, Daidoho no Jutsu, Earth-style, Mud Cannon Jutsu, on the 15 that came after him. The jutsu fires a large ball of mud out of Yamato's mouth and at the ninja. 4 of the Jinin and Chunin were hit and killed when it made contact. The other 11 were able to dodge it, then sent a giant barrage of shuriken and kunai at Yamato, who did another set of hand signs, and then slammed them down onto the ground, making a Doton, Shorihiki, Earth-style, Earth Wall Jutsu, appear to block the incoming weapons. When he heard the last thud, he started up more hand signs and shouted out as he slammed his hand down Doton. Jishin no Jutsu, Earth-style, Earthquake Jutsu. Just like the jutsu's name says, it makes the ground all around him shake violently, causing the ninja to lose their footing, and then the ground broke, causing about 5 to fall and be crushed. Now with it down to 6-1, Yamato can ease a bit cause he was using too much chakra. Just then a ninja dropped dead with a Rin holding the Raijin in her hand and smirking. Yamato was glad backup was there, and the two got back to back. Rin put the Raijin away and got into her taijutsu stance. Then the two ninja jumped and started fighting 3 versus 1. Rin was making easy work of her 3 as she killed the first one with a kunai to the heart, and then the next one with a snapped neck. The last one tougher than the other 2 and put up more of fight by using Suiton, Teppadama, Water-style, Water Bullet. Rin dodged the Water Bullet and used a Katon, Housenka no Jutsu, Fire-style, Mythical Fire Phoenix Jutsu, to send multiple balls of fire at the Nin, killing him instantly. Yamato killed the first one with a kunai to the heart. The second and third ones both used Suiton, Teppadama, Water-style, Water Bullet, while he blocked with Doton, Shorihiki, Earth-style, Earth Wall Jutsu. He then did some hand signs for Doton. Uresu Yasha, Earth-style, Rock Catapult Jutsu. Rocks out of the ground shot out to the second guy and crushed him in an instant. The third guy was getting scared and started to run, but found his leg to be caught by a piece of wood. He was now almost pissing his pants cause he heard the legends of the Shodame Hokage with his ability to use Mokuton, wood style. Yamato was no relative of the first Hokage, but due to Orochimaru's experiments, he became the first to be able to use Mokuton, wood style, since the first Hokage. The wood branch wrapped around the man and crushed him to death. After the two beheaded all 15 and put their heads in scrolls. Yamato had made sure the ground was back to normal while they were beheading the men. The two went to go check on Kakashi and hopefully Naruto if he arrived. With Kakashi, Zabuza, and Haku. When the others went after their targets, Kakashi, Zabuza, and Haku stood there until in fighting stances until the others were out of sight. Then they just relaxed and started waiting for Naruto to appear. After about 5 minutes, the group started talking about things since they all wanted to see how well Naruto can face off against the two of them. After about 20 minutes of waiting, Zabuza was about to go crazy until a spike of ice shot out of the ground in between Zabuza and Haku, making them jump and become full alert. Kakashi, on the other hand, was amused to see the two react to Naruto's personal way of entering a place. Out of the spike of ice came our favorite blonde covered in blood all over and arms are folded. At first, even Kakashi didn't even recognize Naruto due to the blood, but when he saw the Sashigan in all its glory, he knew it was him. Haku and Zabuza were trying hard to figure out who the person is, but couldn't until he used a water jutsu to clean off most of the blood on himself. Naruto, what the hell happened to you? It looks like you almost died fighting Taiseki. Kakashi asked. Nah, I beat him just fine. It was just that I annihilated Gato and his base just now. Naruto replies, pulling out 2 scrolls. One is Gato's head, and the other is all his money. Well, I guess all we have to do is wait for the others to show up, Kakashi said, smiling as Naruto looked to see Zabuza and Haku to the left and right of him. Well, we could, but you try going against a S-class Nin, then kill off an army of mercenaries without losing your stomach by how you killed them. Naruto countered, rubbing his temple, as everyone really saw what happened to him. The blonde's shirt was torn a bit, and so did the pants. There were holes every once in a while where weapons hit him and made him bleed. Then Kakashi can see what happened to his right forearm. It had turned into its half-demon state already. But what really got their attention was the remnants of red chakra all over his skin. To Kakashi, it means that he went fox cloak, but to the other two, they were wondering how it was red and not blue until Haku remembered that Naruto is the Kyuubi's holder. Well, let's go round up the others and head to the house, Naruto said, then walking over to the crates, getting puzzling looks from the three until he says Kai, and Tazuna's hiding spot is unsealed. Then the group started walking towards the house. Rin and Yamato join up about 5 minutes later. Along the way, they were chatting among each other. Haku was wondering how Naruto could use Hyutan, so she vouched her question to the blonde and got the ass boy biting his thumb and do hand signs and shout out Kuchios no Jutsu. Shiva, summoning technique. Shiva, as he slaps his hand down. Out of the smoke came Shiva in all her barely clothed glory, floating above Naruto with her arms wrapped slightly around his neck. It unnerved Haku a bit, which she didn't know why. It made Tazuna, Zabuza, Kakashi, and Yamato all had nosebleeds, but Kakashi shook it off cause he didn't want a pissed off Rin to face later on. Rin was just eyeing the summon. She is how I know Hyutan Haku-chan. Shiva-chan and 3 other elemental spirits live in my mindscape with my other friend, the blonde said, then Shiva disappeared as if she was glass shattering. When the group gets back to the house, they find Taiseki sitting outside the house recovering from his fight with Naruto. When the group plus Taiseki got to the house, and inside they sat down. They all started talking about their battles, but the one that intrigued them the most is the one between Naruto and Taiseki. Kakashi, Rin, and Yamato were asking what Taiseki meant by a flying disc of pure chakra, and to their astonishment, Naruto said he created a Rasengan that was able to be thrown like a shuriken. He put his hand up over the table and concentrated on the first part of the training, and soon enough a swirling disc of pure chakra appeared above his hand, and it grew and grew until it was the diameter of an average demon windmill shuriken. Kakashi asked Naruto if he could actually add elemental chakra to it to make it work even more, and then Naruto started thinking, but before he did, he stopped the jutsu. He said he could try back home and told them that all he had to do is increase his chakra control and he would be able to master all the forms of Rasengan he had came up with. Kakashi was wondering about the 2 last remaining Rasengans and what elements they were. To his surprise, Naruto just said he would show them right now and went outside. The group followed and came to the clearing where Taiseki and Naruto fought. Naruto made 5 clones and broke them up into teams of 2 with one with the original. The real Naruto and clones started the process of making the futon, Rasengan. The other groups started making 2 different Rasengans. The first group started making a ball of those with good enough eyes watched as small particles of water started to form inside the chakra until it was a glob of uncontrolled substance by the way the blob of water was moving spasmodically. Feeling it where it should be, clone Naruto clenched his eyes tighter and then a second later snapped them open. The ninja around him watched the blob of water seemingly blow up inside the Rasengan, and then 2 seconds later, they could see small particles of water rotating with the Rasengan chakra, moving in sync with each other. It was as if the chakra of the Rasengan and the elemental water was one. The water particles were only the size of a pin, but with the amount that was in it, it almost looked like a tsunami of water and chakra moving in a chaotic but still controlled environment. Nodding at the state of the Rasengan, he concentrated some more, and slowly water formed on his hand. With a small push of his chakra, clone Naruto moved it to the Rasengan. They were even more astonished to see small streams of water slide down Naruto's hand and onto the Rasengan and float around it. The water formed 3 rings around the Rasengan that rotated around the first ever seen elemental Rasengan at amazing speeds. Each ring rotated in different direction, and not once were the rings ever lined up together. The whole process took a total of 1 minute. What surprised the others even more was the sheer power they could feel emitting off the elemental Rasengan. It was easily S-rank by the feel of it. Suka Rasengan. Maelstrom spiraling sphere, the clone yelled out. He then ran to a tree and made sure that behind the tree miles away was a mountain. He slammed the sphere of water into the tree, and in an instant all you could see is a raging tornado of water shooting outwards, destroying tree, the ground, and anything in its way. When the torrent of water hit the mountain, the water tearing into the mountain easily, until after a couple minutes the water died down and was soaked away into the earth. Everyone watching had their eyes wider than ever and their mouths to the floor. The water started receding into the ocean and used the ground that was torn up as a riverway. Now the other elemental chakra Rasengan was the most surprising. It was a ball of fire, and inside the ball was actually spinning lava and superheated chakra. The water around the pair of clones evaporated in seconds, and the ground was beginning to scorch. Around the man-made sun were 3 rings of pure fire and 6 balls of concentrated fire. The clone then ran over the ocean's top out about 500 to 1,000 yards out, and then slammed the ball into the water, screaming out, Taiyu Rasengan, solar spiraling sphere. When the ball hit the water, the distance between land and where the epicenter was exactly enough distance from the group caused the explosion of pure fire, lava, and steam. The blast went the distance to the epicenter to land, which was about 1,000 yards in diameter, and went almost 200 yards into the sky. The mini-sun looked as if a flaming meteor had just hit the Earth, causing this. A humongous tidal wave went in every direction and was heading for land. It took the effort of Kakashi, Haku, Zabuza, Naruto, Rin, and Yamato to turn back the wave heading to the mainland. Even the clouds up above parted from the intense heat. The group was silent and staring at Naruto as if he was a Kage that just showed them his 2 most powerful moves, which were in fact very powerful. Hops, Naruto said, finally breaking the silence. All at once everyone shouts, Holy shit. I think we should go inside before I dash. Before Naruto could finish, he dropped down out cold from exhaustion. The group decided to just rest for a while and then go home after the mission is over. Week later, at the end of the finished bridge, Naruto and company were now standing at the end of the bridge. In front of them was crowd with Tazuna and his family out front. The group said their goodbyes and started to leave until they heard a cry. Naruto! Someone yelled out, and Naruto and group turned to see Inari running up and hugging Naruto tightly. What is it, Inari? Naruto asked to his little brother figure. Will you be able to visit us soon, Naruto-Nizan? Inari asked. Hi, I will, Inari, Naruto said, smiling. And Naruto, about that place, Tazuna yelled out. Oh yeah, come here, Tazuna-san. Naruto waved Tazuna over, and the two went over into the woods. Let's see what they are talking about, shall we? Okay, I want to be a silent partner of the place and make sure that all the money I gave you goes to repairing the wave country, Naruto stated, in which Tazuna nodded. While the women that were prostitutes there will probably stay there to work there since their families are all dead or sold off, so they will run it for us. And by that I only mean you, Tazuna replied and thought. Well then let them work there and operate it for free room and board. And when you all chase out the feudal lord, make yourself the lord and run wave right. With the help of the inn you could give luxury to diplomats and people of high power and influence a residence to stay in so you can raise more money for the country. I don't mind sending my own stream of money into the redevelopment of Wave since I am almost a multi-millionaire on thanks to my family's money, clan's money, and my money that I earn. Naruto getting a surprise Tazuna. Well then I guess we will then have to come up with a name. How about Kazenami-in? Suits your name and Abolite's right. Tazuna suggested, getting a nod from Naruto. Well, hopefully in the future when the country gets back on its feet you will come to Konoha so me and you can set up that feat of money. Hell, if you ever need another ninja for anything, just ask for me. Alright, I would love to come visit you guys, the blonde chirped. Naruto-san, I will do just that. Once this country is back to normal and prospering we will need that extra money later on. And maybe Inari could use the extra guidance from you. Hell, if the country prospers enough, we will make our own hidden village. Tazuna imagined, and Naruto chuckles. Well, send a letter, Tazuna-san, when you get Wave back on its feet, cause now I have to get going. Naruto said, walking back to the group as Tazuna went back to crowd. Well, there goes a great ninja, don't you all think? Tazuna asked the crowd, who all nodded in agreement. Ano, father, what will we name the bridge? Tsunami asked. How about the Great Tazuna Bridge? Tazuna suggested, only to get hit in the back of the head by Tsunami. How about the Great Naruto Bridge, Aji-san? Inari suggested, getting murmurs of agreement from the crowd. All right, the Great Naruto Bridge it is. Tazuna shouted as the crowd cheered, and then went to the village to start rebuilding their precious country. With the group. With there not being a citizen to slow them down, the group races back to Konoha so they can finally rest and get rid of the heads. 6 hours later. It took 6 hours of running with a couple of breaks to get back to Konoha. Right now, the group is nearing the gate, and when they land at the gate, a group of Umbu land surrounding them. The Umbu's leader with a weasel mask with Sharingan eyes. Guess who this guy is, and I will give you a cookie XD. On then spoke up. Kakashi Hitaki, what are you doing with two S-class missing mean and an unknown civilian? If you do not word you answers correctly, it is a court-martial and time in prison, understood? The leader said, getting a nod from Kakashi. Kakashi Hitaki with Yamato and Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze are coming back from a C-rank turned S-rank mission to Wave and have brought back these Nin to be stood in front of Hokage-sama in order for them to join the Leaf Village, and also due to them being under the protection of the Namikaze clan head, there will be under no circumstances a finger laid onto them until they are judged truthfully. Kakashi said in a serious and authoritative tone. Very well, but until you reach the Hokage Tower, my squad is to escort you to there with the additionally group of Umbu hidden in this respective area. The Umbu said, getting a nod from Kakashi, and then the group with the two Umbu group set off to the tower. In Hokage's office. Right now, the group is standing in front of the Hokage with two of his clones working on the paperwork and filing. After the minimized report was finished, Sarutobi took out a bottle of sake and started drinking it due to his increasing headache. Okay, this is how it will be. Taiseki and Zabuza will be put until constant surveillance for 6 months while in the Namikaze compound. They will take a test after the set time is over to see if they are true to staying to Konoha. They will be allowed to do only minor C-ranked missions and D-ranked missions until the time is up. Haku is free to go since she has no status as a ninja and is to be signed up for the academy at once. She will be put into Naruto's class unless she is to go and take the medical course at the hospital. He takes a breather, then continues. All three of you are officially under the protection of Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze clan, the Namikaze. Therefore, the council will be unable to do anything to you three without his and my consent. Now that is over with, I will send all the heads to the collections department and send the money for the bounties to the respective people. Rin, since you would like to become a ninja of the leaf again, I am going to have to send a messenger to the daimyo for your transfer papers. Rin nods. Now all but Naruto and Kakashi are dismissed. Yamato, you are to escort these 4 to the compound and get them set into the security system. After I am done with these 2, they will join you later. Understood, Sarutobi said in his Hokage tone of voice, getting a high Hokage-sama. Then everyone but Naruto and Kakashi left. Alright, as for you two, I would like the breakdown of mission to the very last detail. And then Naruto, for you to get me your example of those 3 new versions of Rasengan you made. Sarutobi said in a less authoritative tone, but still serious, getting nods from the 2, who started breaking down the mission all the way. After about 45 minutes of explaining, Sarutobi was happy to see that the mission was able to get Wave back onto its feet. Then when Naruto showed the 3 versions to Sarutobi, who was stunned to see them having so much power in them, he classified them easily as S-class Kenjutsu for now until Naruto can master them completely. Now when Kakashi mentioned the latest form of Rasengan, Sarutobi was even more curious. When he asked what it does, he was really surprised by not an answer, but a demonstration. Hokage Private Training Ground. Naruto, Sarutobi, and Kakashi are now standing in the Hokage Tower's personal training ground. Naruto then told the third to watch carefully. Naruto then called up the Rasen Shuriken into his hand, and then with a hard throw like he was throwing a baseball very fast, he launched the spinning disc of pure destruction at the nearby tree area. The Demon Windmill Shuriken-sized disc flew and went through multiple trees. The third's eyes almost poked out of his head then and there. Also, with the thought from Kakashi Nizan, I will start trying to make elemental variations of the Raisin Shuriken with all three of my affinities. Naruto stated. With those in your arsenal of jutsu, you would be a great assassin, Naruto-kun. The Raisin Shuriken makes barely any sound when it is thrown, and with the elemental addition it can be even better. And if you make a fire Raisin Shuriken, then using a combination of a wind jutsu to increase its firepower and speed. In other words, the possibilities are endless with Rasengan. Sarutobi stated, giving ideas to the blonde as well. I know that Aji-san, and over the remaining of my training, I am going to try and create more variations and maybe start up my father's hobby of creating new jutsu. Naruto shrugged. Well, you should be getting back to the compound now, Sarutobi was interrupted by the blonde. Aji-san, you and me have to talk for a bit. Naruto said in a serious tone, surprising the other two and getting a nod from the said man. All right, we will talk in my office, and Kakashi, you are dismissed. Then Kakashi nodded and left via Shunshin, and the old man and the blonde went back to the office. Back in the office. What can I do for you, Naruto? The old man asked. Well, when Tazuna-san gets Wave back on track, he might come to the Leaf to start up a trade route with us, since he will be the nominee for the next feudal lord for Wave. Also, when he does arrive, could you call for me so me and him can sit down for the trade route setup? I promised Tazuna-san that I would set up a money feed from my personal accounts to Wave's overall money so they can develop faster. Me and Tazuna already have the plan set down, and all we need to do is get it written down with your signature so no one can falsely accuse me of supplying the enemy, Naruto informed. Well, since you and him have it set down, I will agree and send for you when the negotiations are being set. And with you as a hero in Wave, then we can guarantee that the deal will be benefiting both countries. Is there anything else you would like, Naruto-kun? Sarutobi finished. No, there isn't, Aji-san, so I'll see you later. Naruto gets up and bows and disappears via Shunshin. That boy is already one of the strongest people in this village with his jutsus, and he's going to make even more. Sarutobi shook his head and got back to paperwork. Clan compound. When Naruto got back to the compound, he was tackled to the ground by Vaughn, who was licking his face like no tomorrow. When Vaughn finally got up and Naruto got up, he was tackled again by Anko this time. The trio went to the main house after a while and were talking about the mission. Naruto sees Haku and Zabuza taking up residence in one of the houses near the main house, and Taiseki was using one near the waterfall. After getting inside the main house, Naruto went upstairs and went to sleep. Over the remaining 5 months of the year, Zabuza and Taiseki have been serving their time under constant watch and really didn't care. Haku had started her training to be a medically nin after coming into Konoha. She even started working hard on her control so she can use medical jutsu and her bloodline much better. After many failed attempts from the council to make her into a breeding stock, she has comfortably got used to the Namikaze clan compound. The second day at the compound, Taiseki, Haku, and Zabuza were given a grand tour, and they were really shocked by all the jutsu scrolls in the library. If they weren't doing anything, then the three were either learning new jutsu, trying to work through the obstacle course, trying to beat the fastest time, which was held by Naruto of course, enjoying a relaxing time in the hot spring, or just other things around the compound and village. Rin had gotten her papers in after the first week and is now back as a jonin and is going out with Kakashi. They have been going on missions together as well as dates, so it's safe to say that they truly love each other. After 4 months, Tazuna came, and the meeting between him, Naruto, and the third went through perfectly. Naruto now sends about 100,000 Ryu a month to Wave's rebuilding fund and an extra 50,000 for the inn and Tazuna's family. Naruto was informed that the inn was a hit and was now a major spot for any rich and powerful person or client to sleep, and getting more to come, and ask for Tazuna's contracting business. With Tazuna, the new owner of the late Gata's shipping industry, Wave's profits and wealth skyrocketed. Now the country is on the real fast track to rebuilding, and it's all thanks to Naruto. Hell, even Naruto was making a name in other countries for what he did, and Konoha's business started on the rise again. It hasn't been like this since before the Kyuubi attack with his father as Hokage. His dream to be a legend was starting, and he couldn't help but smile at it. Ever since Naruto got back, he has been working hard on increasing his already high skills and abilities. Like before, he is working with his usually training army of almost 4,000 clones. 500 were working on better chakra control and manipulation. 400 working on mastering all the seals he knows, studying more advanced seals, improve seals he already knows, and also continue creating his own trap seals and other. 300 clones are working on his chakra sensing with his Sashigan incorporated with it. Now that he was home, he had 200 clones working on poison making. 900 clones were working on his Kenjutsu. With him finally mastering his basic Kodachi and Katana styles, he put 300 clones on starting the katas for his mother's Kodachi style, 300 working on the katas for the He-Ten Mitsuru, and the last 300 working on the basics for his father's katana style. The next 500 clones were split in half for the blonde's reflex and accuracy training. The next 500 are working and perfecting his ninjutsu, meaning his ninjutsu, medical jutsu, and jinjutsu. They are also trying to master the blonde's 3 affinities. 400 clones are working on his taijutsu, his father's, and his mother's styles. He perfected his own style, so he is only working on the basic katas for his parents. The last remaining 200 were working on his already variant amount of forms for Rasengan and Hiroshin. He even made 3 variants of Rasen Shuriken with them all just like the other variants, meaning they are elemental variants, making them pretty much SS rank jutsu now. There was 150 working on them, while the other 50 were working on Hiroshin. Of course, Naruto's physical training continued as usual. Naruto so far has the gravity seal at 2 times normal gravity, with his weighs all being at 275 pounds for the bracers and 325 for his vest. Naruto's gloves as of right now, they are at 200 pounds. He also increased the resistance from all the resistance seals, making it even tougher to move around and keep doing an excellent job doing his multiple missions. Kakashi is at 200 pounds on bracers and 250 in his vest with a gravity seal at 2 times. Yamato has 200 pounds on bracers and 250 for vest. Anko is at 220 pounds for bracers and 270 for her trench coat. Von's gravity seal was now on 3 times normal gravity. Zabuza had a weight seal put on his cleaver set for 100 pounds, 250 pounds for bracers, and 300 pounds for chest. Taiseki has on 250 pounds bracers, 300 pounds on chest, and a gravity seal at 2 times normal gravity. Haku, being a young girl, started low at 5 pounds per limb and 10 on her chest, then worked up to about 25 per limb and 50 on her chest. Until she gets her medical training done, she won't be going any higher than 50 per limb and 100 chest. Rin has 200 pounds on bracers and 250 for vest. Naruto and Von have grown almost inseparable and have been seen going everywhere together, just like Kiba and Akamaru. Von just sits on Naruto's shoulder or head when he is going everywhere. With Von, Naruto has been gaining more and more fangirls by the day. Naruto and Sasuke actually have to run together to get the hell away from them all. Yes, Sasuke has fangirls even at his 8-year-old age. Naruto's academy days were boring and really dull. He has a clone sitting in class every day listening in, and there was even a clone of Haku there. He taught her the shadow clone jutsu, and she just uses it so she can get school and medical training done at the same time, and of course, she only has enough chakra for 1 clone. The only good things about the academy were his friends and Irika-sensei. It has been a very productive few years for our blonde hero in training as he scales new heights in power, skill, knowledge, and intelligence. Naruto and Haku have been getting to know each other over the past 5 months, and on October 10th, or better known as Naruto Uzumaki Namake's 8th birthday, the blonde boy gets something he thought was never going to be getting, something he hasn't gotten ever in his life: a party with presents, friends, and family. That day was probably the best day of his life so far. That day the blonde had gotten something unexpected from Haku. Haku gave him 2 things. The first being a necklace that was crystal clear with no imperfections, and it was in the shape of a fawn. She said she made it out of the purest water she could find and made a slight seal so it would never melt. The second thing shocked the people and stunned Naruto as she kissed him on the lips softly and saying, "Thank you for saving me and Zabuza-san." The kiss left the blonde completely dazed, just standing there as if he has never kissed a girl before. He has with Ray, but a real-world kiss is something he hasn't gotten before. It has been about 4 months since that day, and Naruto and Haku have gotten real close and actually have started dating a bit, with Naruto having raised Blessing to date her since the two are lovers even in his mind. After the first month, Zabuza and Taiseki got off their surveillance and have been doing numerous B, A, and some S rank missions together. The two have been sharpening their skills so they can have a rematch in the future against Naruto, and of course the said blonde doesn't mind the challenge. The three get into major spars that almost cause the village to panic at the damage and the explosions. Over time, the three were able to teach each other jutsu, which was Naruto teaching some water to Zabuza and vice versa, and earth to Taiseki and vice versa. Haku, after the 9 months were finally over, became a full-fledged medic and is working part-time at the hospital to help out. She and Naruto have been doing C-ranked missions to get their coordination and teamwork down with Vaughn as well. So far, the three have been named Konoha's Team Ice Fox due to their abilities, and Vaughn being their third member, and also the team is getting famous within the ninja society as almost half of the C-rank missions they take turn into B to A rank due to missing Nin being hired or getting in the way. Over the 4 months, Naruto has been working fast to increase his chakra control so he can control his 3 elemental variations of Rasengan and also to achieve the needed control to master Hiraishin. Also, Naruto even started to create a variant of Hiraishin that will allow him to go anywhere in the intermediate area in a flash. So the creation of the Shuinpa no Jutsu, Flash Step, has begun. So far, Naruto can get up to 300 yards with the Hiraishin no Jutsu before he can't go any farther. He was unable to get past 2 yards throughout the first month, and it frustrated him deeply until his Nizan, Kakashi, told him a phrase that his father said that would allow him to use Hiraishin a lot better. He used to say, "Don't force the jump, but instead let the jump pull." At first, Naruto didn't understand until he got it, and was excited to be able to jump up to 30 yards in his first try after figuring out the mystery of Hiraishin. Naruto hopes that by year's end he will be able to completely master his father's jutsu and create his technique and become the next Yellow Flash, and even be more proficient in using it than his father was. Out of all his 4,000 clones, he now has about 1,000 just working on his chakra control and manipulation. He wanted to be able to easily use his seriously almost endless supply of chakra with little to no stress and be able to last in a battle for almost hours on end, which is saying something as the only people known who can are Hanzo, the 5 Kages, and the 3 Sannin. Over time, Naruto actually tried to create something that even he thought would be impossible, a sub-elemental Rasengan. Basically, the Rasengan turns to ice since it's one of his main sub-elements. He is thinking that if he can have great control over his ice element, then he can fuse it with the Rasengan, and with it cause pretty much a blizzard as powerful as all the ones in Snow Country combined. They have snowstorms almost every week like Kyuubi has thunderstorms every day. He is finding it really difficult to create, but he has his whole life to make it possible. He knows he will turn into a Hanyu and into an immortal being, so he is till the end of time, or until he is killed, to continue to create powerful and destructive jutsus. His Kenjutsu with Hiten Mitsudoryu is coming along in its usually fast pace as he already mastered the very first technique, called Ryu Kansen, Dragon Wind-Up Flash. A technique used once one has gotten beside an opponent. It involves a very powerful swing with the twist of your whole body, inflicting a direct blow under the skull. Naruto's taijutsu is rising almost as fast as his kenjutsu with being the apprentice to Taiseki. Yes, he became the apprentice to him because Taiseki is getting too old and wants his iron skin style, totally made up for this name, to be passed on with the younger age, and so he chose Naruto to be his successor. Naruto's clones have been working hard getting down the basics to Taiseki's style and getting down the advanced katas for his mother's and father's styles. Naruto is going to have only 8 taijutsu styles, so he will work on Taiseki's, his mother's, mother's and father's combined, his original 2 and his original combo, and then he will start creating his own style later on, but this one will be a secret. He will use certain ones for certain battles, so he won't just use one. Naruto's ninjutsu is coming along as fast as usual, as he already has mastered every D-rank jutsu for all 7 of the elements, sub-element, and Onappu. He is working on mastering every C-rank for lightning, Onappu, ice, and earth. Also, he is working on the B-rank jutsu for fire, water, and wind. He will be using this whole year to get his so he masters every jutsu in the clan library and from his spurts with Ray up to B rank, before he starts working on any A rank to be fair. He also won't be a total master of the jutsu, but with the A and S rank jutsu, he will get them down till he can use them with limited number of hand signs. And also he knows all the jutsu from the library, and will use some of the high-rank jutsu that he hasn't practiced when they need to be used, just like the Hyutan. Suryu Bufusetsu. Ice Style. Twin Dragon Blizzard. It is at least high B. Low A-rank jutsu for its chakra consumption. Naruto's Jinjutsu is also coming along nicely, since he is working on the B-rank jutsu that were in his clan's library, and also every now and then lets Konoha's renowned Jinjutsu mistress Kurenai Yuhi have some Jinjutsu scrolls. Naruto and Kurenai met a couple months back when Asuma and Anko introduced her to him. No, she is not a person for the harem. What I meant was allow him to give her some scrolls, training partnership, and such. Anko and Kurenai have been friends for years, and with the third and Naruto, she is the only other person to know about Anko's true side. Asuma and Kurenai have been going out for about 4 years now, Naruto learned, and he congratulated them. Even Naruto teased them about not giving the third a grandchild or two, yet making them blush profusely and him to almost die laughing that day. With the help of the third, now Naruto can send letters to Jiraiya and write to him about several things involving seals, ideas and theories for jutsu. And even Naruto wrote to Jiraiya that he has made the elemental Rasengan in which he can throw it as well. And to say that almost a week later Jiraiya appeared in Konoha almost immediately wanting to see the blonde genius. Jiraiya appeared in Konoha on the 3rd month, so for a full month Naruto and Jiraiya have been training and talking with each other. They are technically family, being that Jiraiya is Naruto's godfather and all. The day they first met was one hell of a day. Flashback begin. It was a normal day for the village of Konoha. The citizens were moving around with their everyday lives, and the ninja were out and about with their training, missions, and whatnot. A certain blonde ninja in training is working on creating his 2 masterpieces, the Shuinpa no Jutsu and the Hyutan. Rasengan. Ice Style. Rasengan. Naruto's clones were off doing their normal exercises throughout the vast training field. Naruto had finally gotten the basics for his Shuinpa no Jutsu down and can move at least 5 feet before tiring. What he figures is that the more chakra he pushes into the step, the less it goes, just like the Hiraishin. When he tries again and uses way less chakra this time, he moves the 5 feet, but without being tired much. It was still experimental, so Naruto is only going to use it in battle after he gets it down to almost being able to be like his father during the 3rd Ninja War, where he could be literally in several places at once with the Hiraishin. He made his ninjas throw multiple of the tri-pronged kunai at the enemy, and within seconds after his first flash at the enemy's area, there would be at least 10 to 15 flashes happening until every IWA, or Kyuubi, would be slaughtered, all in about 10 to 20 seconds. Yes, Minato was that powerful cause dude. With him being an actual all-round ninja, he is good at everything, and so he is easily the best Kage so far. While Naruto was training off in the Hokage Tower, the 3rd Hokage was well at work with his 3 clones at tackling and conquering the Kage's worst enemy, paperwork. With the secret of Kage Bushin, soon as Yondaime Kazekage is doing the same thing and is thanking the heavens for Naruto's idea. But I am getting off track here, and so back to the Hokage Tower. The 3rd was so in doing the dreaded paperwork that he didn't notice the window opening and a man with long white spiky hair and a ponytail down his back hop through the now open window and land in front of the desk. This man was wearing a red vest with a gray robe top and mesh shirt under it. He wore a demon headband with the kanji oil on it, and he wore a pair of gray baggy pants with a pair of sandals. This man was known all around the elemental nations for being one of the 3 legendary Sannin, the Toad Sage Jiraiya. Well, sensei, it appears that you finally figured out the trick to beating paperwork, Jiraiya said with his arms crossed, scaring the 3rd, cause wasn't aware of the Toad Sage's arrival. Jiraiya, what brings you back to Konoha? Sarutobi asked, knowing that if Jiraiya was back this soon, it was either for telling some information or for peeping for his hit book series, Make Out Paradise. I came back for 3 things, sensei. Getting a nod to continue, he did. First is that our snake friend joined an organization called Akatsuki, but he left it about a year ago and started making his own village called the Hidden Sound Village. Second is that this organization is made up of about 8 to 9 members, and all of them are at least S rank, and their goal is to capture all 9 Bijou. Sarutobi's face paled after hearing that. Yeah, I know what you're thinking, but they won't start capturing the 9 of them for another 6 years, and their last target will be the Kyuubi. The last thing I came back for is about these letters I am getting from my godson. He said he knows the Rasengan and can throw it, and add his elemental affinities to it, and then his recent one says he can do both together. In short, I rushed back here to give you the information and see what the Gaki can really do. The hermit breathed in after his lengthy speech and was sitting down in front of the third. We will make plans for Orochimaru later, seeing as he has no threat to Konoha as of now. Now these Akatsuki people will surely be trouble in the future when they will come after Naruto and Ray Dash. Sarutobi was going to continue, but Jiraiya interrupted him. Who's Ray? The self-proclaimed pervert asked. Ray is the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Sarutobi replied calmly. What? Is the seal weakening? Damn it, I need to fix it before Dash. Before Jiraiya could finish, the third lifted his hand to stop him. It is all right, Ray will not do anything, and no, the seal is not weakening. Naruto has everything under control as he and her agree that they are trapped, and she won't be able to come out. No need to do anything, and as I was saying before you interrupted me, Naruto and Ray will be targeted, but Naruto right now is even on par with Itachi without the Sharingan when he was an Umbu captain. Naruto is a real genius that works so much he makes guys training look tame. That last part made both shudder from the thought of the green-clad taijutsu expert. Just then they both felt a chakra signature coming, and the third recognized it instantly, as he saw lightning forming from the floor up about 5 feet 4 inches, then start to come back down, revealing a boy with neon blonde hair, with a pair of sparkling blue eyes that were covered by a pair of black sunglasses and 3 whisker marks on both sides of his face. The further the lightning goes down, the more the boy's clothing appears. The boy was wearing a black trench coat with the kanji of Elemental Fox Flash on the back with blood-red flames licking the bottom of it. He was wearing an open black vest that was pretty much a Jonin vest, but black. On the boy's shoulder was a snow-white fox. Under the vest was a forest green skin-tight shirt showing his rock-hard abs and chest, and around his neck are 2 necklaces. One was made of ice, and the other was totally beautiful, as it was emerald green bottom and sky blue on top, and in the middle the two would swirl together. The most majestic part is that it looks as if there was actually chakra in the stone that kept the small cycle going inside it. The boy wore a pair of black fingerless gloves and a pair of blood-red bracers on both hands and wrists. For pants, he wore baggy black pants with several pockets, and at the bottom of the pants, it was like the trench coat with blood-red flames licking upwards. The boy wore black armor-plated combat boots. On the boy's arms were 7 seals. 1 for Black Lightning, Minato's katana, 1 for Rose and Glade, Kushina's kodachis, the 3rd for Flash, it's for his Hiroshin kunais, the 4th was for Knuckle, trench knives, the 5th was for Crimson Death, Ray's katana, and then 1 on each arm with the kanji 4 weight. On both ring fingers were rings that were probably worth a fortune. Oh yes, they did. The one on his right hand was a gold band with a flawless ruby on it that was clear through, and the other was the same, but was a flawless garnet stone. Overall, the boy's attire reminded Jiraiya of both Minato and Kushina together. The lightning ended, leaving not a single burn mark on the floor. Hey Aji-san, how are you doing on the medicine I assigned you? And who is this? The blonde said, pointing to Jiraiya. We all know it's Naruto, of course. Naruto-kun, welcome, and I am doing well, thank you for the medicine. I feel better than before. This man is Jiraiya of the Sannin and my former student, the third said, pointing to the pervert sage. So this is the man that writes that book series that you read and Kakashi used to read? The Jiraiya that taught my father everything he knew? The toad sage that is my godfather and I have been contacting for a while, talking about seal designs, ideas for seals and jutsus, and also some stories of my parents. That Jiraiya? Naruto ended, pointing at Jiraiya, who was beaming with pride after the praise he was getting, and the third nodded his head. Then something happened that the third and defiantly Jiraiya didn't see coming. Naruto appeared in front of Jiraiya, and he kicked his hard, and without chakra in his kick too, in the crotch, and the sage went flying into the wall holding his probably crushed sack. That's for peeping on my mother, Ero-senin. You should be lucky it's me who is kicking you, and not both my mother and father, cause you wouldn't make it past noon if they did. Naruto shouted to the downed man. then turned back to the surprised Sarutobi, who was staring at the exchange with a mantra in his head while holding his own crotch for safety. Note to self: never ever piss off Naruto. The toad sage groaned as he stood up, massaging his aching balls, and sent a death glare to the blonde, but paled at the thought of a pissed-off Kushina and Minato going after him. Suddenly his balls were nothing in comparison to the imaginary pain from his thoughts. He shuddered as if he jumped from the warm climate of Konoha into the severely cold climate of Snow Country. He got up and went back to his seat with a limp still glaring at the blonde. "What the hell, you Gaki?" Jiraiya yelled at Naruto. "Hey, blame my parents. They told me to kick your ass in their scrolls, and so I did what my mother personally wanted me to do and nailed you straight in the balls. But anyway, Aji-san, is there any missions for me and Vaughn today?" The blonde asked the old man, who put his hand in a tent-like way and rested his chin on them. "Well, there is a couple of D ranks you can do for now, since Kakashi and Yamato are out on a joint mission with Asuma and Kurenai in Rock Country. But right now Jiraiya here came and has some information concerning you and Rei, and also he wants to see you mastery over the Rasengan," the old man said while looking over some scrolls, and handed the bundle to Naruto, who in turn created a shadow clone for every mission and made them go and work on them, which amazed the sage of the blonde's chakra capacity and knowledge of a B-ranked Kenjutsu. "Alright, I have time cause the 4,000 clones at home are working on my training," the blonde said nonchalantly, and made the sage's eyes almost pop out at the number of clones he said. "Alright, now Jiraiya says that he knows some things about Orochimaru dash." At the sound of the snake Sanin's name, the room's temp dropped drastically as the blonde in front of him growled out loud, but when Sarutobi told him to calm down, and he reluctantly did. "Well, as I was saying, he has info on Orochimaru and an organization called Akatsuki. Orochimaru is making his own hidden village, it appears, and was once in the Akatsuki before he left it. Now, the Akatsuki are the real problem, as they are a group of at least 8 to 9 S-class missing Nin members. Their goal is to collect all 9 Bijou, and so you and Rei will be targeted in the future." The old man ended, looking at the two in front of him. Well, Orochimaru won't be much of a problem for Konoha unless he can recruit some high-level missing Nin to his village. I agree that Akatsuki will be a problem in the future. Hopefully by the time I am fully trained and a Hanyu, I can defend myself. At the mention of the word Hanyu, Jiraiya saw that the blonde's right and left hands had sharp claws, and that his right arm looked more muscular than his left arm. "What do you mean, Hanyugaki?" Jiraiya asked, curious. "As the word means, I will be turning into a half-demon due to the large amounts of demon chakra going into my coils thanks to the seal. Rei says that once it's my 10th birthday, then I will have to go through a ritual of sorts, and my body will change to the body of a half-demon." Naruto finished as Jiraiya nodded in understanding, since he knew of the effects of the seal that was on Naruto's stomach and how Minato altered it a bit. "Well, with that out of the way, I would like to see how far of a master you are at the Rasengan Gaki," Jiraiya said, with Naruto bowing to the old man, then asked Jiraiya to follow him as they both shunshined off to an empty training field. At the field, the pair both landed at the Memorial Stone Field, aka Team 7's training field in the show if you remember it. The field was surrounded by forest with a lake nearby. In the middle of the clearing was a lone tree, and over on one side of the clearing was a obsidian, black hard mineral, memorial stone with all the brave dead Nin that died in the Third War and Kyuubi attack etched on its base. "Alright, Gaki, show me what you know of the Rasengan," Jiraiya said, standing there. With a nod, Naruto held out his hand, and a normal Rasengan appeared instantly. Then he made about 13 clones. One clone made the Rasen Shuriken and threw it, cutting down several trees. 6 clones in pairs of 2 made the Futon, Rasen Shuken, Katon, Rasen Shuriken, and Suiton, Rasen Shuriken, and threw them in the same direction as the first clone threw, is causing many trees to be sliced down, burned down, and with the Suiton version being last, it made sure that a forest fire wouldn't start up. Jiraiya was bug-eyed at the damage, then his jaw dropped when he saw what the remaining 6 clones were making. Senpu Rasengan, Whirlwind Rasengan. Thought I'd change its name to something better than Wine Style. Rasengan, Taiyu Rasengan, and Suka Rasengan. These two you should refer to the previous chapter for their names. Were what he saw, and before the jutsu were unleashed causing total destruction, the clones disengaged them, and they disappeared. To say that Jiraiya was stunned would be the understatement of the year, as an 8-year-old boy mastered a A-rank jutsu that took himself 1 year to master, and the creator, Minato Namikaze, his first student, 3 years to make and master. Then the boy goes and totally improves the jutsu to both S and SS rank standards for assassination. Yes, the Rasengan was as a assassination jutsu by Minato, and thanks to the Rasengan that Chidori and its powered-up version, the Lightning Blade, were created by Kakashi. This boy told him he mastered the Rasengan in only 1 month. And he only has one variant, and it's Senpu, Utama Rasengan. Hermit Art, Big Ball Spiral Sphere. Dang Gaki, you sure are a master of your father's technique. But I got to ask, are you working on any other variants, and also your father's Hiraishin? The perverted sage praised then asked. Thank you, and to the first question, yes, I am working on a Hyutan, Rasengan variant. Naruto then swiped his hand along the seal with the kanji 4 flash, and a tri-pronged kunai came out, and Naruto threw it behind Jiraiya and reappeared in a yellow flash behind the man. And that should answer your second question, but before you ask, no, I am not a master at it yet, but I am working on it, and also am creating a variant that if created and mastered would allow me to use pretty much Hiraishin in battle without the kunai needed, but I would use the Hiraishin for long distances instead, like say, I need to get to a certain place in a flash, pun intended. The blonde finished with sealing the kunai back in the seal. Hyutan, as an ice style? How are you able to manipulate ice? Oh wait, now, I remember the Sashigan from your mother. And also, what is the name of this jutsu you are trying to make that is pretty much even better than the Hiraishin was? And that's saying something since it's a S-rank jutsu for being a human summon, Jiraiya said and thought. Yeah, I have the Sashigan and Fukyu Hiramiki from my parents, as you can see from the use of Hiraishin, and looking into my eyes now, Naruto closed his eyes then opened them to show the second level of the Sashigan he achieved last year. Just like the first level, the white part of his eye was now blood red and had different kanji around the eye for all the elements. His iris was now a topaz brown with now white fire. It was regular red fire for level 1. Licking the bottom of his iris, black lightning. Level 1 had yellow, sparking out around the top, even more raindrops in the middle, cracked rock being the thing under the fire, and a thicker ring of wind around his pupil. But unlike the first level, inside the blood-red part of the Sashigan is the kanji for ice, wood, sand, magma, storm. It's the combination of wind, water, and lightning. They all take up 5 places around the iris in a hexagon formation, but the 6th place was not filled in, reserved for final sub-element. And no, I am not adding in things like light, dark, time, space, solar and stuff like that, cause darkness is Nara's clan style, and also used by Nibi and Yujito, and the others are just bullshit. System for the levels is regular color for level 1, white, fire and lightning, more of, water, thicker, wind, or cracked, earth, for level 2. Then black, fire and lightning, waterfall, water, crevice, meaning that the earth part of the iris forms a crevice in it, earth, and thicker with cuts through ring, wind, for level 3. And for the final state, it will be made when or if Naruto gets the state. And the jutsu I am making that is better than Hiraishin is called Shuinpa no Jutsu. Naruto finished. Flash step, eh? You get far in it yet? The sage asked. Not very far, I am up to 10 feet before it wears me out, so I need to work on it for however long it takes me to master it. And then I truly will become the elemental fox Flash, Naruto chirped at the end, getting a laugh out the sage. Well, that will be good goal for you, Naruto. Say, how would you like to be my apprentice? The only other one I had was your father, and look how he turned out. Jiraiya offered. Naruto was surprised at the said offer, then snapped out his stupor and nodded, saying, Of course, Jiraiya-san, or should I be saying Jiraiya-sensei now? That elected a smirk on Jiraiya's face, since the last person to call him that was Minato himself before he went off to fight the Kyuubi 8 years ago. Well, Gaki, first, I am going to let you sign the Toad contract dash. The sage was stopped by a hand from Naruto. Jiraiya-sensei, I am already the master and owner of the Fox contract, thanks to Rei. And if I know anything, it is not possible for a single person to be a summoner for 2 clans. Unless I am missing something, of course. Naruto said. Well, you do have a point then, but I believe there is a law that states that if the boss summon for both summon clans agree to sharing the summoner, then it may work. Never tried it, but we can try now. Just then the sage bit his thumb for some blood and did the seals for Kuchiyos no Jutsu. And then the two of them are on top of a giant toad that was probably 40 stories tall with a Yakuza-type jacket and a Tonto dagger the size of almost the height of the Hokage mountain. In the toad's mouth is a cigar, and over the toad's right eye is a vertical scar, just like Kakashi with his left eye. When the toad was looking around the place, then looked up at its head, it began to speak. Jiraiya, what is the meaning of this? What am I doing here, and who is that Gaki standing next to you? The toad boss yelled, then asked. Sorry about the summon there, Gamabunta, but I would like to ask a question if you don't mind. And the boy here should be easy to recognize since he looks just like his father Minato, Jiraiya said, patting Naruto's shoulder. You mean this kid is Minato and Kushina's son? What's your name, kid? Gamabunta asked. The name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, Gamabunta-sama. Naruto states, then bows to the toad boss in respect, getting a smile from the colossal toad. My, a respectful kid you are, Naruto. Bunta said, puffing out some smoke. Well, being that you are a boss summon, it gives you a right to be respected, and also thanks to the multiple hours of pounding it into my head by Raychan helped. Naruto responded. Well, whoever this Ray person is, then she is a good teacher, the toad boss praised. While I'm about that, Gamabunta-sama, you should know that Ray is actually the real name for Kyuubi that is inside of me, Naruto said nervously while scratching the back of his head. Ah yes, Kyuubi. How is that blasted kitsune doing over for the last 8 years? Gamabunta said, touching his scar in an angry tone. She's doing alright, being that she is completely innocent concerning the incident 8 years ago. Especially when that damned snake Orochimaru and that bastard Madara Uchiha, putting her under a Jinjutsu after failing at ordering her to attack Konoha. Naruto growled out, letting out a large amount of ki, while getting two very surprised people /Toad at the names. Wait, you mean it was all thanks to Orochimaru, and one of the founders of Konoha, who should be dead, caused the attack on Konoha? Jiraiya asked. Well, Orochimaru I can get since he hates the leaf, but Madara Uchiha should have been dead, but from what Kyuubi told the Summon Realm about him, then he technically is immortal and can never die of old age, so it might be possible. Bunta responded. That's what Raychan said to me when I asked her how he could be alive, and her answer was that he has the complete Manjikyu Sharingan, and now calls it something like the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, or something like that. Naruto agreed. Well, with that out of the way, I was meaning to ask, Bunta, is there any way for a person to have more than one summoning contract to their name? Because I was going to give Naruto here the Toad contract, but he already has the Fox contract, which made up think, and then call you up for an answer. But if you do not know, then I will call up Pa and Ma to see they can answer. Jiraiya asked his old friend. So you're the summoner for the Kitsune clan, boy? Well, from what I remember from the summoning archives, there is a rule about having the boss summons meet and agree to let the summoner have both contracts. The toad said off memory, getting nods from the two on his head. All right, but I want to make sure, so I will summon Pa, cause you never know, and Pa is more up to date with the current laws and rules than all the other toads. The sage then summons another toad that is about 1 foot tall and has white eyebrows, beard, and mini ponytail. The toad is in a black cloak and is standing on its hind legs. What the? Oh, Jiraiya-kun, what is the reason for you to summon me? I am a busy toad after all. Pa said. Yes, well, Pa, I was wondering about if there was a rule against having 2 summoning contracts to a single summoner, and from what Bunta here says that the boss summons have to meet and agree to the single person owning both contracts. Jiraiya asked the toad that hopped up to his shoulder. Well, there isn't any other rule than the one that Gamabunta-kun said, but might I ask why the sudden interest, Jiraiya? The elder toad asked. This boy right here is the son of the past summoner, Minato Namikaze, and is also the current container for the Kyuubi no Kitsune, and also the Kyuubi allowed him to be the fox summoner, but I was wondering if he could be both the toad and fox summoner, so I can teach him some of the toad sage arts, being that he is my new apprentice. Jiraiya explained, in which made Pa nod in understanding, and then look at Naruto, and look him up and down. Well, you certainly have grown since the last time we met, Naruto-kun, and I will be glad to see the child of prophecy as the next toad summoner. Pa stated. Then both Gamabunta and Jiraiya coughed and chalked a bit at that statement. Wait, he is the child that the elder toad prophesied about? The same prophecy where the child will be the one to choose between saving the world or ending the world? Jiraiya asked in bewilderment, and then stunned when Pa nodded. The prophecy said that a child that is your student shall be it, so with him being you last student, he has to be the one. Pa said. While this day keeps getting more and more interesting, Jiraiya-sensei, the blonde kid stated, getting two toads, and the sage to chuckle. Well, I might as well summon Hayden-sama, and so we all can go home to our loved ones and stuff. And so Naruto jumps off Gamabunta and does the seals for Kuchiyos no Jutsu. And then out came Heiejin in his eight-tailed glory, looking up at his head to see the blonde standing there smiling at the fox boss. What is it, Naruto-sama? Right now me and my family were in a meeting, so I need to get back soon. Heiejin stated, to which Naruto nodded. The reason I have summoned you, Hayden-sama, is that you and Gamabunta-sama here need to agree for me to be the fox and toad summoner. Naruto quickly explained to the fox giant, who nodded his head and looked at his old friend. Well, Bunta-san, it's been a while since we have seen each other, and for this time to be, so that we agree for Naruto-sama being the summoner for both of our clans no less. I am bound to the request of my older sister having Naruto as the summoner, so I agree. Heiejin said in a businesslike voice. It sure has been a while, Heiejin-san. Being that since the child is the same child of prophecy that our elder toad prophesied, I also agree to him being the summoner. Bunta responded in the same tone. Two lawyers, oh God, where the hell is the judge and the court? All right, now I have a family meeting to attend, and then an evening with my beautiful wife. Heiejin said. Tell Furusudo-chan, Frost-chan, that me and Ray-chan say hi and are awaiting for more children from you too. Naruto said, laughing while jumping off the head of the now blushing fox that went up in smoke. Naruto then landed on the ground after Gamabunta and Pa left, and before Bunta left, the blonde told him to be ready to be brought back for a practice test, to which the toad boss nodded. Now with the worry over, Jiraiya summons up a toad, and the toad sticks out its tongue that held the toad summoning contract on it. After unraveling the scroll, Naruto then signs the contract, and then the toad swallows the scroll again and goes up in a puff of smoke. Alright, Naruto, when you want to summon Gamabunta, then just say the summon, but after it say the name of the fox/toad you want. Jiraiya said, to which Naruto nodded and did the hand signs and yelled out Kuchiyos no Jutsu. Gamabunta, then in a big plume of smoke Gamabunta appears, and then Naruto does the signs again and summons up Sudoku, then smirked at having both the toad and fox contract working. Both Bunta and Sudoku then left in a puff of smoke, and then there were just the two there. Alright, Naruto, I want you to go rest up, then tomorrow we will start your training. Jiraiya said with his arms crossed. Alright, Jiraiya-sensei, so I tomorrow, Naruto chirped before leaving via Hyutan, Shunshin. Flashback end. Ever since that day, Naruto and Jiraiya have been training together for the whole month. With the help of Jiraiya, Naruto was able to master his wind manipulation training and is working on fire now. Also, since Jiraiya's main element is earth, Naruto has been learning multiple Doton jutsus like Dachi Senku, underground submarine voyage, Domu, earth spear, Doro Geishi, mud overturn, Doryug Dango, mausoleum earth dumpling, Doryuden, earth dragon projectile, Doryu Heki, earth-style wall, Doryu Taiga, earth flow river, and Yomi Numa, swamp of the underworld. Jiraiya even used his Yomi Numa for Naruto to greatly increase his chakra control, due to that it will take insane amount of control to stand, walk, and run on the swamp. Naruto, while mastering his Katon manipulation, is working on his Doton manipulation with the help of both Taiseki and Jiraiya. Naruto had met Gamakichi and Gamatatsu the first week after signing the Toad Scroll, and the three wouldn't be seen without each other, as well as with Vaughn. If you saw Naruto anywhere, you would see Vaughn on his head, Kichi on his right shoulder, and Tatsu on his left shoulder. Jiraiya was thinking about when he should get Naruto to start sage training, but decided that after he turned into a Hanyu that he will be at the right age and strength. Today it's a beautiful day for Konoha and the town is buzzing with life. But right now we are looking at a certain street in the restaurant district. Since today was a Saturday and there was no academy today, we see a couple walking down the street, holding hands, heading to a special little stand near the gate called Ichiraku Ramen. The boy was our blonde boy Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, and the girl was his girlfriend/teammate, Haku Momochi. Let's go see what these two lovebirds are talking about, eh? Hey Haku-chan, how is being a nurse at the hospital working out? Naruto asked. It's been a bit boring since the only things that happen are some minor injuries or just chakra exhaustion. And with the help of your Phoenix Elixir for all the major to extreme cases, the hospital is doing quite well. I still want to know how that potion is made, Naruto-kun. Haku pleaded, to which Naruto sighed and shook his head. Haku-chan, if anyone were to know that I am the maker of that potion and what goes into it, then I would be outcast even more. But if you promise to keep it a secret, I will tell you when we get to our spot later, all right? The blonde responded, getting a nod in return, and then a kiss on the lips, to which he kisses back, while they continue on to Ichiraku for dinner. In the stand. Hey old man, a order of miso ramen please. Naruto shouted and made the owner turn around and smile at the blonde-haired boy and nod. All right, Naruto, and how about you, Haku-chan? Tucci asked the young lady. Vegetable ramen please, Haku replied, in which the old man nodded and went to work, and then Ayam came out and smiled at the stand's favorite customer and his date. Hello, Naruto-kun and Haku-chan. How have you two been? Ayam asked, leaned onto the counter while her father was cooking up the order. Well, Ayam-chan, for me, it's training and loving this lovely girl here. The blonde said, causing Haku to blush and smile, but what unnerved them both was the mischievous glint in Ayam's eyes. Is that so? Then in the future you two will be seeing more of each other, eh? When Ayam said that her father had already given the ramen to the couple, and then Naruto started choking on some ramen while Haku was coughing, both red as tomatoes. Ayam-chan. Naruto whined in embarrassment and blushing more at the thoughts, but shaking his head to get rid of them. But Haku, on the other hand, couldn't get rid of the thoughts and did the only thing you could do when your brain overloaded: faint. Haku-chan. Naruto and Ayam called out when the blonde caught his girlfriend and shot the brunette a slight glare for the comment that caused it all, which made her look down in guilt a bit, but perk right back up when she noticed the way Naruto was holding Haku and got a mischievous smile, which scared Naruto to no end. My Naruto-kun, I didn't know you were that far already. Ayam teased, to which Naruto looked at how he was holding Haku, then blushed and looked away as there was a slight view of her assets that were wrapped up in the usual bandages, cause her kimono opened a bit from the fall, and while that was happening, both Tucci and Ayam were giggling and chuckling at Naruto's misfortune. Yeah, Ayam-chan, but please no more. I don't think Haku-chan could take it, Naruto pouted, blushing still, when he sat back down with Haku in his lap, leaning up against him, still out cold, making the father and daughter smile at the couple. All right, Naruto-kun, I'll stop. But anyway, how was your day so far? The brunette asked again, and for the remaining time at the stand, it was just Naruto holding Haku in his lap while talking to Ayam and Tucci about their day. Haku woke up about 30 minutes later to receive a kiss on the lips courtesy of Naruto, to which she gladly gave back. When they were done and enjoyed their dinner together with their chats with the owner and daughter, they left to go to their special place. On the Hokage Mountain. Here we find the couple sitting up against a tree that was on Minato's head, the head on the mountain, I mean. Haku was sitting on Naruto's lap, laying up against him with his arms wrapped around her waist, holding her in a somewhat tight grip. Naruto had his head laying on Haku's shoulder with her head leaning into it. What the couple were watching was the beautiful sunset that always looked magnificent at this viewpoint. The way the sky was in a blend of red, orange, blue, and yellow made it one of the main couple attraction for Konoha that only a few actually know about, which were actually only Naruto and Haku. Naruto-kun. Haku called out soft, getting the blonde boy holding her attention. Yes, Haku-chan, the blonde responded. Aren't you going to tell me the secret to the Phoenix Elixir? The young girl asked. Naruto sighed while looking out into the sunset, then answered, the Phoenix Down potion is made up of only 3 items. My blood and chakra mixed together with a special sealing ingredient that makes the chakra and blood unnoticed and makes the blood turn into so anybody can use it. The answer made Haku's eyes widen and look at Naruto in shock. What do you mean, Naruto-kun? You can't seriously mean that, and from what I heard you made about a box of that stuff, so please tell me it's not the truth. Haku pleaded because the one she loved was pretty much putting his life, blood, and energy into the famous miracle cure that was used for every major wound that was inducted in the hospital for the past year. Yes, it's true, Haku-chan, cause thanks to Reichan my blood is pure immunity to any poison except one made especially to my chakra and blood cell. Naruto said in a low, soft tone. But why, Naruto-kun, why use your blood? The young girl shouted back. Because I made an oath to protect this village just like my mother and father did before me, and that means that with all those injured ninja that live to defend this village and follow Aji-san with loyalty are who I also need to protect and help. And if that means the use of my own blood, then that is how it will be, cause until I am old enough, that is as much as I can do. Naruto finished softly with a single tear going down his cheek. Haku was surprised by the reason and felt bad for yelling at her lover, and so she turned around to face him on his lap and wiped the tear away and held Naruto close, and after a few minutes the two kissed each other passionately. While the couple were like this, a little ways away was the third, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Kurenai, Asuma, Yamato, Anko, Rin, Taiseki, Zabuza, and Ashika Moritoa and Kalaka Moritoa. They all were shocked at the information of what the known Phoenix Elixir was made of. They all didn't expect Naruto to actually be willing to risk his blood like that just to be a better use to the village. They then all left after getting out of their stupors. All of them held a higher respect for the blonde-haired boy for his sacrifice for the future of the village. After another hour of watching the sunset, the couple left to go back to the compound and head to bed. 1 month later. It's been 1 full month since the day that Naruto revealed the ingredients to the Phoenix Elixir, and when the whole hospital staff learned who and what made the elixir, to say they were stunned would be an understatement. At first they were going to stop using it cause it was tainted by the demon, but after realizing that without the elixir then more and more ninja will die from wounds, poisons, and diseases, so they still use it only for extreme cases. After that day, Naruto and Haku have been closer than ever, and when Naruto created a special clone for Rei to come out and enjoy the world. Also the three, Naruto, Haku, and Rei, turned into a three-way couple. The clone was pretty much made from Rei's chakra, so her soul was used in it. During that month, Naruto got far in both his Katon and Doton manipulation training. The blonde is currently learning for Katon how to create fire out of nothing but his chakra, which makes him the master over fire, and for Doton how to start iron manipulation, which is close to being able to mastering earth. While the main manipulation training is going with those two, Naruto continues on further mastering his wind manipulation till he is pretty much as powerful as Ares, to where he pretty much is one with the wind. Naruto even started doing meditation to further increase his control over his chakra and also to calm his mind and body more. Naruto also started to add meditation while sitting on a tree, on water, above several Senbon and Kunai that stood straight upwards, and also on top of the swamp. With the addition of meditation, Naruto now has an even more level head and reserved. Rei told Naruto to push all three of his main affinities in chakra form through his chakra points so that he can get a better feel of them. When Naruto expels Futon chakra throughout his body, then all around him there is always a calming wind that eases anybody. When he focuses on Katon, then all around him the temperature rises until it's like he's on fire, but he is unaffected. And with Suiton chakra, it's like he is one with the water all around him, just like he is one with the wind when he pushes the Futon chakra through himself. Rei said that the more Naruto works on the other two elements, lightning and earth, then the more of a chance that the respective elemental spirits will infuse with him, like the wind, water, fire, and ice spirits have. Naruto had mastered the second technique of the Hiten Mitsuryu, the Duryusen, Ground Dragon Flash. Naruto was thinking of starting working on the third technique, Ryusosen, Dragon Double Flash. This involves multiple slashes to its opponent, without giving the opponent the chance for a counterattack. It is effective in dealing with those who will not get knocked out with one move. But Naruto thought against it cause he needed to increase his speed and also get the first two down to where he can do them easily and without much trouble. Tonight it was the middle of the night, and there were a couple of people in the Hokage's office thinking of a plan to end a serious threat, the Uchiha clan. The Hokage has had Itachi and his cousin Shisui watch over their clan to see if they were becoming even worse, and now with the information that the clan was going to cause a revolt, and it would cause the village to go into a civil war, and the Hokage would have none of it. So here we are with the third, Udatane Koharu and Mitokado Hamura, the third's old teammates, Jiraiya, Itachi Uchiha, and Danzu. They are discussing the best course of action for the elimination of the Uchiha clan. We only have one course of action, my friends, and that is clan genocide. the third said, getting nods all around. All right, Itachi, you are going to kill everybody from the clan and then leave Konoha to become a missing nin. But make sure to keep tabs with Jiraiya-san and his spy network. Hamura said, to which Itachi nodded. As you wish, but may I have a request? Itachi asked, getting a nod from the third to continue. I wish to keep both my mother and my little brother alive. My mother and me are the only Uchihas that are loyal to Konoha, and I am sure Sasuke-kun would be as well. And if I were to let my mother to live, then Sasuke can have someone there for him, so he doesn't go insane with power to get revenge with killing me. Itachi said in his normal neutral tone. I see your point, Itachi-kun, and I will allow it. You will start your mission tomorrow while Sasuke is at school. I will write up the mission scroll after this meeting is adjourned, the thread said. After the meeting was over, Itachi went to the one other person he could trust that would give Sasuke the scroll explaining his actions with the killing of the clan, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. The reason behind this is because Naruto and Sasuke are the best of friends, and the blonde boy would be the perfect person to help Sasuke through the time after the incident with his mother. As Itachi entered the Namikaze compound, he is in the security system, so he is allowed inside. He went straight to find Naruto. When the Umbu captain finally found the young genius in his bed asleep, he went and shook him awake. Oh, Itachi-san, what is it you need at this late hour? Naruto yawned out while rubbing his eyes. Naruto-kun, it's as we have feared. My clan is planning to cause a revolt, so I am supposed to take a mission to kill all but my mother and Sasuke-kun. So I was wondering if you could do two things for me. Itachi whispered, and Naruto finally was full awake. Sure, what do you need, Itachi-san? Naruto whispered back and was handed a scroll from Itachi. First is that after I kill the clan and am placed as a missing nin, I want you to give that scroll to Sasuke-kun and my mother as it explains everything. Second, I was wondering if you would bring both my mother and Sasuke-kun into your clan so they won't be forced to be breeding stocks by the Dam Council. Itachi finished. All right, Itachi-san, I'll do what you ask, and I hope you will be all right out there. Naruto said as he hugged his third big brother figure, and Itachi hugged him back. Don't worry, Naruto-kun, I will be fine out there, and remember to keep your promise, and keep them safe. They truly are the only things I have left. The raven-haired boy said as he jumped out the window and hopped back to the compound to himself, ready for the mission of his life. Naruto set the scroll down on the nightstand next to the bed, and then went back to bed. He would not let down his best friend's older brother no matter what. The next day went by slowly, as when it was nearing 3 p.m. in the afternoon, it was time. Itachi had gotten his mission scroll and went to start his mission. As Itachi was starting the genocide of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke was now walking home after class had let out. Sasuke was happy since he got to spend the day with his best friend Naruto. When Sasuke was almost home, he was expecting to see his uncle, Uchiha Taiki, and aunt, Uchiha Yuruchi, waiting for him at the gate, but when he saw that they weren't, he got worried. So he started running, and when he turned the corner at the gate to the Uchiha compound, he saw something that made him go ghost white and cry. All around was blood and the bodies of his family, the Uchihas. When he saw both his aunt and uncle dead and next each other, he thought of the worst and started sprinting to his home, the main clan house. When he arrived, he heard his father scream, and then started running to where he heard it. When Sasuke opened the slide door to his parents' bedroom, he saw the one thing he never thought he would see. He saw his older brother, Itachi, standing over his father's dead corpse with his ninjato out and covered in blood. When Sasuke looked for his mother, he saw her out cold and unharmed laying on the bed. Itachi-san, why? Sasuke shouted, making the older Uchiha look at him with emotionless Sharingan eyes, with a emotionless blood-covered face. I did it for my own reason, Itachi said in his monotone voice, then appeared behind Sasuke and knocked him out. The older brother then picked both Mikoto, his mother, and Sasuke up and disappeared before the Umbu can get there. At the Namikaze compound, Itachi appeared via Shunshin in the living room of the Namikaze main house, where we find Naruto meditating on the floor in the middle of the room. When Naruto sensed Itachi's approach, he opened his eyes to see Itachi carrying both his mother and Sasuke out cold. Naruto showed Itachi to a guest room that had 2 beds, and Itachi set both his mother and Sasuke down on the beds. I thank you for your help, Naruto-kun, And also here is another scroll with everything that was of importance from the Uchiha compound that is now theirs. Tell them to open it when they are both aware of the mission, all right. Itachi said in a hurry, handing the large scroll to Naruto, and the blonde nodded in understanding. Be careful, Itachi Nizan, and I will make sure they get it after they wake up. Naruto replied. Arigato Naruto-kun CYA. Then Itachi left and started running full speed out of the village unnoticed. It was the next day that the whole village was buzzing with the news of Itachi, the Uchiha prodigy, killing off his clan. Also, when the village found out that 2 survived the massacre, the council was demanding to know the location of the last survivors, but only 3 people actually knew: Naruto, Jiraiya, and the third. When Naruto went to the third that morning, he signed the forms to have both Mikoto and Sasuke Uchiha become members of the Namikaze family. Once the papers went all the way through, so the council couldn't stop it, the third announced it to the council, who were trying everything to get around the papers, but once Naruto appeared into the council room, they shut up. Council room. The council room was ablaze in shouting and demands against the third regarding the last Uchihas. When Umbu arrived hyspering to the Hokage that Naruto was waiting, as per summon, the third told the Umbu to bring him in. What is going on, Hokage-sama? The Hyuga clan head, Hayashi Hyuga, asked, getting nods all around. Then when the door opened, they turned to see Naruto standing there in the attire he wore when he met Jiraiya. Ah, Naruto-kun, thank you for coming. Please come over here, the third asked, and Naruto walked over and stood next to him. Hokage-sama, why is that thing doing here? A pink-haired councilwoman, Hitomi Haruno, the mother of Sakura Haruno, said with venom. You will hold your tongue, councilwomen, or I will have your head, the third shot back, getting gasps from the council and a smirk from Naruto, who then spoke up. I am here on orders from Aji-san to announce the newest additions to my clan. Naruto spoke, getting questioning looks from everyone. And might I ask, Uzumaki-san, who these new members are and who your clan is? The Nara clan leader, Shikaka Nara, asked, getting nods, then puzzled looks by the smirk of both the thirds and Naruto's faces. The name of my clan, Nara-sama, is the Namikaze clan. That name got gasps of shock and surprise from the citizen half of the council and bulging eyes with jaws dropped from the shinobi half of the council. How are you part of that clan when the last remaining member was our yondaime, Minato Namikaze? Hitomi shouted. That is easy because I am his and my mother's, Kushina Uzumaki, only son, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, the blonde retorted. You are not the son of our 4th Hokage? Hitomi shouted again, with the citizen half shouting as well, while the shinobi half stayed quiet. Then the room was flooded with Ki, which shut everyone up, and to look at the source, Naruto, without his glasses with the Sashigan activated, and then out of nowhere a typhoon started to be formed around the blonde, blowing things around until a hand from the third calmed him down. Now tell me how I have the legendary Sashigan from the Uzumaki clan. Naruto shouted. Then he made a tri-pronged kunai appear in his hand and threw it towards the pink-haired bitch, and it cut her cheek. And then a yellow flash was seen and Naruto was behind Hitomi. And there is only one clan that can withstand the effects of space/time jutsu like Hiroshin, and that was the Namikaze family. So tell me, I am not his son. Naruto yelled, then sounded demonic at the end, and the citizen half was shaking in fear of the boy. Naruto-kun, that is enough, the third demanded, to which the blonde replied, and shunshined back to the Hokage's side with a emotionless face and his shades back on over his eyes. After the council got back to normal, Inoichi, the clan leader of the Yamanakas, spoke up, with that display out of the way. Please, Naruto-kun, will you inform us of these new members of your clan? Naruto nodded to the man, and then spoke up with a bit of anger clear in his voice. The 2 new members as of this morning are both Mikoto Uchiha and Sasuke Uchiha, as per request from my Nizan, Itachi Uchiha. After the announcement was said, the citizen half went up in outrage before shutting up from the slow increase of Ki from Naruto. And what of this request from Itachi-san? Inoichi asked. He asked me to adopt both Mikoto and Sasuke into my clan, so that the council have to go through me for them to get anything from the 2. Since I am the only last and true Namikaze and Uzumaki member, it makes me the clan head, and before any of you think of it, no, I will not force those 2, Haku-chan, or myself to be a part of the Sirei, Clan Restoration Act. And before you try to say a thing, I already have the thirds back, and also with my clan's influence over the village, you won't risk the price. The blonde answered, to which the one-armed war hawk Danzu stood up in anger.